Admit. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Mr. Josh.
1 second here. Let me make sure I've got my audio up. Turn this one down and microphone off over here. All right. Well, good morning. How's everyone doing? Good to see you. All right. You can go ahead and unmute for right now. We'll let everybody else in. Let me see if I can get a co-host all set up here to kind of manage things. All right, so who's on the West Coast waking up nice and early with us? Wait a minute. I got someone who woke up a little bit earlier than you, even if you're on the West Coast. So to our friends in the Pacific Northwest, thank you for waking up at 6 a.m. David Lindsay, what time is it there?
It's just gone midnight.
All right. Well,
from Sydney, Australia.
All right, welcome. All right. What other states or countries do we have representing this morning?
In Montana.
All right.
Good morning, Josh.
Guy.
Washington State.
Terrific. Welcome. All right. Where else? What state, city, locale, country? Good. Here we go. Here we got Elisa.
Idaho.
Terrific. Welcome, Sean. Thank you. Good deal.
New York.
All right. Good. Well, hi, Elisa. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Let me get you set up as co-host. You're going to need that power.
I got the power.
All right. Good deal. So if you could, Elisa, if you could send one more blast with the Zoom link, unless you know for sure that's gone out in the past 15 minutes or so. To all
there's a 5-minute reminder email that goes out.
Okay, terrific. Good. Okay, awesome. All right. So thank you, everybody, for popping in here early. I'm going to give just a few more minutes here just for introductions, particularly to our speakers in the room. I'm just going to have you say hi real quick. And then, again, we'll have this recorded as well for posterity. So we want to use this as kind of a kickoff and teaser for everything and everyone. Hey, Tom Matson.
Hey, Josh, leave my posterity out of this, will you?
Let's see. What day do we have you speaking? We've got you for, I believe, this afternoon. You mind just telling us what you're going to be speaking on?
I'm going to speak on how to build a big posterity. No. We're going to talk about risk reversal, the single most important strategy if you want to rapidly grow your business with less effort, how to build a guarantee that just rocks, attracts the right fit client, makes it easier to recruit them, easier to support them, and more lucrative for all involved.
I love it. Thank you so much, Tom. Look for that. Again, that's this afternoon, day one. Eric Donovan, let's see. We've got you. Day three. Look at that. What are you going to be speaking on?
Yeah. So redefining success in order to achieve a higher ROI. And then stick around for the punchline because it's not return on investment.
All right, good. Day three, that's got you in the morning. And so Chris Colts, thank you so much. Looking forward to that. We got you on, looks like afternoon on Wednesday, day two. What are you going to be speaking on?
I'm going to be talking about how to build a thriving community and just have nonstop advocates promoting your business using challenges.
Excellent. David Lindsay, we got you on deck. Let's see. Got you. What day do we have? Let's see. It's
Wednesday in the afternoon.
Wednesday. Oh yeah. Okay, great. You're going to be. Yeah. When people have had their snack, you are the man to get everyone. Because sometimes after lunch they come back with the sleepies.
Yeah, I'm going to be there to wake everyone up to share my 5 steps towards improved vitality. Because by raising your vitality, you raise morale, productivity, and therefore profitability. So we all win.
Excellent. Excellent. Dave Nordell.
Hey, good morning, Josh.
Yep. I
Hey,
think you're one of our anchor people
I'm
in
on,
the
I'm
kind
on,
of the
yeah,
after
I'm
party
on
on
day
day
three.
three.
I gotta compete with the Aussie guy, but that's all good. We're gonna talk on Friday. I'm gonna talk organizational attitude and why people stay with you, and to cut into the quiet quitting and the leaving, and building the solid leadership that makes people hang around. So thanks for being here, Josh. I appreciate
Excellent.
you. You've been busy, man.
I have. Thank you. Yes. All right. Lynn Whitbeck, and we've got you for Wednesday. You are our kickoff Wednesday morning presenter.
Woohoo! That will be fun. And I'm going to be talking about raving referrals, how to implement referrals into your sales process so you can serve more people, shorten your sales cycle, and increase sales profit while making more money.
Terrific. All right. Steph Hilfer. We have, let's see,
morning.
you got, I think you
Day
are
one.
day one. Yeah, I was going to say, you've got a day one topic. Yeah, you're speaker number 3. What are you going to be presenting on?
Good morning. It is early for me. I'm speaking on branding on steroids, and we are just talking about really what branding is, not what people think it is, and how to maximize it. And I'm giving some tips on how to immediately implement some things that you can change today.
That's great. That's great. And by the way, we've got friends that are watching us as we're live streaming on LinkedIn Live, Facebook group, Facebook page, YouTube, Twitter. So if you're watching us, what you're watching is a Zoom call that you can join in on right now. And all you simply have to do is just go to FameandProfit.com and when you click on that, you just grab a free ticket, Fame and Profit Summit. There's going to be amazing speakers for the next 3 days. Essentially, if you've been looking for the event that's going to teach the latest and greatest in relationship-oriented marketing, if you want something other than just spammy, salesy techniques, you want to grow your audience, you want to grow your leadership, you want to grow your organization with class, and you want to be a true professional in business, this is the event for you. All of our speakers are designed to give you kind of the latest and greatest tactics and what is working in that, if that's how you choose to grow and build your business. All right. So again, FameandProfit.com. Thank you so much for watching on the live stream. We'd love to have you join us. You can join in right in the chat, and we'd love to get to know you there as well. All right. Just we got a few more speakers here that I want to hit. Amy Dix, thank you so much for joining us. I believe you are speaking on day 2. Is that right? No, where we have you?
Day 2.
You know, it'd be nice if I looked this up before I call on people. I don't have to play the same game every time. All right,
Yeah,
Amy. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Yes, I am speaking on using the stage to scale your business. So how to increase your speaking business and how to find those stages.
Yeah, terrific. Good. All right. And Katie Brinkley, you and I just did a live stream yesterday. We've got you on Wednesday late morning as well, shortly after Amy Dix. And what are you going to be speaking on?
I'm going to be talking all about how to sell in the DMs without being spammy or sleazy or salesy. So building out an authentic DM conversation so that you can convert more of those leads.
Is that possible?
It is. It is.
And Amanda Bell is nodding her head because I know she knows that's possible. Hi, Amanda. And we got you Wednesday as well. Wednesday is going to be a really big day for sales conversations. Amanda, you're speaker number 2 on Wednesday. What are you going to be speaking on?
I'm going to be talking about how to increase your close rate on sales calls by at least 30% without being a jerk.
Thank you. I love the without being a jerk caveat too. It's good. Justin Escar, we've got you later this morning. Good to have you. What are you going to be speaking on?
What's up, everybody? So glad to be here. I'm going to talk about why you shouldn't hit a screw with a hammer. We're talking about tools, the ones that you need, the ones you don't need, how to build your own, and what you need to get rid of immediately.
Terrific. All right, good deal. Well, and I may have missed a speaker or two in here. You'd have to just make sure to pop on video, and then I can call on you if that's the case. Otherwise, I'm going to go through just a little bit of housekeeping on what's going to happen over the next 3 days. So I am going to be playing Master of Ceremonies with you all day today. Again, we're going to be live streaming across all of our socials. So again, I appreciate the interaction on YouTube. I've seen some comments and stuff come through. Thank you so much for that. Again, if I could convince you to pop on over to Fame and Profit, that's where you're going to get the full experience. And so the way that we will be presenting all of the presentations over these 3 days, very simply. So when you grab a free ticket, then you just log in and you'll get a play page for each day. Now, on each of those pages, you can either watch the live stream with me, do that because that's going to be fun, and we'll have lots of engagement and interaction in between sessions, or we'll have each of the speakers' sessions available that you can watch on demand. And again, on the play page, they will just light up every 30 minutes or so. There'll be a new session that will go live. If you have a free ticket, you can watch those all day today on demand live. You can watch the live stream with me. You can hang out with me. Certainly, you're invited to this mixer. There are opportunities to upgrade. If you want a gold ticket, you can do that. It's $47 and you get unlimited access to the recording. So what that means is after midnight, you can keep on watching, because I can tell you this, having previewed a lot of the content, having spoken with a lot of our speakers and a lot of our leaders, the content is amazing. And the content is truly actionable in a way where you're like, I think a lot of times, I think a lot of us will agree in this room here, speakers I've introduced in particular, we'll say, the more I hear about, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, I didn't know you could do that in a sales follow-up. You can do that in a classy, non-salesy, non-spammy, non-naggy kind of way. Oh, leadership, you can do this in a very relationship-oriented, honoring way. And you know what? It works a lot better. So again, just a lot of very, very tactical things that you're going to be able to take, use, implement, and profit from wildly. A la, why hence part of the name of the event is profit, because we want to be able to do that in a way that truly works. And again, all of our speakers are designed, their messages are going to resonate with business adults. So, and then, of course, there are a lot. Thank you so much to our generous speakers as well for offering what is quite a lot of basically giveaways from each of the speakers. And so, and again, if you've got a diamond, if you choose to upgrade to diamond, you'll get access to all of those speaker giveaways as well. So, Elisa, can I ask you, can I kind of turn to you for just a second? Is there any other housekeeping things that you want to make sure? Because Elisa, by the way, if you haven't met, Elisa is our Chief Operating Officer. She's amazing. She has spent many a late night and in some days kind of wee into the morning in kind of building and operating everything together with the team. So Elisa, I'm sure there's maybe a couple of things you're thinking about just in terms of like now that we're in go time.
Hello, everybody. Yes, if for some reason you don't see your emails that we're letting you know about how to log into Zoom or what sessions are coming up, then please go ahead and hit reply to the first email you did receive. And I'm on standby today, so I will be making sure that any technical issues are taken care of right away. So,
yeah. And I was just taking a look right here, on the, this is kind of cool. This is I'm going to do a little bit of inception here, but just to show you how cool this is, I'll share my screen here. So not only, this is one of those things that, I shouldn't have been, but I was working on late last night, just so that we can embed the live stream right here. This is where, when you log in to our friends here, and again, to those that are streaming live or watching this somehow at some other, where the timing is a little bit different here. So when you log in, this is the diamond play page. But what you'll see here is there's kind of a preview of a live stream going on right here. You can watch this, you can listen to it here, or you could just, all you have to do when you log in is just click on this blue button. These will be updated. If something is wrong, if something is broken, Elisa, all they have to do is just respond back to any email. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I couldn't see your video, so you may have been nodding your head. But all you have to do is just respond back to any email that's come from us around the event. We'll see it, we'll get it, and our team will make sure you have the correct links. Also, I would say, like, if you're relying on this video and it stops working, I would just say hit refresh or something like that, and chances are we already know that there's a problem, and we'll go ahead and fix it. All right. So in terms of schedule, what's going to happen? Sessions are going to be running all day. I'm going to be playing master of ceremonies, DJ, and going to be with you throughout this day. And then tomorrow, again, sessions will start at 9 a.m. This is kind of an opening kickoff where you get to hear from a lot of our speakers. And then on Wednesday, so the second day, again, sessions will kick off at 9. At 12 noon, we'll have a VIP mixer. Now, this one is just for our diamonds. So if you've upgraded to a diamond ticket, please make sure you do not miss that. Going to be very important because there's going to be plenty of networking opportunities. Want to be able to connect you and find out what you do, see where we might be able to do some great stuff together. And then at 1 o'clock is going to be our keynote. So we're going to kick that off with a quick panel where we're going to really reinforce and really hammer home the message about how you can go from never, ever having to be a spammer in business ever again to being a true professional in business. And I'm going to be sharing a lot of data, things that I've picked up on over 1,400 interviews on my podcast, The Thoughtful Entrepreneur. And there's one question that I ask almost everybody, either on or off mic, and that is, where does your best business come from? And I'm going to reveal the answer to that question. I don't think it's going to be any surprise, but I hope it will forever change the trajectory of how you operate your business. And so, all right, Elise, is there anything? Oh, so that's going to be 1 to 2:30, and then we'll have some more sessions. Thursday, we're going to have sessions, and then we'll have a closing party and final mixer at 3 p.m. For those that are diamonds and speakers, just to make sure that, that we've, again, kind of have plans on how we're going to activate, the best events for me. I like events where I learn good stuff. I like events where I'm like, man, I could take that and I could take that back to the troops and we could do something good with this. But I'll tell you, I love that. But my favorite events are the ones where I go and I build a lot of relationships, and I go home and I'm like, yeah, we have something scheduled where we're going to chat next week, because one thing that I've just seen pretty consistently is that true professionals love to find ways to do business together. They love to find ways to collaborate with one another and do good in the world together. And so that's what my hope would be, to facilitate that you're not only leaving this event with great action plan, great ideas, but great relationships, so that this community, this event can live on in your life for forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Lisa, anything else in terms of logistics or anything else that you can think of?
No, I think we're set. Let's kick this thing off.
All right, good deal. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do our first of probably 2-3 different breakout rooms. And in this first breakout room, I'm going to break you up into, let's see if we've got approximately doing some math, probably get you into groups of 4 or so. And in this first breakout room, what I'd like for you to do is I'd love for you to just share what your superpower is, what it like. So if you were to say, what are you better at than 99.999% of the population at this one specific thing? You may not need what this person has to offer, but I tell you what, when you become the person that always seems to know somebody who's like, yep, you know, I've got the perfect person for you, and that person is X. Like when you can become that indispensable resource for people, that makes you more valuable. So you want to be that guy that knows a guy that knows a gal, the gal that knows a gal that knows a guy, right? So you want to just be able to know. It's like the more people you know, your network, and you'll hear this quite frequently over the next 3 days, your network truly is your net worth. So if you're in the Zoom room, you get to right now you get to break off and exchange information and find ways to do good stuff together, learn what one another does. And one thing I would do is when someone is kind of introducing their superpower, just kind of think for a moment, you know, through the recesses of your mind, I wonder where I might have a place for them in my network. And so again, if you're in the Zoom room, you get to do this. If you're not in the Zoom room, well, you're just going to be kind of quiet here for a few minutes here, because I'm going to turn my camera off too while I finish my water. So without further ado, let me go ahead and break you up, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. And I think at this point, there you go. Now we're bringing everybody back, and I've unmuted my microphone. Okay, welcome back, everybody. And so here's what I'd like to do is I'd love to grab just like you may have met someone who you're like, ooh, this is someone I should probably know. And I'm wondering if there's someone, so think, I'll have you raise your hand here. Who is someone that you met that you're like, yep, I think that might be a valuable person in my network? Who knows somebody who just met or reconvened with somebody like, yeah, we definitely need to do something. Hey, Amanda Bea, I see you unmuted and your hand up. Did you meet somebody that could be helpful to know?
Yeah, definitely. Lynn, Eric, David. I mean, pretty much everybody. Cheryl, everybody in the room.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like, I think the Avengers work well when they work together, right? And they all have like their superpowers that they're all able to do. Awesome. Steph Hilfer, anyone that the body should know that you met in the breakout room.
Well, if you have kids, don't send them to Justin.
Yeah, baby.
We might have veered a few directions. No, I'm super excited. One, Tom didn't even get to tell his superpower, but he's clearly a superpower MC, whether he knows it or not. You are now, Tom. And Katie, I'm super stoked to learn more. I already wrote your name on a sticky note for today to make sure I catch your DM speak. Like, that's going to be phenomenal. So.
Yeah, awesome. Justin, I saw you throw your hand up. Who's someone in the room that we ought to know?
Oh, literally everyone. If anyone's paying attention and listening, you need to meet all of these speakers because they're all amazing. I mean, it's so funny how the connections are being made right out of the gate. Like Katie and I are having a DM conversation about like people we possibly know. Steph possibly knows people. Tom, I have to go help him fix his barbecue. Like, there's a lot happening here already. And also for the record, I love my kids. But like, yeah, there's a lot happening here, and everyone should listen to all the presentations and pay attention. And if you didn't already, upgrade your ticket, man.
Yeah, there's going to be, I can tell you one thing. Thank you so much for that. There is going to, one thing that I think you're going to find, again, having previewed a lot of the presentations or actually co-produced a couple of them, there is a lot of actionable tips. It's going to come fast and it's going to come furious. Well, good deal. One more person that met somebody that like, yep, that's someone you should probably know. Who else should we know? David, who did you get to meet? Sorry, I put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Everyone in my group, like Amanda said earlier, had Amanda, Eric, had Cheryl, had Lynn, just their stories already in that 1 minute little pitch. It was just a great group all around. So I'm looking forward to meeting each and every one of you and seeing where we can potentially do stuff together in the future.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So we're going to do this one more time. And in all of our businesses, hopefully, now as a leader, it's probably a really good idea that you know what your gaps are at all times, right? So if we are staying active with our SWOT analysis, like what are we really good at right now? What is a known weakness? Like there's just definitely some areas that it's just a known issue. I've got them. And I know them, and we talk about them frequently. There are some things that I think we're probably one of the best in the world at, and then there are other things I think we're wildly incompetent at. And so what I like to do is I like to surround myself with really smart people. And when I find somebody that can, that can fix a gap for me, I mean, that's just an easy engagement for me. So I look for those opportunities frequently so that it's something that I just don't need to worry about right now. Elise, I don't know if you have a good handle, like how many consultants, coaches, agency owners that we engage with as them as a service provider, but it is many. And so it's kind of like the Henry Ford principle, just surround yourself with smart people. But again, if we're looking at our weaknesses, we're looking at our threats, also opportunities, or even maximizing our strengths. I think all of those, when we look at opportunities for engagement, we know what's ahead, we know what we need, and we're pretty quick to always be accentuating some things and protecting other areas of our business. So in this next quick little breakout, I would love for you to share what you could possibly use, right? So it's just like, yeah, this is on our horizon coming up. This is definitely something we're going to be needing, and that doesn't necessarily mean you need to buy, or invest in a $20,000, engagement or something like that. But that there's a need there, and you don't necessarily know how to fix it, but that you want to bring in some resources so that you can make sure that does get fixed. So in this next quick little breakout, I'd love for you to share maybe some things that are on your horizon that you could use. And if you're just at that position where you're like, you can't come up with it, then think of someone that you know and love. What do they need and what could they use? And certainly bring that. Certainly, if you know someone where there's a very high priority that they need to get something fixed, I just made a connection on someone that needed a really good PR professional, and that was for a really big engagement. And I was so thrilled to help make that connection to somebody that could help them with that. So, all right. This one is only going to be about 3.5, 4 minutes. Thanks, Tom. This one's going to be 4 minutes. I'm going to bring you back, and then we're going to finish up because we've got some stuff that we need to get through. Quick breakout, and I'll bring you back in about 3.5, 4 minutes. So be quick on what you need. Hi, Lala. We're in breakout rooms, so I'm moving you into room 1.
Oh boy.
All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, did anybody find a connection where you're like, "Ooh, yep, we definitely need to chat. We could probably do something." I know somebody who found, yes, definitely someone that you could help maybe solve a need, or someone that shared someone like, "Ooh, I think I have some now leads on someone who can help me overcome something." Quick hand raise. Annie Ruggles, I see you shaking your head.
Oh yeah, Tom just dangled golf cafes right as it was ending. I was like, no way. I need to know more about the golf cafe.
I think the best part was the introduction I gave her, Josh, was someone that literally she was interviewed on a podcast in the last 24 hours for. And she goes, all right, oh my God, that's what they do. And so that's part of the advantage of breakouts, right? We trigger each other's memory around things like, oh, I didn't even realize they were good at that. Yes.
And endorsements, right? Right off the bat, too. Sometimes we meet lots of people, but to hear from someone that's actually worked with the people we meet, fantastic.
I love it. I love it. One more. Who met someone that like, oh, yep, this is going to be good. All right. So I trust that you've got your notes filled. I'd keep on stretching it out, but we got to get to somebody, and that's Jesse Kirkham. Jesse's going to be helping us. One thing that I'd like to announce, and Jesse, maybe you can kind of fill this in a little bit, but for those of you who have upgraded to a VIP ticket, not only obviously do you get access to recordings, not only do you get access to the mixers, not only do you get access to all the gifts that, and it is a huge pile of gifts. We're going to send an email out shortly, kind of illustrating everything that is in that gift pool if you've upgraded your ticket. But as a bonus, one thing that we're also going to do is we're going to offer you a free coaching session. And so, and Jesse, I'll let you kind of talk about, what that is and what the nature of that is. But essentially I'll let you talk about it, Jesse. Can I throw it to you?
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Good morning, everybody. So I'm just going to speak to everybody here, but also mostly to those that are on the live stream, just so you can understand what values you can get from here. I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. I'm here as an advisor. We have Ton here as an advisor. We also have Pamela Holt. She's here as an advisor. And you're going to have the opportunity, some of you, to meet with us. But first, we're just going to introduce ourselves, and then I'm going to go through and explain a little bit of a motivation for you to have your session, and then how you can book that session. So a little bit about myself. I'm Jesse Kirkham. I'm originally from Canada. I'm sure there's a lot of Canadians here as well. I had a successful 20-year career in Canada, first with the Canadian federal government. And then I managed a multi-million-dollar investment in insurance brokerage. But with that type of success, I realized that it came with golden handcuffs. So maybe many of you can relate to that. Golden handcuffs, great career, but you're stuck there. What I realized is I wanted the freedom that was associated with being my own boss, me. But also something that was important to me was to have location freedom. So the only option for me was to have a successful business that I could run from anywhere in the world. And in order to do that, I needed to be online, but I also needed the ability to network and create business relationships from anywhere. So I wasn't tied to some specific location. So initially I went down many rabbit holes, one after the other, and I kept at it. And I realized that if I was going to continue doing this, I was going to bump along for years and of just winging it. And I admitted to myself that I needed some help. And that's what I did. I got help. I got the help of a coach, and that coach really helped me get some clarity on what my goals were, and they kept me accountable while I developed the skills I needed to reach my goals. And now here I am. Yeah, I'm originally from Canada, but I live in beautiful Oaxaca State in Mexico. I've been here for 4 years with my wife, and we both run successful businesses. But most important to us is we are able to focus our time on doing volunteer work. That's what we're passionate about. So that was one of the other goals that we had. Now, many, if not all of you are here. I know most of you are on the Zoom are successful business owners, but those that are listening on the live stream, this might resonate with you. And you're looking for a way forward in realizing your business goals and ultimately having that positive impact on your life, your family's life. Now, I'm excited for you to discover over the next 3 days what it actually takes to develop those skills and how to maintain those skills to be successful in your business. And also discover what it is that you need to do in this constantly changing environment. And that's really what it is. So with that in mind, I want to share with you a quote. It's one of my favorite quotes from Eric Hoffer. He said, "In times of change, learners will inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with the world that no longer exists." So I'm going to repeat that. In times of change, which we are constantly in times of change, learners, so people who are continually learning, upgrading themselves, growing, they're going to inherit the earth. While the learned, so the people who say, I know, or I already know this, or I've learned enough, they're going to find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with the world that no longer exists. So I encourage you to approach this summit with the intention of being a learner and then grow and adapt to the world that's changing around us. So next, I'm going to introduce Ton, coach or advisor Ton. Ton, come on out and introduce yourself.
Hey, Jesse. Awesome. Thanks, Jesse. Again, my name is Ton. Please ignore the H's. It's like wonton or John with a T. I live in Southern Wisconsin. I'm a strategic business coach, and I help coaches and consultants double, triple, or even 10x their business. I was a former computer programmer. I had 3 traditional businesses. I was a real estate investor for almost 2.5 decades. And I'm married and have 3 kids. So, we keep things entertaining. And I've had the fortune of being able to be retired pretty much by the age of 35. And by the time I was 25, I was already making $250,000 a year net. And I have the honor of working with you so you can design your day and create the future that you deserve. Now, we've all heard the adage, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach him how to fish, feed him for a lifetime. And for the last 12 years, I've done nothing but commit myself to serving and impacting others. I saw my parents when I was growing up struggle in business. They had several businesses. They had so many struggles with it along the way. And primarily it's because they always thought they knew it all. And so they only looked for help when it was too late. And why? Because you just don't know what you don't know. And I wanted to break that pattern of always being on the struggle bus. I mean, SAFE states that 93% of entrepreneurs admit that learning from people who have already done what you want is instrumental to success. And so I figured that out early. At 19 years old, I invested in a real estate coaching program, a 1-week program. It was $17,000 for 1 week. But that enabled me to create my real estate empire and have tremendous success in business. And so during the summit, you're going to discover what it takes to gain fame and profit and live the life that you desire. And I look forward to speaking to all of the VIP members. Thanks, Jesse.
Thanks, Ton. Appreciate that. So Ton and I are here to meet with you, those of you that are VIPs, so VIP Gold and Diamond. But I want to speak to everybody who's here on the live stream. I want to congratulate you for being here these next 3 days. And I have a huge amount of respect for the investment of time that you're putting in, and maybe the adjustments that you've had to make in your life and your business to be present here for the next 3 days. And I have 2 very important goals that I want you to set for yourself. Number 1, the usable value that you're going to receive over the next 3 days, use that to grow your business and create those big, massive impacts. And then number 2, I want you to think about where you are right now in your life, in your business, what's going on, and where you want to be. And most importantly, I want you to have fun doing it. It's going to make you get motivated. Have fun. Now, maybe some of these are already your goals, but think, why did you come here? Why are you here for the summit? Was it a better path to financial freedom, or was it growth? But my question for you is, will you take full advantage of the summit? Will you? Ask yourself that. And while you're thinking about that, I want to share a story with you. Now, before I share this with you, I would like to know, what would you do if you were told by your doctor that you needed to change your lifestyle, and if you didn't change your lifestyle, that you're going to die? Think about that. Your doctor says, if you need to change your lifestyle, if you don't, you're going to die. Would you change? Go ahead. Those that are in Zoom, use the chat, message me. Would you change? Yes or no? Yeah. See, most of you, probably all of you are saying, yeah, everybody's saying yes. But the question is, how many of you actually will? So here's the story. There was an interesting study done by the Mutual of Omaha in 1993. This study involved 333 patients who were all given the same diagnosis that I just shared with you. And all of these patients, specifically, they had life-threatening heart failure, heart disease, and they were given the choice of either they change their lifestyle, or they could face invasive, costly surgery with lots of therapy and recovery time, such as like a quadruple bypass surgery. And if they didn't do that, the alternative was death. So given the choice of that, you would think this would be a big motivator to change your lifestyle. Now, this is where things get interesting with this study. Out of those 333 patients, 139 of them were prescribed by their doctor specific instructions on how to look after themselves on a daily basis. So really, this essentially was a major lifestyle change that they had to do. And they were supposed to carry out these changes on their own, under their own direction. The doctor prescribed it, they're going to go home and they're going to adjust and make those changes themselves. So those who did this study, they went back to these patients, those ones that did it on their own, 1 year later, to see how many of them were maintaining those lifestyle changes. I want you to guess what percentage of them were. Drop that in the chat. What percentage of them were maintaining those lifestyle changes, doing it on their own 1 year later? Tom says 2, Dave says 2, Josh 2, 50%, 4%. Majority of the numbers are really low. The actual number, it was 7%. Only 7%. were able to keep up those daily habits that were necessary to preserve their life. So I'm sure, as you can realize or understand, that all of them had the best intentions. They were faced with the prospect of dying. They would have probably been enthusiastic when their doctor told them these things that they could do and they could live. Yes, I'll do it, I'll do it. But in truth, they couldn't. So what about the other half of those 333 patients? There was 194 of them. What did they do? Well, they were given the same prognosis by their doctor, and then they decided to work with Dr. Dean Ornish. Some of you probably read this study or heard about this before. And they enrolled in a year-long program that gave them instructions on exercise, breathing, meditation. They're given cooking instructions. They were also added and put into a community, and they had support through regular group sessions. They had classes in meditation, classes in yoga, relaxation, really all of these things to change their daily routine. Now, after the year in that program, they stopped being in that program. And then the Mutual of Omaha, the study went to them not at the 1-year mark, but they went 3 years after the outside of that program. What percentage do you think of those patients were able to maintain that new daily lifestyle? So 3 years later, when they were working with Dr. Dean Ornish for a year, what percentage do you think? Lale says 75, 80, 75%, 80%, high numbers, 66%. It was actually 77%, so a really high number. And that was 2 years after they stopped that program. So what was the difference? The difference is that they had guidance, they had coaching, they had accountability, they had reinforcement. So what does that tell us? Well, it's being part of a community, it's the coaching, that's what develops those daily habits. That's what creates that level of lasting success in the life like we had in that study, but also your business. So with that in mind, Josh has already shared with you the opportunity for you to meet with us. It was something they arranged for you that are attending the summit. And they've arranged for you to receive, so those of you that are VIP, either gold or diamond, to receive a high caliber, one-on-one 20-minute business breakthrough coaching session with one of us advisors. And these are going to be booked with those of you that are VIP. Now, if you're not VIP, and as Josh indicated, you can easily upgrade to VIP. I encourage you to do that. We'll quickly connect with you so you can get your session booked over these next 3 days. Now, you don't want to miss this opportunity because on the 20-minute business breakthrough session, your advisor is going to help you get clarity on your vision. We're going to talk about what your obstacles are. So we're going to identify those, what kind of challenges you're experiencing. And then we're going to talk about what's the impact, those obstacles and challenges, what's the impact they're having on your business. And then we're going to help you show what's possible to move forward. So how do you book? Well, if you're currently VIP, so VIP Gold or Diamond, you're going to receive an email in the next hour or so with instructions on how to book. And then as well, Pamela's in our room here. Go ahead and wave for us, Pamela. Turn your camera on and wave. She's our concierge that's working with us. There you are, Pamela. Thank you. She's going to be connecting with you guys by email, by text message, and she's going to try and book a time with you over the next 3 days with Ton and myself for that coaching session. Those are for those that are in VIP. If you want to upgrade to VIP, do so ASAP, as soon as possible. And then Pamela's going to reach out to you as quickly as possible to get you booked into that session for the next 3 days. So I have a commitment that I want from you before you book your appointment. I want you to promise that when we send you the link, that you are going to show up, that you'll be on camera, and that you're going to be present for it. For those 20 minutes could be life-changing for you. So that means not driving a car. That means not having the TV on in the background or cooking dinner or looking after the kids, those sort of things. We really want you to be present on camera, ready to really share with us advisors. Now, I can understand that there is going to be an emergency sometimes in life, but please let us know as soon as possible if you need to cancel or reschedule, and Pamela will reach out to you and get you rebooked if we can within these 3 days. So what does it look like? You're going to be taken to, when you click on that link, you're going to be taken to a website called Schedule Once. You're going to select your time zone. So not the Eastern time zone that's at the event. If you are in Eastern time zone, then select that obviously, but select your time zone, and then you'll see what times are available for you. So select a date and time, then enter your name, your email, and your phone number. And we do need your phone number because that will allow us to communicate with you if there's any issues, maybe we're delayed a little bit or whatnot, but we'll need that email, that phone as well. And we're not using that phone number to do our sessions on phone. It's going to be on Zoom. So when you confirm your appointment, you're going to get another confirmation email, and in there is going to be a specific, unique Zoom room link, and that's what you're going to use to meet with your coach. So reminder to all of you VIPs, check your emails, look for the Zoom room link or the link that you're going to have to book your appointment, and you're going to get confirmation email and text messages as well, confirmation text messages about the Zoom link that you're going to have. And again, if you are currently not a VIP, so VIP Gold or Diamond, go ahead right now, upgrade, and then we can get you booked for your exclusive one-on-one session with one of us advisors. Congratulations for being here at the summit. Thanks, Josh, for having us here, and I'm going to turn it back over to you.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Jesse. And again, to those who have upgraded, just we will proactively send you a message really quick so you can schedule that during this event, and looking forward to that. So Jesse, thank you so much for doing that, and thrilled to be able to offer that as just kind of another value add for those who are at this event. This is all about, again, gaining that wisdom that you need, but also the connections and the actions that are going to be necessary. Because again, if you've been to an event like I have historically, you're like, oh, I got a bunch of great ideas. You go home. This drives me crazy, right? Let me ask you, the easiest question in the world. Fortune is in the what? Follow. I see a lot of like mouthing follow up.
Oh. Cookie.
Yeah.
Cookie was my answer.
Yeah, fortune is in the cookie. I actually did that one time. I brought my son, Ethan, and I think he was like 9 years old. And he brought, it's just like some podcasting meetup. And I said that, and that's where he shouted out, cookie. So yeah, so again, great ideas. It's like reading a book with not doing anything about it or changing your beliefs or habits or whatever. It's a missed opportunity. So I just want to make this as actionable as possible so you get maximum value from this, so that I can, again, as we're looking into 2023, we get to decide what is 2023 going to be the year of. Now for us, at My Influence, we began this year saying, you know what? We have a lot of really amazing clients, but what we really deserve to do is start building community across those clients. We need to start getting them connected. And it was taking action on a book called The Business of Belonging, just a pretty decent, okay book on, that kind of element. So again, I just want to make sure that you've got great action items out of this. I want to say thank you so much for attending the VIP Mixer. If you're watching this afterwards because you didn't get the memo, our emails reminder didn't go out this morning. So no fault of our own, technology issues. So just want to say thank you so much. If you're watching this afterwards, you're like, darn, I missed it. There's 2 more mixers that are coming up. There's going to be one at noon, and then there's a closing mixer at 3 p.m. on Thursday. Now, those ones are just for our VIP ticket holders. So please do look for that if you've upgraded your ticket, and we'll make sure that you've got the Zoom links for that. And so with that, we are now going to get into our sessions, and I am going to now, I'm going to bring in my session with Russ Yeager. And so we'll see how this works here. And bam. Well, before we get to our speaker session, I want to just invite Derek Van Ness to the stage. Derek Van Ness is a personal friend of mine. We've been working together for years. He is the guy that listen, he has been so instrumental to, I'll just say, Derek, not only like my wife and I being able to make smarter decisions personally with our money, and certainly much smarter tax strategy decisions. Thank you so much. But Derek, because of your wisdom, your experience, you work with business leaders, you work with founders, you work with entrepreneurs, you get it. That's kind of like your primary audience that you work with. And I'll just throw this in there as well. You're just a really good person. Like, it was emotionally gratifying to have worked with you. But I just want to give a little preview here. You have a presentation here at Fame and Profit Summit. We've got a direct link to it. You can go watch that right now. And then as well, we've got a link directly to Derek's website as well, Big Life Financial, so you guys can get connected. And Derek, I send people to you all the time, and I'm thrilled to do so. What are you going to be speaking about in your session, which is linked up on the page right now?
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, we do a ton of different tax and financial strategies, but what I'm going to be talking about in this session is how you can get back up to $26,000 per W-2 employee you had during the pandemic. So do some quick math in your head. How many employees times 26,000? It's a lot of money for most people, and they're unaware of this. It's quite a simple process. So we're going to be talking about what does that program look like? How do you qualify? You know, what does it take to get that money from the government? It's a lot easier than you think, but I want to make sure you have all the facts. So that's what we're going to be doing on that session. And then if you have any other questions, you can always set up a consult with us through that to find out more.
Yeah, even if you didn't have W-2 employees, I'd highly recommend you watch in on this session, because I tell you what, I've got a neighbor I just thought of. I'm like, I'm going to go and talk to him right now because I know he has a lot of W-2 employees. And you may be, you know, for those of you who just mainly have 1099s, you may be the biggest hookup, the biggest like huge blessing, huge, like, I mean, this is a game changer. You know, imagine, like, I know you and I were talking about a friend that they got over $250,000 back from the government as, again, incentive for this particular program. So Derek Van Ness, Big Life Financial, thank you so much, both for being a speaker at this event, for being a friend, for being a mentor, and also for excited to, again, for your presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, this is a session I'm so excited for because I get to introduce you to one of my secret weapons. Russ Yeager, you are a body transformation expert for business leaders. And Russ, I've sent people your way. I continue to send people your way because you know the brain of achievers. You know the brain of people that are out there, you know, kind of like they're type A overachievers in life, right? But that doesn't always necessarily translate to how we're showing up physically, because sometimes, Russ, we're a little out of balance. And the reason why I've worked with you, listen, I'll just say what you're about to learn absolutely works. Russ, I was just kind of giving you a tail of the tape before we hit record. I have dropped, no joke, 30 pounds this year. And I'm telling you, it is like so much of it is mental. And I don't care, like, it's like, it doesn't matter like what you got going on in life. Like, I'm successful in business and stuff like that, but man, there's those blind spots in our life. But, you know, getting to your point, Russ, with this presentation, so I don't want to, I want to let everyone know, pay attention to Russ and pay attention to what you're about to learn, because it absolutely works. But I'll just tell you that nearly every part of my life is improved now that I've got the strength, the vitality, the body. I feel so much better about myself. That confidence, Russ, is just so underlying. It's so below the level of consciousness often. It's just how I exist in the world. And I can tell you that it's translated into good stuff in every part of my life, financially, business, in my relationships. Absolutely. All right, Russ, I want to turn this into my presentation. And how's that for an endorsement?
Josh, you've done so good with your body and health transformation and what you've learned. I believe you could give the presentation, brother.
Well, listen, I'm going to give the rest of the time to you, Russ, because I want people to, and I'm so grateful for the person that just maybe even just stumbled upon this episode. Yeah, you're in the right room. Russ, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So as you can see here, I'm going to talk today. My mission, first of all, is to help 10 million people achieve the health and energy they need to fulfill their purpose and live a life they love. So you can see today we're talking about creating a business and, more importantly, a life you love by putting your health first. So my intention today is to help you busy type A successful business owners realize that the number one excuse I get is I don't have time to work out. No, that working out, taking care of your health and fitness needs to be an integral part of your business plan. We got a big problem. I'm going to go through the problem quickly, but I'm going to go through the solution in more detail. But we've got a problem. We're busier now than ever, and we're eating more unhealthy now than ever. We're moving less than we ever have. So why am I doing this? Number one, a few years ago, had the opportunity to share my mission with 13,000 business owners on Grant Cardone's 10X GrowthCon stage. And on that stage, I made the statement that I believe that putting your health first is the most important thing you can do for yourself as a business owner. So I want to share why I believe that is. So I want you to imagine this for a minute. Imagine you've got all the different assets here, within an organization. So, but there's one that's missing. So imagine if you had a piece of equipment in your business that's worth $1 billion, maybe more, that's responsible for the most important piece of equipment in your business, responsible for the marketing, the people, driving revenue, making sure all the processes in place. Would you run it 24/7, redline it, never do maintenance on it, and hope and pray it doesn't break down? Of course not. But let me tell you something. As a business owner, you are your company's most important asset, and most of us are neglecting that asset. So you need to, again, my number one intention today is to help, if nothing else, is to help you realize that it's not optional to take care of your body and your health as a business owner. It needs to be a part of your business plan. I've got some research in here we'll go through, but first I want to tell you a little bit about me. This is my why. So today I'm 47 years old. I run 3 businesses. I have 3 young kids. I keep 6-pack abs 365 days a year, and I run circles around guys half my age. And listen, I don't say that to brag. I say it for inspiration because, as you can see here, it hadn't always been this way. I do what I do because I grew up the chubby kid wearing the husky pants, going to the swimming pool, having to keep the white t-shirt on like people didn't know why, being embarrassed about the big spread of fat around my tummy, and I hated it. Sometimes I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago, but I remember being 11 years old. I can see it clearly. My dad had gotten a brand new VHS camera for you guys and ladies that are old enough to remember. Now we got these guys to take movies before we had the giant VHS. Russ, introduce yourself. My name's Russ. I like soccer. I like basketball. I love my dog, Rudy. Then I pause, look down, and I say, I'm fat. My mom and dad both look at each other. Awkward silence. Finally, my mom breaks the silence. She says, Russ, you're not fat. You're just husky. And these 7 words, she said that because I had to wear the husky pants going back to school. And those 7 words literally changed the direction of my life forever. I decided right then and there, I was going to be one of those fit guys like I saw in the magazines, but it was all about the abs at that time, baby. I started running. That's all I knew to do. And I learned my body didn't change. I love to eat. We're going to talk about nutrition. I'm not one of those fitness guys that loves eating chicken and vegetables all day. I like pizza. I like tacos. I like ice cream. Guess what? I'm going to tell you how you can eat all that and still be fit and healthy by the end of the presentation. But I've struggled with overeating my whole life. I've got it under control now. I've had to do a lot of work. So if you're out there thinking, oh, easy for you fitness guy to say, trust me, I know what it's like to have a real life. I know what it's like to want to have real foods. I know what it's like to not want to go to the gym. So I introduced to lifting weights in my late teens, early 20s. I liked it. I got to start building some muscle and I got decently fit. But just like a lot of you, I went into the workforce. I went into accounting, got my undergrad master's from Auburn University, started working for one of the big firms, one of the big CPA firms. I'm traveling late night, working a lot, late night business dinners, drinking, partying with my friends and coworkers in my 20s. And finally at 27 years old, I said, enough is enough. Russ, you never did what 11-year-old Russ said you were going to do. I hired a coach. I entered a 12-week international transformation contest to hold myself extra accountable. And in just 12 weeks, I took my body fat from a pretty chubby, 22, probably almost 25% body fat down to 5%, totally shredded, won the contest, got sponsored by a supplement company, got to be a sponsored athlete at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Classic, started writing for some of the bodybuilding and fitness magazines. People that work in the gym were like, Russ, what happened to you? And can you do it for me? And I knew this is what God put me on earth to do. I quit my job as an accountant. And for the past 20 years, my team and I, not just me, my team and I have helped tens of thousands of men and women transform their bodies, health, and lives. Here's my transformation pictures here. Yeah, I did the fake tan and the whole deal. This is my amazing real why here. My wife, Emily, my 3 kids, Reed, and then twins, Christian and Layton. And while I'm proud of winning that contest 20 years ago, what I'm more proud of is staying in shape for the past 20 years. And that's what I want for you. Anybody can do a 6-week, 12-week, 6-month transformation, but staying in shape, like Josh said, it's just part of who he is now and what he does. And when you have that energy that you see in him, that energy that I have, that confidence, it makes everything better. And I can't remember if I have the research in here, but it'll obviously make your health better, your relationships, how you feel, your health. But there's studies that have been done that when you are healthy, fit, and you have that confidence, or what I call that magnetic attractiveness, that you actually make more money. to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of your lifetime. And that's for people with average incomes. You guys, I know a lot of you are making a lot more. So we're literally talking about not just being healthy, fit for your life and yourself and your spouse and your children, but so that you can actually maximize your business and make more money. So we're living longer. We know that we're going to be around. We might as well enjoy that. Again, I want to go through this. Inactivity we know is bad. Diabetes is a huge problem. Heart disease, soaring, we know it's the #1 cause for men. It's actually the number 2 or 3 cause for women. It's a big, big deal, and it's scary. But the good news is a lot of this stuff can be prevented. Again, I want to go through this quickly, guys. I mean, here's some of the stuff it causes you. You know, what is being sick, unhealthy, or just not having energy cause you? Loss of energy, loss of income. If you can't work, how much money are you making? Disrupted family time, for sure. Inability to enjoy and participate in everyday activities, and overbearing medical costs. The second reason, and usually not as much with business owners, that's usually I'm too busy. Second big excuse why I wouldn't hire a coach or invest in my health and fitness. Well, it's too much money. I mean, if you think it's, you either pay now or you pay later. And there's, again, been studies done. I'm not going to go through that today. It's not the point of it, where over your life, if you don't take care of your health now, your medical bills will be dramatically higher to fix the problem later on, not to mention the lower quality of life that you're going to have. So the first thing, actually, before we get in exercise, the first thing that you have to do, I always tell people, is you have to make a decision. Every change in your life starts with a decision, but most importantly, you make that decision, then you need to make a commitment. One of my mentors, Tony Robbins, always talks about make it after you make a decision, take immediate action towards that decision, and that solidifies your commitment. So let's talk about exercise. So many people feel awkward at the gym. They don't know what to do. You can see, right? Exercise equipment, you know, raise your hand if you got a Peloton or something similar during the pandemic, and now it just has clothes on it. Nothing wrong with the Peloton. It's a great piece of equipment, but so many people don't use the equipment that they have. So here is, I love this slide. So here is what most people think it takes to get in shape. They do lots and lots of cardio. Again, that's what I did as a young kid. I started running. But what cardio does is it burns some calories. It's good for your heart. It is good exercise. But if you want to transform your body, if you want to have lean muscle, you want to be strong, you want to be confident, you want to keep your bones strong, and if you want to keep fat off, that's right, get fat off and keep fat off permanently, then you can see here, I hope you guys can see it. I'm going to go back to that. You need to have, #1, lots of clean eating. You can't out eat a bad diet. I like to say you can't eat out a bad diet. You can't out exercise a bad diet, but it's sure fun to try. But you're the core of your exercise. It's where most people get it wrong, is strength training. And you see it. You go to gyms across the world today. You see people in the cardio section. You see people doing, you know, ropes and swinging, you know, balls and doing all this high intensity cardio. And again, it's a good workout. But if you want to transform your body in the most efficient way, it gets down to lifting good old fashioned weights or doing some kind of strength training. There's so many fads today. You know, these are some of the old ones: hula hoop, body blade, aerobic, you know, again, all these different things. Boot camps are growing, and boot camps can be a good option. But some of the problems are there's limited personal attention. I found as I've gotten older, in my 40s, my body's changed. You know, we all have natural imbalances as we get older. And so it's important that you do it. You do the exercise, most important. A lot of people are scared they're going to get hurt. And I would say it's more of a risk not to do any exercise than it is to do it. But you do want to avoid injury. So you need to have personal attention. You need to have something that's specific to you. And you need to have something that actually fits in to your lifestyle. Again, the physical side is one thing. It's fun. I tell people, you know, what I do for my clients, I help them look like superheroes, but just as importantly, feel like superheroes. And today, more than ever, mental health is a big deal. People are stressed to the max. They're scared, you know, and look, I know a lot of people are struggling financially. I know most of you guys watching this are doing well with your business. You wouldn't be involved with Josh if you're not, but I know you're stressed. I know it's there. You've got all this burden on you, the financial burden, the kids, you know, making time for your spouse and trying to make time for yourself. But as cliche as it is, if the plane's going down, you need to put the oxygen mask on yourself first before you help others. And that's what taking care of your physical, mental, and emotional health is going to allow you to do. efficiency is critical. You know, I used to, when I won that contest 20 years ago, I was trained by the top natural bodybuilder in the world. So he taught, and I'm so grateful for what I learned, because bodybuilders are most people don't want to be bodybuilders. They want to be up on a stage in a little bikini, you know, all oiled up. But bodybuilders are the experts at doing two things: losing body fat and gaining lean muscle, which is really what most of us want. So I'm grateful for that. But I learned it to the extreme. Work out 2 hours in the morning with weights, hour at night with cardio, 6 days a week, maybe one rest day, eat your chicken and broccoli, you know, then 2 hours later, have a protein shake, then 2 hours later, chicken and broccoli, you know, eating 6 to 8 times a day. And it works. The problem is I trained my clients like that early on. And here in 3 months, their body's completely transformed. But the problem is, you can probably guess it, it's not sustainable for real people with kids and businesses and responsibilities. So today I work out with weights 3 to 4 times a week. And I do the same thing for my clients. I eat all the foods I enjoy: pizza, ice cream, tacos. I eat a lot of healthy stuff too: fruits, vegetables, lean meats, but I fit in real foods. And we'll talk more about nutrition in a few minutes, but I do it in a controlled, systematic way. And the consistency is more important than the intensity and the volume. Stop using time as an excuse. You know, Ed Milet, Grant Cardone. Oh my gosh, he's going to kill me. And my mind's going blank on. Josh, help me out. You know who this is.
Yes, it's also on the tip of my tongue. Oh, it's so embarrassing.
We're embarrassed. Somebody's going to know who this is, and he sees
the empathy, you know, all the geez,
well, it's going to pop to me in a second.
I'll look it up. I know.
These are 3 of the busiest guys I've ever met, and they all have one thing in common. I mean, you can see Ed Milet's arms if you know who Grant Cardone is. He's 63, 64 years old at this point, and he's one of the fittest guys I know. And you can see his wealth over the past 5 years has gone straight up. And when did he start? Interesting. About 4 or 5 years ago is when he really started getting his health. Lewis Howes, I am so sorry for not being able to remember your name right away. You are the freaking man.
That's it.
In terms of your strength training, I'm not going to go into this detail, but it's important to have a plan. And so you want to have a macro cycle, and then you want to break those up into mesocycles. That gets a little bit more complex than what we're going to get into today. But the point is, you need to change your routine. I have a new client, Jeremy, who started working with me about 6 weeks ago. He's a fit guy, owns a State Farm agency, but he's like, I'm just in a rut. I need to change things up. He hired me as his coach. After his first workout, he said, Russ, that's the first time I've been sore in 10 years. It's like, well, when's the last time you changed your routine? I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. So you need to change it up, but you need to change it up in a systematic way to keep things simple. You know, a lot of people ask, is it better for high reps or low reps? Do low reps for a period of time, 4 to 6 reps. Do medium reps for a period of time, 8 to 12 reps, and then do higher reps, 12 to 15, even 20 reps. And if you just kind of switch that up, and even if you're doing the same exercises, that's going to help you continue to progress. We know this, whether it's fair or not. First impressions make a difference in how we judge people, and we judge people on how they look, their bodies, and more importantly, their energy, how they show up. I call it, again, that magnetic attractiveness. A lot of people, we want immediate results today. So I tell people, why should you invest in your health and fitness from a business standpoint? You know, it's going to help you, give you your best chance. We can't control everything, but it's going to be your best chance to live a long time. And as we see all these wealthy people, Warren Buffett's a great example. He's not a great example of health, but he says, you know, one of the reasons I'm one of the richest men in the world is I've lived a long time. I've had time. You know, when you're accumulating your wealth, it's kind of like that. And then the last years is when it goes straight up. But we all want that immediate impact. So here you go. When you get a great workout in, specifically, I believe a strength training workout, you get that confidence, you get that inside animal, beast or beastette. You walk into the meeting in person or onto Zoom a different man or woman. You've got that magnetic attractiveness that people can feel, and it makes them want to do business with you. Here's the study I talked about earlier. This is Paul. He's one of my clients. He lives in the UK. He started working with me. This is a great example. He lost over 80 pounds of fat. He's now gaining lean muscle. He got down to about 10% body fat. Now he's moving up. His goal is to gain muscle while staying pretty lean. He's eating over 4,000 calories a day. staying lean and building muscle. He's also started 2 businesses and has tripled his income compared to what he was making. So he's a great example of not just body and health transformation, but business. I don't have time to go into all the detail on the train and eating today. So what I do want to do for you guys before I forget is give you a free copy of my book, Live Longer, Feel Better, Look Great Naked. That's where I go into detail on exactly, what I do at 47 years old to stay in the best shape of my life and do it in a way, working out 3 times a week, eating real food. So you guys can get that at freenakedbook.com. Yes, that is the URL. And be careful typing it in, or you might get something that you don't want. Nutrition. I wasn't lying when I told you I'm not one of those guys that loves to eat healthy. Now, this is not super recent. I don't do this anymore, but it's more recent than I'd like to admit. This is a contest with a pizza place, Big Pie in the Sky. If you've ever seen the show Man vs. Food, it's one of the ones that he failed. Me and my friend, we did it. We won the contest. We got $250. I threw up. The rest of the night was not worth it. I do not recommend that. I put that in for fun. So eating, hardest part. Who believes it's the hardest part? Who's heard it's 80% success is the eating? All fitness people, nutrition people tell you that. I actually disagree with that. I think it's 50-50, because if you're not doing the strength training, you're never gonna have the really great body that you want. But I just think they say it's 80% because the eating's the hardest part. I mean, let's face it, going to work out, if you're not used to it, can be hard. But once you get in the pattern, working out 3-4 times a week, it's not that, for an hour, 45 minutes an hour, it's not that big a deal. But the other, 23 hours of the day, what you put in your mouth is going to control your results. And it's not only, it's confusing too. You got low carb, liquid diet, grapefruit diet, detox, cabbage, macros, like intermittent fasting, don't eat after 6, eat every 2 hours. Like, it's freaking confusing. But more so, it's hard to get yourself to actually do it. And so what I do with nutrition, I've done everything, literally. I told you I did the whole bodybuilding thing. I've done intermittent fasting. I've done low carb. What I do for myself and my clients now is, first of all, help you understand there's a difference between eating healthy and eating to look good. Eating healthy is micronutrition. That's things like getting your fruits, your vegetables, all the phytonutrients, all that kind of vitamins, minerals. And you get that from fruits, vegetables, legumes, staying away from too much processed, food, sugar, starch, gluten, alcohol, all that stuff. But you may know somebody who eats, quote unquote, super clean. They're still overweight, or they're skinny fat. Like, I wouldn't want that body, right? Eating to look good, to be lean, muscular, fit, all comes down to getting your calories right and getting your macronutrients right, which is just the 3 types of calories: protein, carbohydrates, and fat. And to simplify that, if you can get your calories right and you can get your protein right, then you can look and super fit and be super fit. And the crazy thing is, if you really know how to do that, you can do that eating junk food. And I have to be careful of that because I love junk food. So I can look good. And I've done this where I look good, but I'm eating mostly unhealthy, processed foods. That's no good, because you're not going to feel your best. You're not going to perform your best. And you're definitely not going to be healthy. The best answer is to eat all healthy food and get your calories and protein right. I know 3 people who eat clean, perfectly, no processed, no fun foods all the time. One of them is lying. The other, I just recently found out, is lying. And the third one is telling the truth, and he's probably going to live longer than all of us. For the rest of us, here's what I do for myself, guys. And this has been a game changer. 75 to 80% of the time, I focus on the healthy, nutritious foods. 20 to 25% of the time, a little bit every day. I eat a little bit of ice cream every day. I eat whatever I want, not labeling it good or bad, because that creates psychological problems or unhealthy relationship with food. But 100% of the time, so I'm eating mostly healthy food, fitting some fun stuff in without feeling guilty, without calling it a cheat day or whatever. But 100% of the time, or as close to 100 as I can, I get my calories right and my protein right. That's a way you can look like a superhero, feel like a superhero, have great health, energy, but most important, eat normal foods. You don't have to feel deprived. And most importantly, it's realistic and sustainable for the rest of your life. Anything extreme fails. The Biggest Loser, I don't know if it shows it here, but they lose, I'm sure you're familiar with that show. People lose a tremendous amount of weight. Most of them, almost everyone gains the weight back, almost virtually 100%. And it's because, when they're on the farm, on the camp, they've got the trainers, they've got the accountability, they've got, the meals taste as good as, or close to as good as the real thing, but are way less in calories and even have some protein. So stacked protein pancakes are fantastic. They actually taste as good as the real thing. Put some sugar-free syrup, Quest protein chips, again, not a health food. I'm not saying it's a health food, but if you're going at one of the tricks I use, we'll go to the Mexican restaurant instead of eating the chips and guac and cheese dip, 1,000, 1,500 calories, couple of bags of Quest protein chips. They taste really good. They're almost like Doritos. It's 20 grams of protein, 130 calories per bag. Another success story, Chris Clark, he's a great success. He had early signs of heart disease in his early 40s. Now, he's lost, over 50 pounds, completely transformed his body. Oh, there we go. There's the after, but he says, look, Russ, like no signs of heart disease. You guys literally helped save my life. He's a successful TV person here in Atlanta. So let's recap. You got to make a decision. You got to make a commitment that this is important to you. And then you've got to get a plan. You got to put that plan into action. You've got to exercise. Remember, focusing on your strength training, eating, focus on mostly healthy foods, fit some fun foods in, get your protein right, get your calories right. And there's ways to figure that out. I'll give you the quick formula because some of you are wondering. Take your body weight times 15 for a man, body weight times 12 for a woman. That's going to be your, and this is a very rough formula, but that's going to be your theoretical number of calories it takes just to maintain your body every day. So then you want to get, what I like to do for my clients, what I recommend, get in about a 400 to 600 calorie deficit. That's enough to lose body fat consistently, about a pound to a pound and a half of fat per week, which there's a 3,500 calories in a pound of fat. So if you're in a 500 calorie deficit, 7 days a week, that's 3,500 if I'm doing my math right, about a pound per week. But you're going to be a little hungry. If you're not a little hungry, you're not losing fat, but you shouldn't be starving. If your calories are too low, you're starving, you're not likely to stick with it. You're likely to say, forget it. Also, you risk losing lean muscle, which I don't have the time to talk about why that's a huge problem, but that's actually counterproductive and is a huge, huge problem. Now, if you're massively obese, that, and you multiply that 15 times your body weight, it's probably going to do too high. So the bottom line is you need to pick a number for your calories. You need to track it. And yes, I know it takes work, but anything worthwhile takes work. And for a period of time, only 3 things can happen. Either your body's changing. I don't care about the scale. Scale's not a great indicator of your success, but you could tell waist getting smaller, clothes fitting better, you're feeling good. You got a good number, keep going. If nothing's changing, either your number's too high or you're not tracking properly. You're not being honest with yourself. So get that fixed. Or if you're dropping weight like crazy and you're starving, usually doesn't happen. That means your number may be too low, bring it up. But you can do all the right technical things. But again, remember The Biggest Loser. If you don't change what's going on here, then you're never going to get the best results and you're never going to get permanent results. So the 2 key factors to getting results that aren't part of the technical part that go with your mindset is number 1, accountability. And this needs to be accountability to not just, the same 5 friends you tell every year, hey, I'm going to lose weight, and they know you're not going to do it. They don't care. Accountability to somebody that is going to hold your feet to the fire, and you know who that is. Better yet, put it out on social media. Better yet, get a coach that is going to give you the plan you can feel confident in, whether it's me or somebody else, and it's going to hold your feet to the fire. One of the first things I do for my private clients, I have a private coaching group. They have to post in the group, introduce themselves, post their commitment, and post their pictures, men shirt off, women, tight clothing, so that people can see, you can see your picture, you see your body, it's out there. And again, not to embarrass anybody, but to hold each other accountable. And then you put it out there, you're accountable, but also like in my group, have people, men, women, different shapes, sizes all over the world. You've got a group coming together to support you. And it's great to have that accountability, but ultimately it lies on you. It lies on you. And so you've got to change any limiting beliefs, and we all have them. Like if you have limiting beliefs about money, we have limiting beliefs about relationships, we definitely have limiting beliefs about our body. And even whether you think you do or you don't, if your body and health is not where it is, you do. And you have to fix that stuff if you want to have permanent results. This is just showing this. I love this example. This is super simple. Virginia Polytech University shows the power of accountability. Each week, person in group 1 got a simple phone call. Hey, did you do your exercise this week? Other group got no calls, and you can see the results. For again, still not amazing from that 1 a week call, 45% compared to 2% with a no phone call. Massive, massive difference in that accountability. Stress is a huge, huge problem. We talked about that a little bit. A lot of people say, Russ, you're the most positive person I've ever met, maybe besides Josh. And I'm telling you, it's not by accident. I wasn't born this way. I was lucky enough, or one of my early mentors, and I believe in mentors and coaches, man, she told me, Russ, watching the news is literally like sticking poison into your veins. And since then, I hardly ever watch the news. Be like, well, how are you going to know what's going on? Like, everybody else is going to tell me if it's something important enough. And so I followed that. But today, guess what? You got to be careful with social media, because social media is the news in disguise. And guess what gets people's attention? Guess what draws you back in, which is the job of each of those apps competing with each other, is something that gets under your skin. And the crazy thing with social media, they know how to customize it to you to piss you off, create fear and anxiety. So for some of you, like, just getting off social media for 30 days will make a tremendous difference in your mindset. The other side, I tell people, if you go through the day neutral, you're going to end up negative. There's too much negativity. So I'm constantly listening from morning throughout the day, when I'm working out, when I'm walking, when I'm going to bed, putting positive things in my mind, podcasts, positive books, inspirational things, to put that, mindset on, put that armor on. And I'm telling you, one of my mentors now, he puts it this way: what you think about is what you talk about. What you talk about is what you do, and what you do becomes your life. And it all starts here. And I'm telling you, these 6 inches between your head, I know you've heard this before. All the guru, motivational, life change, personal development people tell you that. But I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, like, controlling this thing is the answer to getting everything that you want in life, including amazing health and body. And the bottom line is, most of us don't have it, but there are solutions for businessmen and women who want to be in that 1%. So again, working out 3 to 4 times a week, eating properly in a realistic, sustainable way, correcting any muscular imbalances so that you can actually feel good and not just look good. And if you can do all these things, go do it, so you have a choice now, and let's go through this quickly. Yeah. If you're going to do it on your own, go do it. If you're going to get a coach, these are some of the things you look at. You want to find someone that's going to motivate you. It's going to be generally interested in what you're doing, that has appointments, has accountability, has something science-based, walk the walk. These are some of my clients. This is Kathy. People ask, you just work with guys? No, this is Kathy Igu. We need to update her picture. She's lost more weight, specifically more body fat. And this is another thing too. So here's a little secret. It's going to be easier for guys. Sometimes I'll have spouses working together, and the guy will start dropping, body fat super quick. Lady, it takes longer. It's just the way it is, especially if you're, in your 50s, your body changes, your hormones change. But so that's the bad news. Just accept it. The good news, and everybody's genetics are different. We can't change that. But I have a whole video on my Body Transformation University, which is the coaching program I work with my clients. It's on genetics. A lot of people are like, does that matter? Genetics matter. Like, there's certain things, like, I'll never be a pro bodybuilder. I tried to do that, and that's a whole nother story, but I just don't have the genetics for that. But you have the genetics you have, and you can become the best version of yourself. So I love Kathy. She's, a female. She's 69 years old now. She struggled with weight her entire life. And she came to me, a little over a year ago. She said, Russ, enough is enough. I'm ready to do this. So she made that decision, that commitment, and she's now lost over 80 pounds. She's lost more since these pictures here. She looks unbelievable. She feels, 20, 30 years younger. So regardless of your age, regardless if you're a man or woman, this can work for you. Here's a few more inspirational, transformations. There's Richard from UK. This one, I love Stephen. I can relate to him because a lot of people see me. They say, Russ, I told you I grew up that chubby kid. It hasn't always been easy, but they think, oh man, you're just this fit guy now. It's easy for you. I had about 30 years old, I started having pain in my hips and found that I had early bone-on-bone arthritis. I got worse and worse, struggled with it for a long time. And so after 41 years old, after, I could barely walk, man. I was still toughing it out, working out. I tried all the natural things. I had a hip replacement at 41 years old, full hip replacement. 7 days after surgery, the worst thing that can possibly happen happened. It dislocated. The worst pain by far I've ever felt in my life. Physically, but emotionally. And I told you how strong I am on the mental stuff. And this is only 6 years ago, guys. 6 years ago, I was in a pretty dark place. I ate pizza 13 days in a row, feeling sorry for myself, literally, not a joke. And then I finally said, enough is enough. And again, look, when you work on your mindset, being positive, doesn't mean you're never going to get down. but it's how fast you can get up. And that was the longest I've stayed down, since I've started working on my mindset. But it was devastating. I was scared, like I was never going to be able to walk again, never be able to work out again. And it took me a good 3 years plus to get my hip feeling strong and healthy through a lot of different rehab, a lot of therapies. But I was determined there would be a way. I would not give up. And so now I'm able to, not do everything the way I used to do it. I have to adjust, but I can work out my legs. I can do a lot of things. So Stephen here, I don't know if he mentions it here, but he has a hip replacement. He had a hip replacement surgery as well. He's doing amazing. So regardless of your situation, injuries, you can do this. So this is going to end so the last thing, I've been through a lot in my life. I shared a couple of things, and we can't control everything. But the one thing, you can't control the economy. You can't control something like COVID we never expected. You can't control other people letting you down, stealing from you, cheating on you, whatever. But you can control how you look and how you feel. And everything I've been through, the one thing I've been able to go back to is my exercise, my nutrition, not only controlling, my health in my body, but controlling my pride and my confidence. And everything that I do is better because of that. I promise you, your business, your relationships, your happiness, if you're a Christian like I am, your purpose for God. And that's what I want for you. So this is going to end our time together. I know the Platinum Diamond guys, you're going to actually get access to my 30-day body transformation kickstart program. So I can't wait to continue our journey together to get you guys going your best body, health, and energy. For everybody else, I hope that you've gotten 1 or 2 nuggets from this. And I wish you extraordinary success in your business, extraordinary health, extraordinary relationships. Be great and be awesome. See you soon.
Russ, that was just so awesome. I just want to cap this with a couple of things. First off, for our friends who are listening, our VIP attendees, our diamonds and our platinums, can you mention just a little bit about what they're going to get? Because I'll tell you, Russ, I was in your program and it was absolutely the impetus I needed. I loved it, ultimately working with you. I love the community. I love the support. I love the, again, just kind of changing of the brain. But would you mind sharing a little bit about what's in that program? And again, to our friends that are at Platinum Diamond, there's an upgrade link. If this is, along with all the other speaker freebies, if you're like, okay, this is starting to rack up here in terms of value, what's included in that program?
Definitely. So it's a 30-day program. It'll tell you, it comes in a PDF format. So it tells you exactly what to do day by day for your workouts, exactly how to figure out how many calories, how much protein you need to be eating. It's got, the exercises, it's got supplements if you want to use that. And you literally step-by-step PDF, but more important, it's intensive. I'm going to tell you, this is a 30-day transformation program designed to get massive results in 30 days. And I'm a big believer in making this a lifestyle. So 30 days is not going to be, depending on what your goals are, probably not going to completely transform your body. And you need to keep doing something, but getting started is one of the hardest parts. And I created this program because people want to see results quickly. So if you follow the program, you will see and feel dramatic results in 30 days. But the other great thing about it is some people, this does have some 2-a-day workouts because again, these are fast results. My Body Transformation University, which is my longer program, you're working out once a day, 3 or 4 times a week. But for the 30 days, it's intensive. But you also do get access to my private coaching group, which is direct access to me. So that's where you can ask me any questions you want. And that's where I can help customize it, because some people want to go all in, follow the program, say I'm really committing to this, maybe willing to do 2 workouts, for 30 days. Some people, that's just not realistic. So we can help customize that to you. Obviously, your situation. This is where having a great coach comes in. Some people have access to a gym. Some people want to work out at home. About 30 to 40% of my clients work out at home. I have a complete body weight routine I created because of COVID. Some people have no equipment at home. Some people, again, have different injuries. So having that someone, whether it's me or someone else, to really be able to customize, answer your questions, provide that accountability, that support, that community. So that's what the Diamond and Platinum people will get is the program, plus, again, access to my highest level mastermind coaching community.
It absolutely works, Russ. I started out the year and I was 200. I was pushing 200. I was over 200. And I'm now in I did 169. And boy, it was so great when I saw that 169.9 and then I got a 169.6. And, in hindsight, at points along the journey, I was like, is this hard? Well, yeah, it's effort, or it's more, it's just more just being conscious really, about, and that pyramid that you showed, kind of early in the presentation, absolutely it. Absolutely it. I'll be honest, I did not kill myself on cardio at all. Like it was mainly just to the right activity and consistent atomic habits, is like over and over and over and over again. And initially there was that enthusiasm, then it got hard, and then it got easy, because then it was just like, of course I'm going to do that, right? Of course I'm not going to eat that. Of course I'm going to try and, keep clocking away those calorie deficits day after day. But anyway, I don't want to get too much into the minutia. Russ, thank you so much for your presentation. Again, I just want to also just add, yes, for me, every area of my life has improved. My physical, because one thing I didn't share at the beginning, even my physical intimacy life has absolutely improved. In addition to business, relationships, mental health, all that
Nothing
stuff.
else will get people to take action. Maybe that will.
Yeah, right. If you want, if you want more hot sex, there we go. We're all adults in the room. All right, Russ, thank you so much, Russ Yeager. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, awesome. So that was my presentation with Russ. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, camera's back on. So what I want to ask the question is, who was one of the last coaches that you hired? You don't have to name them by name, or if you don't want to share the intimate details of what that coaching relationship was, but who is a coach that you've worked with? If you want to name them by name, that's also cool. But who's a coach that you've worked with, and how did it work out? Well, tell us a success story of a coach that you worked out with and it worked well. So obviously you heard me kind of talking about my experience with Russ. That was on the physical side, but I got to tell you, again, I hire a lot of coaches because I need to be who I need to be for the people that I love most, my family. I need to be who I need to be for my team, for my audience, for my clients and stuff. So I invest pretty heavily up here so that I can be that person that I need to be. But Steph, I suspect you've hired a coach in the past. Do you mind? Oh, I turned off, hang on a second. I turned off some settings here about how to mute everybody, but now I can't find where if I click on participants. Hey, another co-host. Now I can allow people to unmute themselves and
I'm gonna confuse.
Oh, yay. Sorry about that. You're all like, I'm trying to click unmute. It's not letting me. All right, Steph.
I was like, finally, it's not me this time.
Yeah. I'd love to grab 3 stories of someone who has worked with any kind of coach, and how was that helpful for you?
Yeah, it's the coach, of course, was absolutely helpful, engaging, captivating, really got me excited and motivated. But the biggest thing, and I'm seeing this a lot in the coaching world, is the community that came with it. So everyone else who's working with the same coach, anyone at different levels, and then we had some smaller private groups. And then I took it a step far, because I always believe that if you're looking for these opportunities, even if they aren't existing in being spelled out for you, I took it a step further and I found 4 other people working with the same coach, and we created this little mini mastermind. And still to this day, we talk almost daily and boost each other up with our businesses. And so, yes, I had a phenomenal experience with coaching. And I think don't ever get limited by what your coach offers. Take it a step further and find others who are like-minded with you. Because there's so much power in that community, like we've heard from Russ, and like we've heard in some of the great speakers with Tan and Jesse. So yeah, I can go on, but
Awesome. Anybody else? Anybody that's watching right now, go ahead and pop on your camera so we can see your smiling face. And then who else has ever worked with a coach? Denise, have you worked with any coaches in the past? And if so, was that helpful for you?
I still have a coach. So I still, even though I do coaching, I still pay someone to coach me. And I have a mentor of whom I don't pay, but she most certainly helps me as I throw ideas her way. She'll come back with suggestions or yeses or nos. But the point of it is that we are always better when we have someone else to work with, because we only see what we want to see sometimes. They can help us see the big picture and how to direct ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you, I think right now, so let me see, I'm going to try and go through all the coaches that I have right now. So just for this event, we had an operations management coach, and she was fantastic. She had the systems and answered a lot of the minutia of just those little questions that, when you want to accomplish something, when you want to do something, there are an infinite number of decisions, right? And some of them are very small. Hey, if I eat this, is it going to make that big of a difference? Well, no, probably, and it's really nice to just, again, kind of bounce that stuff off of a coach. And in the case of an event, obviously, we had a gazillion little decisions that we could make. I've got someone that's helping me with a book. I've got someone we're going to be engaging with, in terms of like website design, conversion optimization, affiliate marketing. I mean, every aspect, leadership, sales, and I make big investments in that because eventually, I don't want to be the guy who has to come up with all the answers. Are there any leaders in this call who have raised your hand? If you hop on video, raise your hand so I can see you, right? Have you ever suffered from leadership fatigue? Where it's you just have to make and it's tough. And I'd say one of the toughest things if you're a founder CEO like me is just sometimes it feels like you have to come up with all of the ideas all the time. And it is so nice when you can say, that's a great question. Let's ask our advisor and get their perspective on that rather than me just guessing at that all the time. So, Arthur, Jan, I know that Arthur you're a very growth-oriented gentleman. Your company is doing quite well, and I know that you've made investments in bringing good people in. By the way, like your lower third.
Thank you. Yeah. We, I've had to make a lot of, changes, good changes. Brought people in, brought different types of teams in and that kind of thing, and of course, bringing you and your team in helped a lot too, Josh. So we're just, trying to grow in a whole variety of different ways. And one of the ways that really helps is just the organic outreach, the exposure, having good coaches, having ways to just connect with people in so many different ways.
Yeah, it's terrific. All right. And finally, I want to toss it to my good buddy, Joe. I see on camera. By the way, if you're on camera, I want to give you the opportunity as well. If I call on you, ask a question, you answer a question, please in the chat, share your website, share what you do. Again, the more connections we can help make, the better. Arthur, what was your website?
Our website is jointhenestteam.com. That's NEST, jointhenestteam.com. And that's our business website. Our consumer website is nestpt.com. So we got two different ways to reach us, but we'd love for you to check us out, jointhenestteam.com. Love to connect with all of you guys and check out our podcast at some time too.
Yeah. Steph Hilfer, I asked you a question earlier, so I want to give you your due, your props. Your website is getvim.com. You just put that in the chat window. Thank you so much. Steph is a brilliant branding advisor, consultant, coach. You've got an amazing system. Essentially, if you ever come across someone and it's man, they're really good at what they do, but their website looks like they might be a 2 out of 10 as opposed to they're at least a solid 3. No, they're solid 8, right? But they look like they're a 2 or 3. Send them to Steph. Steph's going to get them all worked out. And then Denise, I called on you earlier too. What is your website or way to people can get a hold of you?
Success with AI. So success with artificial intelligence.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting. All right. Okay, good. Well, I need to get going to our next presentation, because speaking of, there's one thing. Sorry, Joe, I kind of teased you, but I gotta make sure I stay on time. I'm on military time. So our next presentation is going to be really valuable. Like, again, if we're in that learning environment, and how to make sure that we are, because again, we hire coaches because coaches can see what we just don't have the ability to see ourselves. And similarly, I think we run into situations where it's pretty easy for us to just, when we think of like, how our website functions in that flow, and what people's initial impressions of them, of our websites, of our social, of everything. Sometimes it can be pretty easy to just assume that, well, it's all going pretty well, when in fact, again, there are some tests that we can do, so we can know, well, how are we presenting to the world? And so let's get to my presentation with James Hipkin. Now, out of over 1,400 interviews that I've done on The Thoughtful Entrepreneur, the guest that I was just most impressed with when it comes to UX, when it comes to being empathic to your guests, your users, your customers, your audience, and the guy who knows the art and the science and has the wisdom, experience, and portfolio to back it up, is this man right here who's about to speak with you. It's James Hipkin. James, I'm so excited to have you at Fame and Profit Summit. Can you just give us a taste of what folks are about to learn on your presentation here?
Well, I think what they're going to learn is how to turn their website into a valuable mid-funnel engagement tool that will build relationship with their best customers and build know, like, and trust, so that when folks sign up, they're signing up for the right reasons.
Yeah. All right, James, without further ado, let's get to the show.
The most valuable digital asset that a business owns is its website. And most of them are terrible. So why do I say this? Well, think about it. The first interaction that most of your new customers have with you is your website. I'll take that even further. Even your existing customers, a key point of contact for them is going to be the business website. And I'm saying a very broad thing. I mean, I'm saying most of them are terrible. Really, most of them are not up to the task that they're designed or that they could have. Your website is very important. It is your first and best opportunity to build a relationship with potential customers, with your prime prospects. Your website could be used by the business and by your customers as a platform, as an opportunity to build a relationship, to get it off to a good start, to nurture it, and to build that long-term know, like, and trust. I'm going to talk about that a bit more in a second. The website is it's all about mid-funnel marketing, which is all about know, like, and trust. And that's why I say most websites are not up to the task. And the missing link in the vast majority of situations is an absence of strategy. When I do website audits, and I do website audits frequently, 6secondsorless.com, the most common thing that I see, the most common error that I see, is an absence of strategy. So we spend the first 15 minutes of a 30-minute website audit call not talking about the website at all. We spend that time talking about who exactly is your best customer, and by extension, who's the prime prospect that you're trying to attract. And then The next thing is, what's their journey? What's going through their mind as they determine that they have a problem that needs to be solved? They start figuring out how they're going to go about solving that problem. They start prospecting for a solution, a more specific solution, and then they engage with that solution to actually, hopefully, solve their problem. That journey is very important, and understanding who your prime prospect is and what their journey is very important. So I'm going to tend to spend a little bit of time here, again, not talking about the website, but talking about strategy, and specifically talking about the customer avatar and the customer journey. Now, the customer avatar is something you've probably heard of before. You may even have one. I would suggest that you take it out if you do and have a good hard look at it. It typically has 4 quadrants. The upper left-hand quadrant is where you describe the demographics of your best customer. The upper right-hand quadrant is where you describe their attitudes. How do they think? What do they believe? The lower left-hand quadrant is where you describe their pain. What is the problem that they're trying to solve, or the problems that they're trying to solve? And then in the lower right-hand quadrant is where you put their gain. What do they gain from working with you? This mapping of the customer in 4 parts is extremely useful for digital marketing. The demographics help you understand your best media channels. The attitudes help you understand your messaging and content strategy, the tonality that you're going to use. How do you talk to these folks? The pain that they're experiencing is how you talk about and engage with them by talking about their problems. And then the gain is where you get to talk about your solution for their problems. But the hierarchy I've just gone through is important. And it really strongly relates, as I think you'll see in a few minutes, to the website. The customer journey is the other piece. Many companies have an avatar. Yes, James, we have an avatar. Fantastic. Then I'll ask them, have you mapped the customer journey? Well, no. And this is really, really important, because one of the underlying principles of good direct response marketing is get the right message to the right person at the right time. Now, understanding what the right message is and what the right time is, both of those things are connected to the journey. The right customer is obviously connected to the avatar. Let's talk about the right customer again in a little bit more detail. The right customer is your best customer. And when I say best customer, I'm not just being charitable or, throwing an adjective in there for fun. Best customers, let me rephrase that. Every category, virtually every category, has heavy category users. These are the folks who represent the majority of sales in the category. Think about the 80-20 rule. 20% of customers are generating 80% of sales in the category. That is a very important distinction, because these heavy category users, and the percentage might be different in your category, that's not the important part. The important part is that there's a small percentage of customers who are representing the majority of sales. That exists in your customer base and it exists in your category. What you want is your customer base to have a disproportionate number of these best customers compared to other people and compared to your competitors. You may have heard you hear this talked about with loyalty marketing, that a 1 to 2% increase in the loyalty of a customer base can generate a 20 to 80% increase in the net present value of that customer base. I've actually done this work in my past, and it's solid, But why such a big range? Why 20% to 80%? This is where the best customers get involved. We've found when we looked at customer bases, if the customer base has a disproportionate number of best customers, heavy category users, then the impact of improvements in loyalty have a multiplying effect on the impact to the net present value of the customer base. Because these best customers are heavy users. They have a much stronger and more powerful need for what the category is selling, what you are selling, than the average customer. They're also a whole lot more knowledgeable. They're knowledgeable about the products, what the products offer, how the products work. They're knowledgeable about the competitors. They know what the competitors are offering. They know what you are offering. So you need to recognize that when you're developing your content and when you're mapping your journey. And when you're just creating your avatar, it works back upstream. These are all strategic things that really, really make a difference to the effectiveness of all of your digital marketing and most specifically to the effectiveness of the website. Because what you're trying to do with the website is support the journey that your best prospect, your prime prospect, is on. And this doesn't happen by accident. You need a strategy. And that's why I'm say with confidence, the website is the most valuable digital asset that the business owns, and most of them are terrible. Now that I've spent some time talking about strategy and how important strategy is to digital marketing overall, but more specifically to the website, let's talk about the website in more detail. You may have heard about the goldfish. The goldfish has an attention span of 9 seconds. It's a myth. It's not actually true. But as a business owner, you should be so lucky. You really have 6 seconds or less to engage visitors who get to your website. And let me tell you something. The 6 seconds doesn't start when the website has loaded. The 6 seconds starts when the website is asked for. So I'm going to quickly run through the 6 ways to engage website visitors in 6 seconds or less, and then we're going to talk about each one of them in a bit more detail. As I just alluded, the first way is make the page load fast. It should load in a second. Maybe a little bit more, ideally a little bit less, but 4.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds, you are eating up the time that you have, the attention that you have from this prospective customer. And it's a relatively simple thing to fix, generally, but something to be very aware of and that people often miss out on. Now, the other thing about a fast loading website is that this is a trust event. And if you've followed any of my conversations around digital marketing funnels, the mid funnel is super important. And the kinds of activities that go on the website, these are all mid funnel activities. You've attracted them, top of the funnel. Now you're into the mid funnel. And mid funnel is all about building know, like, and trust. And if your website takes 4.5 seconds to load, suddenly they're questioning your business, questioning, are these people serious? Is this a legitimate company? Why is this taking so long? This is a trust event. So take the steps you need to take to ensure that your website loads quickly. The second is, are you in the right place? Now, what do I mean by that? Are you in the right place? You have to think, this comes back to the journey that the customer is on. How did they hear about you? Most traffic to most business websites is a function of referrals. Those referrals could be a function of advertising, could be social media, could be friend tells a friend, colleague tells a colleague. They've heard about you somewhere, public speaking, networking, however they're hearing about you. that the first thing they're going to do is go to your website to check you out. Now, have they heard about you as a function of your name? Or have they heard about you as a function of your business name? And understanding that distinction is really important. I see this frequently. I'll ask, so how are people hearing about you? And they say, well, it's my name mostly. Huh. So where's your name on your homepage? I see this wonderful big fancy logo and this company name that people probably have never heard of. So job one, am I in the right place? That's the thing that's going on in the mind of the consumer. That's where they are in their journey. Am I in the right place? You want that to be a checkbox. You want that to be instantaneous recognition. Another example of the importance of this. If your social media posts and your email marketing have a color palette that's not the same color palette as they're going to find on the website, suddenly they're thinking, huh, am I in the right place? Are you using the same fonts? A lot of these things are subtle, but they're no less important for that. You want people to feel confident that they're in the right place. Another trust event. The third thing that you want to do is give them a benefit-oriented reason to stay. Don't talk about yourself. Talk about their problems. They're on their journey, and this is all about them. This is all about what they're trying to solve, the problem they're trying to solve. If you can lead with their problem so that they're going, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Then you've engaged them. You've engaged them in a natural way. What often happens, and what I see frequently, is the website shouts at them. The website is like all about, my God, we're awesome, and we've got all these things, and we have these features, and these attributes, and these partners, and these years of experience, and all this wonderful stuff. Shout, shout, shout. That's not what builds a relationship, and that's not what this customer, this prime prospect, is looking for. So look at your website. Look at the hero. Are you talking about their problem, or are you talking about yourself? There's a place for that. There's a place for you to talk about yourself. And that's when you present the solution. And when you present the solution, you're going to want to provide reasons to believe. Why is this a credible solution? Why is your offer legitimate? That's where you get to talk about yourself. But you're talking about yourself in the context of the problem that the prime prospect is trying to solve. This is a much more powerful hierarchy of information than just starting right off the top, shouting at them about how awesome you are. Okay? Now, other ways you can present reason to believe, brands of businesses that you work with. We have an executive coach that we work with, and he works with the C-suite at Apple. And he puts up the Apple logo, and he's allowed to do that because he's working with them. And my God, that gives credibility. Testimonials is another reason to believe tool. Testimonials are great. It's this kind of social proof, but use them very, very strategically. You don't need 12 testimonials in a carousel. That's a waste of digital landscape. 1 or 2 powerful, targeted, impactful testimonials is all you need, because all you're trying to do is provide evidence, reasons why they can believe that your solution is legitimate. If you have to oversell the reasons to believe, they start to question the validity of your solution. Another trust event. 5-star ratings are another great way to communicate, your credibility and provide a reason to believe. Okay, so the next thing that you want to do, and this is an interesting concept, I want you to take the word call to action, which is actually 3 words, but take call to action out of your vocabulary and replace it with pathways. You want the homepage to provide pathways for prime prospects. The reality is most businesses, their audience is not homogeneous. There are probably significant 2 or 3 significant subsegments in your audience that have look different demographically, look different attitudinally, have different pain points, and will gain different things from working with you. You want an avatar for each one of these subsegments, and you want to create pathways on the home page for those subsegments. So you call them out. You call them out with words, you call them out visually, and then you give them a hint as to the benefits they're going to get if they follow through on the pathway. Now, effectively, this is a call to action. But the semantics are important because it changes your mindset. Because right now you're not just shouting at them with a call to action, you're supporting their journey with a pathway. And when they select that pathway, there's 2 powerful and profound things that are happening. They're telling you who they are, and they're giving you permission to tell them more about your products and services. So the landing page that they end up on when they select that pathway can be richer, can be more focused on the kinds of offers and the gains that they can have experienced by working with you. And you still want to be conscious of the basic principles. Am I in the right place? If they've clicked the pathway for, people of their characteristics, they want to land on a web page which instantly acknowledges that this page is designed for people with their characteristics. Am I in the right place? Then give them a benefit-oriented reason to stay. Talk about their problems, and then present your solutions. It doesn't hurt to repeat yourself in this area, but be very specific. You want to tailor the images and tailor the words to be very, very specific to this subsegment of your audience. And you may do that 2 or 3 times. Another trick about this is most people don't buy the first time they come to the website. So echo your pathways in your main navigation. Put your other stuff, contact us, about us, all those sort of secondary things, put them up in the secondary navigation or put them in the footer. Focus your primary navigation on the pathways that your best prospect is likely to want to return to, so that it's easy for them to get to the right place. Now, the next thing you want to do with the pathway, with the website, is more visual. Make the content easy to consume. Recognize that visual hierarchy is important. Recognize that most people are right-handed. They will scan the web page from the upper left-hand corner to the lower right-hand corner. Don't put your call to action, your pathway, in the lower left-hand corner because that's the least scanned spot on a page is the lower left-hand corner. I see this all the time. Designers do this because they're just concerned about, how the page looks. But from a user experience point of view, you're going to be much better served if you've got your pictures on the left and your call to action on the right. Now, as you get deeper into a page, you can start oscillating back and forth because you've earned the right. You've earned the engagement of the audience, and that back and forth makes the page more attractive. You want to have lots of white space. You want to use images to support the words. You don't want the images to get in the way of the words. And a good example of this is we strongly recommend that clients not use sliders on their homepage, because sliders like, oh, look, a bird. Oh, what's that? Suddenly you're distracting people with this motion, and the motion is not contributing to their journey. I've got a lot of things I want to say. Well, that's awesome. But right now, they're just interested in solving their problem. So give them the pathway to that. Now, a slider on the secondary page that can work really well for you, Because as I said to you before, when a prime prospect has picked a pathway, they've told you who they are and they've given you permission to give them more information. So that's where a slider can be very effective. On the homepage, it's a distraction. On a landing page for a pathway, it can be a powerful way to get your message across. Other things you can do about visual hierarchy, line length is an important consideration. Newspapers are printed in columns for a reason. Columns are easier to read. Don't make your lines of copy stretch across the entire page. That's hard to read. Be very aware of contrast. Back to the avatar. If your demographics, your prime prospect is over 40, our visual acuity tends to fall off once we hit 40. And that makes things harder to see on digital screens. So contrast is really important. White reversed out type on top of an image background is very hard to read. So be very conscious of those kinds of design things. Use your visual hierarchy from the point of your text. Your main title should be larger and bolder than a secondary subtitle. And then tertiary level subtitles should be equally, smaller and less impactful. So people can just scan through and absorb the content as you intend to have them absorb it. Versus what am I supposed to look at next? There's so much stuff going on the page. I don't know where to look next. So don't do that. So those are the 6 ways to engage website visitors in 6 seconds or less. You want to make sure that the website loads fast. You want to make sure that they instantaneously understand they're in the right place. You want to give them a benefit-oriented reason to stay. You want to make their pathway clear. And you want to inspire trust. And then finally, you want to make the content easy to consume. So bringing this back full circle, what makes a website effective is strategy. Understand who your prime prospect is. Create customer avatars broadly for your audience and then specifically for the 2 or 3 subsegments that represent the majority of your best customers. Map their journey. Understand the questions that they're going to be asking and what's going to have stimulated their interest in solving this problem, what the problem is, understand where they are from the point of view of consideration and then prospecting. Ultimately, you want the website to begin the process of building a relationship with customers. You want to have these customers sign up with you, buy your products or services for the right reasons. In the work I've done with loyalty over the years, it's very clear to me that 90% of loyalty problems can be traced to a flawed sales process. And in this digital age, your website is an absolute anchor to your sales process. So think about it in terms of these kinds of strategic things that I've talked about today, and you'll end up having an enrollment conversation with a potential customer versus a sales call. Again, it's effectively the same thing, but by changing the words, I'm changing the mindset around this, and I'm focusing on the quality of the relationship and the quality of the customer that you're going to get as a result. So hopefully you found this useful. I'd love to help you with any of this. You can go to 6secondsorless.com and book some time on my calendar. We'll take 30 minutes. We'll talk about who your best customers are. We'll talk about avatars and journeys, and we'll talk about your website relative to the 6 ways to engage website visitors in 6 seconds or less.
I am now unmuted. Thanks, James Hipkin. All right, so we're going to do something fun right now. First person who can type their website URL in the chat is we're going to pull you up. We're going to take a look at your website together, and we're just going to crowdsource maybe a couple of ideas. I need this from, we're not going to do it for mine because I don't know that my ego could handle it. I'm kidding. I would totally appreciate it. But again, it's all about others right now. So let's take a quick look at a website, because I got to tell you, we're like in a stretch right now of this event where, man, if you want to know like how you're projecting to the outside world, you are in the thick of it right now based on who we've got coming up, getting ready to speak. So just before I get ready to take a look at what we've got in the chat, let me see if I've got let me give you a teaser of what's coming up. Our next speaker is Steph Hilfer, who has been actively in the room with everybody, chatting it up. She's going to be talking about branding on steroids. Coming up after Steph, Chris Tidball. This is a really good presentation. If you have ever wanted to sell into corporate, Chris is a master at this, and there's application even if you never sell into corporate, but how to network like basically the big, like exactly like what really successful corporate professionals, sales professionals do. He's going to break it down exactly what they do. And there was a lot of ideas that I got out of that. And then after Chris, it's going to be Justin Escar. Justin has actually been extremely helpful in the chat. He's actually messaged me a couple of things. He's the guy you want in your corner because he's going to be talking about building and utilizing tech tools to grow your business. Smart. He knows this stuff that he knows he knows all the tools, knows all the tricks of the trade. So you also want to make sure you catch those 3 presentations. Guarantee there's going to be a ton of action items. All right. So let's see if I've got a website that I could click on and we can all take a look here. Oh, let's see. Well, Steph, I feel like you'd be cheating. So I tell you what, let's go. Let's pull up jointhenestteam.com. And then I think we're going to let's do 2 really quick. And Steph, if you wouldn't mind as well, like chiming in on this, because I know you've got some major skills in this department, but let's take a look here. This is Arthur's website. I'm going to share my screen here. And maybe if we wouldn't mind just and by the way, this is in a spirit of love, right? Where we really, just it's the stuff that Arthur may not know, because if you look at my website, guaranteed, and there's known issues, which is why we've engaged James, and we will continue to engage folks to improve what we. So do what I say, not what I do. All right, let's go to take a look at jointhenestteam.com. Okay, so if we're kind of following, but first off, I just want to say the website did load very quickly, so great. All right, Steph, since you're our next speaker, would you mind maybe kicking off? And anyone else who has any instant observations here, go ahead and get ready, maybe again, in a spirit of love. And anyone else who's following along from home, who's not on the Zoom, you're welcome to participate there as well. Although I will say, again, if you're like, where are these people? Like, you go to FameandProfit .com. Just grab a free ticket. You'll instantly get access to the page so that you can see where all this stuff is. We'll have a video page for you that you can log in. In fact, let me just do this really quick, just because I had some questions come in. Like, hey, I'm seeing you on LinkedIn, but I don't understand where you guys are at. So you go to FameandProfit.com, and then what's going to happen is you're going to get access to the video pages. And so you'll see here's a little preview here, but this is where you'll click on to join us via Zoom, and we'll send you all these. And then once you get access to this page, you'll see some of these sessions will go live as we get to them, during the day. All right, Arthur. Here's your website. All right, Steph, what do you think? Oh, wait, I have to make sure that did I forget to unmute everybody? Forgive me for that. Let's do this. Participants, that, and allow people to unmute themselves. Okay, Steph, now you can unmute yourself. Sorry about that.
Oh gosh, well this is impromptu and fun. I guess first thing I have to say as a branding nerd or geek, self branding nerd or geek, I love that we have some really beautiful consistent green here. So Arthur, one of my favorite things about your choice of green, especially knowing that your URL is join the Nest team, immediately green is for prosperity, for growth, for so many energy, lots of great things. So that's the first vibe that a lot of your consumers are going to get subconsciously. Color theory, there's a lot of ideas around really how much that evokes behavior. But what I love the most, not just that it conveys great things for what you do. If Josh scrolls down the page, I see, because I've checked this page out before, because Arthur and I have been connected. I see a lot of consistency with the choice of green. I do see a little opportunity for maybe honing in on that green and making sure that I see there's a couple different greens. So maybe that was intentional. So really making sure that that's consistent throughout, and maybe using actually, I love this. What we see here is we have this brighter green that we see a majority of the time. And now we have this box that really is a call to action. And maybe we can kind of lean on James to guide us more through a journey. But that darker green box up a little bit, that's right there. Get your franchise now. That's really going to stop people, because we've got all of a sudden this other green popping in. And then when you hover over the button, what that secondary color or that green that pops in, that's very actionable. And so I love when I see buttons or color used in brands where it's kind of contrasting everything else in the room, because it tells the consumer, whoa, this is something different. This is something I should pay attention to. So definitely love the use of green and the consistency with fonts. Scroll down a little. I don't know how much we're going into here, Josh.
I love these authority indicators. My background is in authority marketing, and this stuff really matters. I've got some other ideas, but I love seeing these here. This stuff really, even if people have no clue what IAQA means, it's like, okay, well, somebody thinks that join the Nest team is cool, so great.
Yeah.
And that stuff matters.
For sure. I think the biggest, dare I say, I guess, criticism or helpful tip that I could give is, we're going to join the Nest team immediately, right? JoinTheNestTeam.com. And so my first thought is we kind of hid our team down below the fold.
Yeah, agreed.
Right. And so my first thing is we have that really great group photo right there. And maybe you can invest in a branding photographer in your area to get some more that have some space for that buttons up top, but leaving space in your photography to think about your marketing tools like buttons. So if we scroll back up to the top, Josh, there's some buttons, right? We have that reserve more info now. Now, the photo you had below, we probably aren't using there because it doesn't leave a lot of space for the call to action or to lead the customers through their journey. But I'd love to see more of your team, more human. Right when I land on your page, Arthur, I think that's a really powerful connection point. We as humans are going to connect with people where we see a little bit of ourselves in others. And so showing humans and showing your personality and maybe rocking some green attire and some branded gear, I might be preaching to the choir here, but those are my 2 cents. I probably went over.
I love it. Any other comments? Go ahead and feel free to share that in the chat window. I know that Arthur and will take a look at those comments in the chat as well. Just if you've pulled up this independently as well. Let's do a little bit shorter. Ooh, boy, I like this. Whose website is this? Who shared that? Oh, this is Will's. Will, Will, is this your website?
Yes. Yeah, it didn't let me unmute, but yeah, that's mine.
Yeah. So, all right, Steph, what do you think? First initial things. By the way, you don't even know how amazing Steph hasn't even done her presentation yet. So I'm putting Steph totally on the spot here. You're like, cool. This Steph gal is like giving all this great.
So
I'm happy to do this. My brain just naturally does this anyway. So first and foremost, at the very top, I love that it's very clear what we're coming here for, right? So I right off the bat, I know that there's consumer goods, right? I can purchase knives, blades, tools, things like that. I love that we have some categories for different types. I think it's definitely very clear that when you land here, this is an e-commerce shop. My criticism would be, why Panday Island versus anywhere else that I can get knives, right? Now, so much of our consumers' choice and where they shop. Yeah, you have some. Yep, Josh is picking up.
Yep, I know where you're honing in on.
Yep, exactly. There's so much about you, Will, in particular, that makes what you sell through Panday Island Blade Works better, different, unique, more intentional than any single other blade work company. And we want to pull that out. We want to give that attention, because it could be like, oh yeah, I've seen those blades before. Okay, I'm going to keep moving on. But I haven't seen Will before. Filipino artisan, his story, his background, where does he come? Why Island? There's so many nuances of why you chose, and we don't know each other, right? But I know that there's a lot of depth behind so much why you're doing what you're doing, but it's trapped up here. And so what the power of branding does is it helps get all of this out here, this good stuff. Yeah, it's always trapped in the about us page.
This is what I want. I want to know the story. And you're going to find this, Steph, if I could for a second. So you're going to find this, and I've interviewed a lot of people who talk about like cause marketing, authority marketing. So particularly your millennials and your Gen Zs are going to like, it would be weird for them to go to this website and not see right up front who you are, what you stand for. Oh, so what you're saying is when I buy a blade, I'm actually like I don't want to say supporting this village, but like that's a part of the culture, right? Is that like together we're doing something awesome. It's not just the transact. If I just want the cheapest blade, I'm going to go on Amazon or Walmart or whatever. I don't want that. I want something that has story behind it. So when I buy this blade, like I'm getting the whole Panday Island experience. I'm a part of this community as well. Oh no, there's James Hipkin.
So I'll tell
James,
you. So
welcome. Man, we loved your presentation. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you in the video. You just popped on.
I've been here for a while, Josh, just listening to the brilliance.
I'm so sorry, James. Shoot. Well,
So,
hey, let me give you 6 seconds.
6 seconds or less.
Great presentation, by the way. Loved it.
Thank you. It was fun to do, and I hope it brought some value to people. My thought is that here, like, and I think Josh has been dancing around this, you're burying the lead. Go back up to the top.
Yep.
That subtitle that's kind of in tiny type underneath, people get to this page because they're looking for Panday Island Blade Works. That's answered by the logo. I'd make the naming on the logo bigger up there, but the headline, the benefit that you're delivering, the story that you're telling is the only US source for authentic handmade heirloom blades forged by hand. That's the headline. That's the thing that's going to engage people. That's the thing that's going to go, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Right?
Right.
You're putting the company name like that is what I call inside out marketing. You're talking about yourself. They've already heard about you. They've arrived here. The only purpose of your name is to confirm, am I in the right place? Then you want to go to a benefit-oriented reason to stay. And that subhead that you've got that Josh has highlighted, my God, that is powerful. And if you did some sort of your collage in the background there has the knives, which is great, but if you could also intersperse images of the people.
Yes.
The Filipino artisans.
Totally.
Image, make that a really dynamic, their faces, they're, in the shop working on the knives.
Yeah.
bring that story forth, because people buy emotion. They buy the dream, they buy the idea. Obviously, your product has to deliver. That's how they'll buy a second time or tell their friends, but their first purchase is going to be buying the dream. Does this help? Does this make sense?
100%.
Good stuff. James, can I get you to look at one more page, and then we got to get to Steph's presentation. So these other ones that I pulled up, I don't know if you saw my tabs here, conscious. We're going to have you take a look at that one after your presentation. And I'm going to pull up one more. So get ready. Anybody who's just watching this on the live stream and you're not in the Zoom chat, again, I'm going to do something a little bit different so we could just be fair rather than just the first person on the quick on the draw. All right, here we go. Hey, this is my friend Joe's website. James, this is Castle Interactive. Let me check the page.
Gosh, we've known each other
Comes right
way
up.
too long, man. Way too long. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, bringing it up.
There's not enough contrast. And there's too many, I don't know where to go. There's too many things going on. Accelerate your company's ability to overcome technology growth obstacles. That's kind of generic. What's the benefit? What could a company expect after engaging with you? What is the problem that the companies have that brings them to the website?
There are obstacles for growth, for technology. So they would be looking at, how do I ramp up my company where I'm in a position right now where I don't have the experience or the know-how or the staffing to actually achieve my next step in my company's growth. So how do I ramp up quickly to generate, get through those technology growth obstacles? I want to go to the cloud, but I don't know how to do it. I want to take a legacy system and convert it to a modernized cloud system with all the microsystems and automation and AI that comes along with it. So how do you get there?
Okay, that's brilliant. Say that. Engage somebody. Somebody who's got here has heard about you by referral. So engage them with a question. Is our tech? I'm not trying to write copy here on the fly here, but a couple of the lines that you said about, are technology blocks restricting your growth? Right? That clearly communicates to a visitor that you understand their problem. So lead with the problem, maybe even agitate the problem, and then lead with a solution. And then I love the partners. That brings instant reason to believe, credibility, what Josh was saying before. On the other side, I love those icons as well. I'd have pushed them higher in the page, like you have them higher in the page like this. This is really good. But give them only one pathway or give them multiple pathways. So, because your audience probably has subsegments. So rather than, I want to change mindset here a little bit. It's my soapbox. Stop using the word call to action and start thinking in terms of pathways. Effectively, it's the same thing, but if it's a call to action's inside out marketing, it's what you want them to do. A pathway, giving them a pathway is supporting their journey. It's supporting the mission that they're on. And when they click through on that pathway, they're telling you two very profound things. They're telling you exactly who they are, and they're giving you permission to give them more information. So that's where you get to use more long copy, is on that secondary page that they've got to via the pathway. You scroll down, Josh. So here you've got 3 pathways, but these are not target audience pathways. These are services pathways. You want to allow them to define themselves as a target audience, and then on the landing page, you're going to show them the services, but you're going to craft the language on that landing page so that it's very, very specific to that audience because they've told you who they are.
Excellent. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Did we lose Josh?
I think
Our
we lost
hostess
Josh.
Sorry, I was
hostess?
muted the whole time. Yeah, thank you. You know, it's so great having that one friend who will tell you when you have spinach in your teeth. Thank you, Steph. So I was going to say, thank you so much. And by the way, anyone else has feedback on any of those 3 websites that we looked at, hopefully you pulled those up directly. I'm just going to share that in the chat. Again, we're all friendlies here. We're all friends. We're all here to help one another, because here's the thing. And James, I know you talked the market, and I've heard this said, right? The market will not directly tell you why they don't like your website. They'll just disengage and you'll never know. And which is it's a miserable position to be in.
Right. I call it the null set. You can't see the null set. You can't see all the people who got there, didn't find what they're looking for and left.
Yeah, man, great stuff. Thank you so much. I love in the comments there, Will was like, what did he say? He said, branding roast. Yeah. So, well, very cool. So, again, James Hipkin, thank you so much for your presentation. Your website, 6 seconds or less. And I think, also for the diamonds, I think there's also some other goodies that you've put together. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate that. All right, Steph, are you ready? I say, are you ready? Because again, we're doing a little bit of Hollywood magic here, because we already produced this. Here we go. Thank you so much for your participation in the Fame and Profit Summit. Before we get going with this session, I want to introduce a very dear friend of mine. Lynn Whitbeck is both one of our featured speakers. Lynn, you are also a sponsor of the Fame and Profit Summit. You're a longtime friend. Before we even discussed potentially having you sponsor the event, we had already picked you as a speaker because your message is so vital to this hope that I think we all have is, can we grow our sales? Can we grow our revenue? Can we grow our businesses without all of the spammy, sleazy tactics that unfortunately a lot of gurus are teaching? Lynn, I want to also disclose that I am a client of yours. My team and I, Elisa and I, my chief operating officer and I, we went through your whole program. And I'm just going to tell you right now that you have changed the trajectory of my life, of Elisa's life, my family's life. The fact that we now have the size team that we have today, that we have the sales volume that we have today, that the impact that we get to have in this world, Lynn, thank you, because you influence that in such a huge way. I get to enjoy the kind of just blessings that, I'm humbled and I'm honored. But a lot of this stuff, I think that I knew some of these things innately, but I couldn't define the sales skills that we learned and gained from you. That said, Lynn, I want to just promote before I have you share just a quick message. Lynn, your topic right now, you have a long form segment right now that our attendees can watch right now. I'd highly recommend you do it. If you're serious about this and you're curious about, man, how do I work in that? When I'm on a sales call, when I'm talking with someone, like, how do I navigate that without feeling pushy? Because I don't think any of us want to feel that way. Like, we want to work with our people. And Lynn, you're just masterful at how you break that down. And you give great business owners that truly believe in what they do, the tools and the comfort to know that they're absolutely doing the right thing. Lynn, thank you so much. Again, your brand, we've got links directly to your website as well for Petite to Queen. So you'll see those links on the page, and it's also in the video here. But Lynn, would you mind just sharing a few words about, kind of who you are, what you do, and, maybe just something that, kind of takeaway that someone could use right now?
All right. Takeaway number 1, think like the client. What your client wants, needs, and lacks, why it matters to them, what problem are they trying to solve, what solution are they looking to address. So they can. So they can what? People buy the so they can. All right. So get out of your own way, get out of your own head and start thinking like your client. And you will use this all the way through your sales. It matters from that initial spark to when they're a long-term client like Josh, and you can come up with new and exciting ways to continue to work together. So this is the most critical piece of your sales strategy, is to think like your client. The next one I'm going to tell you is, as Josh mentioned, all right, there is no room for sleazy, manipulative sales tactics in this world. Just stop. It's another human being. I want you to come with worthy intent. That means that you have a genuine curiosity about the other person, their business, their needs, who they are, their career, their family, wherever your space is that you're trying to help them with. All right. When you come with worthy intent, everything else paves the way, because once again, it's about them. It's about another human being and making that connection, because maybe they won't become a client. They could become a partner or a promoter. This is a long-term, lifelong relationship that you can create when you approach everything, every relationship with worthy intent.
You know, Lynn, this is just fantastic. Can you just share briefly how you work with business leaders? And then again, call to action. You know, there's a link directly on the page. It's on the screen right here as well. Just visit that website, visit that link, share how you can help folks.
Absolutely. So I help, I should say, business owners and entrepreneurs hire me so that they can work out their sales strategy, because most are chasing down clients. They're stuck in an endless sales cycle and they're lacking client retention, conversion, and profits. So I help you unleash that hidden profit that's within your business. And we're going to be talking about that on our session, Josh. We're going to be talking about referrals and 7 surefire ways that you can boost your referrals and then your sales. And this is incredibly powerful. And this needs to be part of your sales strategy from that initial spark, that first time you meet someone. Oh my gosh, Josh, it's so great to be meeting you. Most of my clients come from referrals. So the fact that we've had this immediate rapport is just tremendous. I just seeded the idea that most of my clients come from referrals from that first time we met. And you're going to mention it early, you're going to mention it often, and that's just the beginning of what you're going to learn. So come ready. I talk fast, have your pen ready so that you can get all this. But I am so excited and so honored, Josh, to be a part of your summit. Thank you so much.
Lynn, thank you so much for being a speaker. Your session is amazing. I've previewed what you're talking about. Thank you so much for supporting this event as well. I truly believe that together we can undo a lot of damage in the marketplace. And unfortunately, a lot of very frustrated entrepreneurs who have tried all the sleazy stuff, they don't like it. It feels uncomfortable. It doesn't work. There is a better way. And so you are among the great pillars out there that are advocating for a very thoughtful and intentional and again, generosity first approach. So thank you for sponsoring this event. And again, thank you for being a friend. Lynn Whitbeck, Petite to Queen, thank you so much for this quick little interlude here before this segment.
It's a pleasure. I'm so thrilled to be a part of this. Thank you, Josh.
Oh boy. It's been a great event. And Steph Hilfer, I am so excited to welcome you to the stage because you are just, again, one of my branding geniuses that I love sending folks to. And listen, to our friends who are watching this right now, if you've never been through like a brand audit or just like a deep dive on who you are, what you do, and then that then turns into everything around your brand. It is one of the most, Steph, it is really, in terms of like how I live day to day in my business, that investment that you make with someone who really knows what they're talking about, it just impacts everything. every single day for the rest of your business will be impacted when you're able to do some of that deep dive work on branding. And so I'm just so excited to watch your presentation here, because that's what we're going to be talking about. Steph, without spoiling anything, what is someone going to learn in this presentation? Oh, look, it's on the screen.
So convenient. Yes, I love that. I love that lead up. And the word that I get told so often is transformative. You know, the work that you're talking about, the work we do with Vim, and what we're going to be talking about today, the real key thing is it is truly transformative for your business. So I hope that you are going through this whole session with that lens, because that's what I want to give you. So without further ado, we will just dive right on into it.
Take it away.
So, we are talking about branding on steroids today. And I like to make sure everyone knows, I don't mean branding for steroids or brandings on a steroid company. While I wouldn't be opposed to doing that, today I'm talking about branding on steroids, meaning taking it a step further, just like steroids do. And we're going to kind of have some fun with this language. So bear with me here, go with me, have some fun with me here. And I want to talk about why a brand would turn to steroids, right? And what kind of adverse effects are the quick fixes that steroids might bring? And then how branding, while I'm very biased, I believe that branding is the foundation for everything. And not only do I believe it, I can prove it. So stay with me here. I know that you have so many amazing presenters that you have access to today. And I really want to make sure that I am coming at you with some very specific things. So I'm here today to pump you up. Yes, total pun intended, about the power of your branding. I want to explain how these draws to the quick fixes or the shiny objects or the shiny object syndrome that we as entrepreneurs often are facing, how they can have an adverse effect to your brand. And I want to bring clarity to what your brand is and how today, after this presentation, you can immediately go in and start to strengthen your brand at whatever stage you are at. So that's my goal. Stick with me here. Let's get through it. All right. So who am I? Hello, I am Steph. I'm Steph Hilfer. I am the owner and creative director here at Vim. I have the luxury of living in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. I'm staring outside my window right now to a rainy, gloomy, total typical Washington day, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I am a wife, daughter, mom, dog mom, all of the things, and I absolutely love it. I claim a business owner since 10, and while you might not think my babysitting gig was a business, I sure treated it like one. Full-blown business cards, punch cards, flyers. I am a true entrepreneur at heart. And as I mentioned, I am the owner, the founder, and the lead creative director here at Vim. So I still play an incredibly active role with all of our clients, our team, and I'm very blessed and fortunate to do it. So that's who I am. That's who you're paying attention to today. And I hope you learned some good things. Okay, so first off, branding on steroids. Okay, I know way more about steroids now than I ever did before, but I have to say, I am not a medical professional. I do not take steroids. I do not use steroids. I don't judge those who do or don't. This is really just a fun way to kind of compare some things that are possibly controversial and kind of a play on words. So just know that. But I will say, through my research for preparing for today, I know a lot more than I ever thought I would know about steroids. So we're going to kind of talk really quickly through the branding lens and the entrepreneur lens. What do steroids do? Why would we want to do steroids? What is the controversy to the quick fix, or what I'm calling steroids? And what are these adverse effects? And just like in real life steroids, business steroids, what's the issue here? So we're going to dive into all of that. Okay, first of all, what do steroids do? Now, remember, when we're talking about athletes, performers, or businesses, I truly think that if there was a steroid pill that us business owners could take that do the same thing that what steroids do for professional athletes, for performers, I think we would take them. Who here, the midnight oil burning mompreneur, the manager vying for the next director position, the business owner who is just stretched thin, who wouldn't want to enhance their performance? Who wouldn't want a quick fix to increase our speed and stamina? If I could maximize the ability to achieve my desired results faster, quicker, at the snap of an injection or of a pill, like we all would, to boost my system into high gear at all times, I feel like all of us watching this presentation are like, yeah, I would. And the next slide tells me, but why? Why would I want these quick fixes? Why would I want to take something or to have the magical quick fix if I could, if it was there, if it was available? Why we would want to do it? If you're here at the Fame and Profit 2022 Summit, I know that these whys resonate with you. I know that because I know the audience who is drawn to these type of events. I know the audience that our presenters are attracting and that our host, Josh, is attracting. I know that your why is because you would want to show the world your greatest self. You would want to increase awareness about the passion you have for your business. You'd want to reach the absolute maximum number of people that you can impact, that you could positively impact the world with what you do. You want to push yourself beyond limits, beyond humanly possible or acceptable or safe limits to serve others through your brand and what you do. You're driven and eager beyond any thought. I mean, us entrepreneurs, if you're listening to this, I know you vibe with me. We are so driven. We're so eager to share our mission with the world because we truly believe that what we have to offer, what we sell, our product, our good, our service is truly important and that there is a place in it for our audience. So now that we go through all of these what's and whys, it's all super positive. Right? These are great things. We want to show up as our greatest self. We want to show our passion. We want to make impact on others, serve others, be truly give in this world. Just give. And we're driven and eager. These are all so positive. So where's the controversy? So what I'm calling the steroid, the business steroid, are the quick fix, the AKA the business steroid. These are the controversial quick fixes that all of us are often getting. You won't be getting that today at the summit. You won't be getting that day 2 at the summit. You won't be getting these day 3 at the summit because so much of what our presenters I know are giving are true value. But it doesn't mean that these quick fixes, the business steroids, aren't being hung in front of your face and being tempting you all of the time. The 7-figure business in 7 days, the top Google search in a week, the more leads than you know what to do with, the take this course and then you'll be able to buy a jet. The with this workbook, just this simple workbook, you're going to rule the world. These things are, dare I say, scammy and sharky and often just simply not true. But if we go back to our why are we drawn to these? We're drawn to these because of our huge passions and hearts and aspirations to use our business, our products, and our services to truly impact the world. So the controversy of these things drawing us in and really enticing us are so easily grabbable. So easy for us to get sucked in and be like, well, I mean, it's 7 days. If it doesn't work, I guess I only lose 7 days. So the controversy here is that these things are often giving us adverse effects when it comes to our brand. So these quick fixes oftentimes pull you away from the foundation of who you are and what I call your brand. And I'm going to tell you how it pulls you away in a few ways. So first and foremost, what, how, and why your business exists. what you do, how you do it, and why you do it. When you go and turn to these quick fixes, oftentimes there is a lack of clarity around what, how, and why you do it. The mission, the unique things that make you you, and even what you offer when you turn to the quick fix is pushed aside to follow these quick Band-Aid solutions that don't honor the true depth of why, how, and what you do. Also, when you're using these quick fix, oftentimes you are looking through a blurred lens. No longer are you fueling every decision that you're making through your core values. You often are turning to things that do not align with your core values, because maybe your core values need more time, and these quick fixes often are speeding things up. Oftentimes as well, when you turn to these quick fixes, your loyalty and retention are often reduced. Because you're looking for a quick buck, a quick buy, a quick set of leads to fall into your funnel, you are often bypassing all of the work that you've done in your brand identity development to target particular people who resonate with your brand, who resonate with your values, who resonate and need what you have to offer and value how uniquely you do it, and ultimately resonate with why you do it. And so while a quick fix may get you leads through the door, will those leads stay loyal? Will those leads refer? And will those leads ultimately stay with you? Or are they truly just as quick of a fix as the quick fix? Also, when it comes to some of these business steroids, we're often bypassing our own personality. As a brand, whether you are a personal brand or a corporate brand, you should have your personality defined. Are you funny? Are you serious? Are you attracting a mass appeal audience, or are you elite? Are you more innovative and young, or are you more classic and modern? You know, how and where do you fall in the personality spectrums? And how do you convey that through your overall brand and marketing? When you turn to these quick fixes, oftentimes you're looking through the lens of somebody else's goals, somebody else's personality, how they were able to achieve #1 Google spot in 1 week, or 7 figures in 7 days. The brand personality is intended to attract the ideal client for you and equally repel the people that aren't a good fit for you. And I know it seems strange that why in the world would I ever want to repel anyone from my business? But the reality is if we can equally attract the right client and repel the wrong client, we have now naturally weeded out those who are our wrong client so that we solely have time, focus, and energy on our right client. So in addition to our lack of clarity through not having a true definition of our brand, the blurry lens of potentially not honoring our core values, and the not recognizing the right clientele and our personality maybe being compromised, we also may be out of alignment with our golden circle. And the golden circle is truly that what, how, and why. And when we're going through these quick fixes that are often dangled in front of our face, they are because they worked for someone else. They worked for how they worked. They worked for what they offer, and they work for why they do it. And so when it comes to the competitive landscape of others offering things that may work for you, we might be out of alignment with that golden circle. So I've just talked a lot about weird things like steroids and business steroids and quick fixes. And I want to stop and just say, the quick fixes are not all bad. They're not all bad, especially if you have a defined brand identity that you can look through the tool, the quick fix, and make sure it is truly in alignment with what it is that you do, how you do it, all of the things that make up a brand. And that sounds really easy if you already have a brand identity solidified and And maybe you're wondering, well, what is a brand identity exactly? Because I feel like I have a brand. I thought I had a brand. I have a feeling this stuff character is going to tell me I maybe don't have a brand. So what exactly is a brand identity? So I kind of want to poll you all. I know I'm not going to see hands raised up, but play with me here. Raise your hand if when I say brand identity, your first thought is logos, colors, and maybe like fonts, right? The first thing we think of when we hear branding or a brand or brand identity or brand strategy is those visual things, the logo, the colors, the fonts. And while those are absolutely incredibly important aspects of a brand identity, they are not all that a brand identity is. There are multitude of layers and components that make up your brand. Things that are visually stimulating, your personality, as we talked about earlier, the voice, how you sound, your intention behind your brand, the emotions, the tone, the visual, how your visuals are laid out in imagery and photography, so much more. So let's define exactly what a brand is and what are within them. Before I explain exactly what is in a brand, these are the tools that we at Vim use to discover brand identities. So I want you screenshot this page, whatever you need to do, come back, watch this episode, watch this presentation later. But these are the exercises that we use for every single one of our clients. Not a single client works with Vim without going through these exercises. The first thing we do is we establish the what, how, and why. Now, I know that it might seem like, well, I know what I do. I know how I do it. Maybe you know why. But the exercise of actually fleshing that out and creating clarity for both yourself, for your internal team, and for how you market your brand is vital. Core values, you might have core values. I often see companies have established core values. They're on a poster in a hallway that no one ever walks through, or they're on this laminated sheet in the corner of the desk with books stacked on top of them, never to be seen or talked of again. Most often, that is how I see corporations using core values. Core values truly are something that, like I mentioned earlier, you don't want to have blurry lens. You want to have clear lenses that everything you do, you look through the lens of your core values. Every decision you make, you run through your core values and say, do these align? I want to take this class that promises me, success in PR. Okay. Look to what they're promising and look to your brand values. Do they align? If they do, then that is likely a great decision for your brand. Then part of discovering your brand identity is, who are we selling to? Who are our ideal target audiences? What we do is we help develop personas. So there's the overarching group, your target audience. Think of an audience in a movie theater. There's a bunch of them in there. And if you start to pull apart different aspects of everyone, you can start to find saturation points of where they intersect and align. But also, if you pinpoint one seat in the audience and really start to narrow in on he or she and what they need from your product or service, that is the power of creating personas and understanding how they might interact with your brand, what they expect from your brand, what they're fearful about with your brand, so that when you're doing your marketing, you can be talking directly to them. Also, as I mentioned before, your personality, defining your personality and where you sit on the spectrum of these polar opposites, friend versus authority, young and innovative versus mature and classic. Where do we sit so that people can expect, just like if you're going to go have coffee with a friend, you're going to sit there and you expect something out of their personality because you know them. Brands have to create that same expectation for their clients as we as individuals do. And then recognizing your competition, not in the sense that they can take things from you or are you someone to, pull business away, but really there's oftentimes aspects of our competition that we admire. There's things that they're doing that are very vital that we need to know. There's things that they're doing that we want to do nothing like. And so having some discovery around the competitive landscape is truly how we break down everything that you know about your business and create a brand. So now, what is in a brand? So we happen to have a beautiful acronym here. So in a brand are 4 components. So they happen to, if watching, they happen to align beautifully with our business name here. So first and foremost, we have V. V is for visual. The visual components of your brand are your logo. And now when I say logo, I also mean the logo variations. Now, please, if you take nothing away from this, know that your logo variations should be predefined, and then you should consistently use only those logo variations. What I see happen a lot is that logos, we end up having 20 V2s, V1, V5, V13 variations of our logo, and then the consistency is absolutely lost. Logo mark, different from our logo. Often a logo mark is more of a visual icon that oftentimes does not have typography or letters or characters in it. Also, visual components of a brand are your colors, not just yellow and blue, but truly what hex code is your yellow? What RGB code? What codes, when you're using your visuals, can you define so that you can keep them consistent? Fonts. What fonts do you use every single place? Your website, your social media, the flyers that you send out, the billboard that you put on the street, every single marketing piece that you put together should have the same fonts. Media, photography and videography. What aesthetic does your photography and your videography have? Is it older and classic? Think, maybe you are a Western hay business and you sell hay. And so we want to kind of pay homage to a more modern and classic look. Our audience happens to be more mature and classic. So maybe we bring in a little bit of a vintage, older aesthetic to our media, to our photography and our video, so that it connects more with our audience. So those are just some key things that are the visual components of your brand. And then next we have the I, which is for intentional. So the intentional components of your brand is that brand clarity. What do you do? How do you do it? Why do you do it? Your brand messaging. What are you saying? How are you saying it? What are some of the key language, taglines, words that I'm giving you permission to use a lot, overuse these words. I want you to throw that thesaurus out of the window because no one bats an eye at Nike saying, just do it, just do it, just do it over and over again. It is ingrained in us so deep because they were given the permission slip to overuse their brand language. No one bats an eye when BMW for the last 30, dare I date myself, 37 years says, I am the ultimate driving machine. No one bats an eye at the ultimate driving machine. We still to this day know that they are the ultimate driving machine. Our core values, the intention between what we stand for and what we look through, that is part of our intentional brand. Our personality and who we serve. And I want to really make sure you recognize that brand messaging and brand language, while it's in the intentional component of your brand, it also conveys visual. When you're reading a book and the author is doing a great job at character development, you start to naturally, no matter what, your brain will do this. Start to picture this person. What do they look like? How do they sound? Do they walk with swag? Are they funny? What color are their hair? Where do they live? What does the house look like? All of these things through messaging, not even a picture in the book, all through brand messaging, we start to naturally as consumers paint the picture around what your brand looks like and feels like to us. So we have our visual component, our intentional component, and now we have our integrated component. So a brand needs to be integrated both internally and externally. When you talk about your core values, when you talk about how you speak as a business, it is absolutely vital for you to speak that same way and value those same things with your team internally as much as your team, as much as your consumers externally and your prospects externally. That is absolutely important that those are integrated. Integrated, meaning everything that you do visually and intentionally is cohesive and consistent and unified across all platforms. So when you look at all of the marketing that you're doing, is your brand consistently present? Do the visuals align? Is there clarity around what you do? Are some of your key brand messaging and language weaved into all of the marketing that you're doing? And when I say across channels, I mean all of the marketing that you may do: social media, billboard, print, email marketing. Your sales team is a marketing channel. Who answers the phone in your customer service office and department, right? That is all a channel on how your consumers, internal and external, experience your brand. And is it integrated throughout your culture? It's not sitting on a shelf collecting dust. It's not in that one hallway that no one goes down where it's listed and we never speak about it again. It's your brand is integrated and lived and breathed throughout your internal and external experiences. That is what a component of what an integrated brand looks like. And then lastly, M for marketing. So we have our visuals, we have our intentionals. We know that we're going to be integrating this now throughout our marketing. I like to speak of this fictitious brand warehouse that you've now created. Literally we all know Amazon, right? We all see the trucks and the cars and everywhere now, right? So all of those vehicles, think of them as marketing vehicles, and they all go back to the main warehouse and they're picking off the shelves, whatever it is that they need to deliver. In this brand warehouse for you, they have all the visuals, they have what it is you offer, how you speak, what you talk about, how someone should feel when they experience you. And they come here and they drive into their warehouse, they're pulling all this thing. And whether or not they are delivering your brand through the social media vehicle or the email marketing vehicle, if they're pulling everything from the same place, the same predefined warehouse, you will continue to have that cohesive and consistent brand presence across those channels. So really, your brand is everything that defines who you are, what you do, why you sell it, how you are perceived, your digital reputation. Now, marketing, truly different, is the vehicle you use to get it out there. It's where you are delivering your brand. It's the platforms you choose to share your brand: social media platforms, email marketing platforms, the newspaper, radio, TV ads. These are all choices you have to deliver your brand. It's how marketing is how you get your brand to your market. And it's how you communicate who you are. So I hope, if nothing else, you also recognize that a brand is different than marketing. They are not one and the same. They work together as long as you have the visuals and the intentions defined and you integrate them throughout your marketing. So that is what is in a brand. I want to share some stats. So all of you ROI peeps, all of you financial peeps who are like, do I really need to pull from my marketing budget? Because just so you know, very few businesses have a branding budget. They always pull from their marketing budget. So all of you are thinking, do I really need to spend anything or time or money on the brand? I really just want to get the marketing done. Let me share some stats, okay? So presenting a brand cohesively or consistently across all platforms, so marketing vehicles, all those vehicles sharing the same message, can increase revenue by up to 23%. Now that stat is from Forbes. All of these stats are from Forbes. And I have also put these stats, this stat in particular, the increased revenue by 23% to the test. I've case studied over a dozen of my own clients, and every single one of them that I case studied has increased revenue by over 23%. The smallest one was 24%, seriously, right on that cusp. But everyone else who have done the work and presented their brand cohesively and consistently has seen an increase in revenue from the year prior to working with us and solidifying their brand. So whether you work with us or not, whether you work with any brand specialists or not, simply being consistent with your brand, you should expect to see an increase in up to 23% revenue. Also, it takes up to 5 to 7 impressions for people to remember a brand. Now, this stat I truly believe is dated. With the invention of these things where we are constantly being sold to, I truly believe the number is higher in the teens, almost 20s. And that is a pro and a con. One, it's a pro it's a con because, wow, now I have to make even more impressions before someone's going to remember me. But it's a pro because now we have access at the fingertips, and so many more mediums where if we're consistent in being in front of our consumers, then they're like, oh, that looks like that Vim guy, that Vim person. Oh, is that looks like Vim Yellow. Oh, that looks kind of like that Steph gal, right? Those things start to leave impressions and slowly build up to create that memorable brand. 89% of shoppers stay loyal to brands that they share their values. So if you are struggling with retention or struggling to get new clients, make sure you are aligning your core values with what you offer. You're speaking about your core values. I don't care if you literally make a post that says, here at our brand, we value this. That is a perfectly amazing, easy way to share your core values. Color improves brand recognition by up to 80%. Now, I don't just mean use color. I mean having defined colors that you use consistently. Over 70% of brand managers consider building an audience more important than converting sales. And remember when I talked about target audience and persona development, more important than converting sales, that is, and over 70% of brand managers value that. That says so much about the power of doing the work to understand your audience. And I might have thrown this stat in here because I'm slightly biased, but 72% of the best brand names are made up of single words or acronyms. Think Pepsi, Google, Amazon, Uber, Wix, Venmo, PayPal, Vim. So I just think that these are really powerful stats that I wanted to drill in with you so you can really see the value in investing, working on prioritizing your brand. So you might be like, oh my gosh, okay, I have a lot more work that I need to do. I need this, but maybe I don't know where to start. You shared these exercises you do, but what's going on with those? And so I wanted to really make sure that you know there are ways to go through these exercises at your own pace, whether you want to work with a specialist or not. If you are more of that DIY style, I have here exclusively for our Fame and Profit Summit VIP Diamonds, the workbook that I specifically use with all of my clients, whether they're one-to-one or they are working on more of a DIY pace, plus a guidance video of me walking you through the exercises, giving you the tips that I give my clients on how to think of these exercises through the lens that makes sense for them, plus a follow-up call after you've gone through the workbook. I want to make sure that you get the most out of this follow-up call with me to go through, okay, these are the questions we had. What were we supposed to do with this exercise? What do we do now? Okay, we went through the whole workbook, but now what? What are the next steps? How do I put this into action? If you're feeling like, okay, I need this, I wanted to gift this as a thank you for showing up, for investing in yourself, investing in your brand, and truly being that really passionate entrepreneur that I know if you're here for this, you might need. Sorry, Josh, you popped on. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, did you want me to say something?
Oh no, I thought you popped on. I thought you popped on. So
yeah,
I was like,
you know, again, if you've never been through a branding session, you know, with someone that's again, Steph, what you do, what you know, the kind of things that, you know, the high level conversations that you've been able to have. Listen, here's what we know. Like, here's what I know, right? I can't be objective about my own stuff. I'm way too close to it. I'm way too emotionally attached to kind of these ideas of like, this is what we've done, you know, and like, I can't be objective. Like, I need someone to be able to look at it and go, yeah, you know, it's like when I'm able to do media consulting with someone historically, like I can just see stuff that you can't see. Steph, your work, and I know that you and I have had enough conversations. You and I have done enough business. I've seen your handiwork. Your work is impeccable. It's just remarkable. So yeah, this is a huge gift. It really, really is. So thank you so much. And again, you know, to our attendees, you know, to get this, to get all the other speaker freebies, just grab a VIP ticket or diamond ticket, and it's all yours. There's over $10,000 in value, including this. So Steph, that's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much.
yes, absolutely. Yeah. And obviously I know there's so much value, and it's like I said at the beginning, you don't need to read through these, but the biggest, most blessed feedback that I've gotten from those who have gone through the workbook and the video guidance and the work with me is how transformative the work we've done for them is. And so if nothing else, I truly hope you grab that free gift and that it's impactful to your business, and we'll be chatting soon. So thank you again for tuning in for the Branding on Steroids presentation with me. I can't wait to hear how this has changed your business.
Awesome. Steph Hilfer from Vim, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, to our VIP attendees, there'll be a link right on the side, so you can go and grab that and make sure you redeem that. And then Steph, thank you. Absolutely wonderful stuff. And, you know, I just want to add, you know, echo to that, you know, it's, you know, especially if you are wanting to do business with folks that might be a little bit higher than you in business, man, you cannot shortcut this stuff, because right or wrong, you're just going to be, well, I would say in some ways unfairly judged, but that's just the way that we do business. So if human connection truly is one of your core values, as it is for me, how are we connecting? And largely that is going to be on your brand is going to be doing that work for you until you get them on a call.
Yes.
So you just want to make sure that your brand lowers that digital barrier and just makes it so easy for people to feel like they know you. Steph, for example, like even your photography of you, you know, like this photo right here just says so much about who you are and your personality. And that's great. So again, Steph, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, everybody. Okay, so as I teased or alluded to earlier, here's, raise your hand. First up, pop on video. So if you've been eating something off camera, totally fine, totally get it. Sometimes when I'm always here, I've got my fingers on the control. I've noticed on like our live streams, like when I'm like my video is on, it covers up some of the video. So if you see me going off, that's because I'm sensitive, like, oh, I'm covering up something important on the live stream or something like that. So anyway, so here's the deal. Who has been taking notes of any kind? Who's been taking notes? All right, you can either give me a yes in the chat or a thumbs up or wave or yeah or whatever. Okay, so here's all you got to do is just, you got to find the reaction. You can either, you can find the reaction control in Zoom and give me, here we go, so we can make it fair here. What do we do? Let's do give me the woohoo party symbol. And the first three people who give me the woohoo, oh, Justin got it. the woohoo party symbol, not the thumbs up. That's good. And so what we're going to do, Steph, would you be willing to take a couple? Oh, well, Arthur, we already took a look at you. Already got yours. So let's take a look at Justin's website, and let's take a look at Lala's website. Lala, did I say your name correctly? Okay, great, wonderful. Yeah, Justin, you want to put your URL in the chat window for us, please? And then Lala, if you have a website, we'd love to take a look at that.
I didn't know what I was signing up for. I just did the.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of like the my drill sergeant who say, okay, everybody take a step forward and no. Okay, yeah. So let's pull up Will's website, virtuacomputers.com, and let me open up another tab here so you don't see my mess of tabs on this other screen, and share screen. And let's take a look at is this one? They do it? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Well, Steph, I like it. It's clear. I like that.
Yeah. One of the things, I love that we did the little website audits earlier, and I've put my branding spin on it, and James came in and talked about the client journey. One of the things is when you're looking at any individual piece of your brand and how you're marketing it, oftentimes that's where we're looking through a skewed lens, because right off the bat, your website likely is very cohesive. So the very first thing I actually do is I scroll down, if you want to scroll down, Josh, and I go jump to a social platform, because this, if you took nothing else away from what we just talked about, keep scrolling down. I know he has it in the footer. Go ahead and right click and open a new tab of like Instagram. Instagram is such a, off to the left.
Yeah.
It's such a visual platform that it's always a quick snapshot in how somebody's presenting their brand. And now we have a totally kind of different feel. I see some, as we scroll down, I kind of started to see some nuances of what I felt on the website. This blue is starting to come back. Even up top, I saw a button that kind of emulated some of the buttons. Now, this might seem like Steph's just OCD, but the reason why that's really important is like I see a lot of fonts going on, lots of different colors. One thing I see that oftentimes brands think is a good thing is they're slapping their logo on everything. Now, to me, as a social consumer right here in this world, I didn't come on to my Instagram earlier today to be sold to or to be advertised to. So that puts us as business owners in this bit of conundrum. It's like, oh, well, but wait a minute. I'm supposed to put my branding everywhere, but I can't put my logo on everything. And so nuances such as color, consistent fonts, patterns, right? Like we did here on the website where we knew our audience was ready to be sold to. We want to pull those same nuances into the rest of our marketing. That's that integrated marketing element. So here I see, I think, I get a lot of modern, very tech, innovative, young vibes here. We have that darker background with the white. There's a lot of similarities to what we get with Apple, right? Virtua happens to work exclusively with Mac, so I love the nuance there. We have a very clear image of humans working on computers. We have a good sense that there's some coding on the background. Now, my first thought is, as a consumer, that's a world I don't live in. I'm going to see the air screen or the black screen of death, and that's going to scare me a little bit more than the code that your team, Justin, is going to be working on to solidify and fix things. But yeah, I think I know we're going to jump onto another one, but I think remember the key thing to take away is I love these icons. I love the blue icons. Love the hover. Sorry, I'm geeking out now. Is to see, we have this other blue in here. Can you hover on that blue button, that brighter blue down below, just a little bit in the center? We have that contact us. See, there's a little slight inconsistency with that. Justin and I talked about how much he loves his blue. He's got his Pantone on lock. He knows his RGB and his hex codes. Like, I told him, like, if we were on a first date, like, you're winning, because that's the language that gets me. You throw a hex code at me in conversation, we're friends. But go in and look at some contrast on what we can do with these buttons and these things that hover, so that I start to feel like I'm interacting with your site. But I keep trying to spit this out. Compare and contrast all of your marketing tools, guys. How do your emails look when you send them? What sort of signature, images, colors, fonts? I know Will, he's like, oh no, it's so much to do. Go to your social channels. How are you, if you're using text marketing, are you using multimedia marketing, and are you using imagery in that? So make sure that integration across the board. You can have, and I don't want to promote this, but you can have a bad brand, but if it's a consistent brand, you will still rise above. I promise you. Okay, we're moving on. I love it. Holy smokes. I love the energy right off the bat. Love the energy right off the bat. The orange gets me. It is a very energetic. It is loud. It is amped up. There's a lot with orange. I love the consistency with the buttons. Yes, we have great. Love this imagery. Now, I think James would be really excited to see that we've got, I feel like from a snapshot, some good journey conversation in here. I love that I get to know the team. I think at the very homepage, at the very top of the fold, yeah, we got that too. I love that. I love being able to resonate and relate with these two individuals. I mean, I'm slightly biased, love the branded gear. Yeah.
It's very human first, which I love.
Human first and approachable too. To me, they're in a position where if I'm coming for any sort of nutritional fitness, they don't seem out of reach. They don't seem unapproachable. And there's a lot of warmth here, and that energy with the color of orange also helps with that warmth. Can we do the same thing? Do we have time to just go and check out some of one of their other channels? Maybe Instagram if they happen to have it. I know, is it Leah? Is that how you pronounce your name? Can you drop your Instagram in the chat?
Oh, look at, there it is. It was up at the top.
It's Lolly, and at the Instagram, we haven't quite changed that yet, so it's old. But
that's okay. But this is a good example, and you recognize that you knew that was a place to do that in. And so, so this, to me, what I call this, and no, I know I'm criticizing, but I mean it in the biggest heart, this is a consumer break. This is a disconnect. If I, as a consumer, was on your previous website and then decided to jump over here because my natural zone of like inspiration is and conversion, where I'm going to convert to become a sale to you, is Instagram, I'm going to come here and be like, oops, did I type in the wrong place? Oh, wait a minute here. Are they still an active business? I'm going to click on the first post. I'm going to see when you last posted. And those feelings of like, ooh, ickiness and confusion, you don't want to leave your consumers ever feeling confused or icky or like they clicked the wrong button. So I'm so stoked that you're working on that, because you're in a good direction.
Yeah, love this. Well, very cool. Thank you so much for this. So, and again, brilliant presentation. Steph, your contact, you're really easy to get a hold of, your contact information. Please reshare that in the chat for us as well. On the video page play, or the video play pages, which you all have access to, you'll find again where you can connect with Steph and all of our speakers on all those individual pages. And so awesome. So next we're going to go to if in sales, this is going to be our first kind of, we're going to start talking about sales just a little bit. Chris Tidball as our next presenter, has really good information. Like if you, especially I know a few of you sell like you're engaging with enterprise level or medium on size up companies, all the principles are absolutely the same. So if you know what the pros do, you'll see it's amazing how often we kind of forget some of this basic blocking and tackling when it comes to sales, just because we're working with individual, like, hey, I'm a solopreneur and I'm selling to solopreneurs. learn from the pros. And so I'm really, really excited to share Chris's presentation. You're going to take some, I guarantee you're going to take some notes on things to say, things to do. This is going to be a great presentation. So with that, let's get to Chris Tidball. All right. Well, you may be, as a consultancy, as an agency, as a coach consultant, might be working with maybe a lot of smaller companies, but you might have a solution that would be extremely valuable to enterprise. And so Chris Tidball, you are absolutely my go-to person that if I wanted, say I had a friend who was like, yeah, we'd love to sell into enterprise a little bit more often. I was like, well, you need to talk to Chris because Chris, you're the global head of sales and marketing for Second Look. We've been able to do some really great work together, but you understand this world of enterprise level sales and marketing so well. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity perhaps for people that are watching this presentation, just in terms of how they can take that next step. But again, it's pretty important that they understand, what that environment is like, some of the tools that they're going to need to have, and some of the, I'd say, expectations of what that world is like. But Chris, I'd love to turn the stage over to you. Thank you so much. I'm excited for this presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And welcome everyone to Show Me the Money. Today, we're going to take a look at how you can identify and sell multi-million-dollar deals to Fortune 500 companies. So let's start with a little quick bit about me. I did not start in sales. I actually began my career as a claims adjuster. I spent over 20 years working for two of the largest and most influential insurance companies in the marketplace, Progressive and AIG, both household names. At some point I made it to the executive level, and I often had vendors knocking on my door trying to peddle their wares, right? I'm the billion-dollar company, and you want me to take a look at what? And, so one of the things I found over the years was as I transitioned into sales, that's the dynamic you're up against. You're one of thousands of people knocking on decision makers' doors. And so, one of the things we want to talk about today is how do you actually get your foot in the door? And I transitioned into sales during the downturn. So the company Too Big to Fail failed. I found myself, looking for something else to do and ended up on the sales side, selling things back into insurance companies, the industry that I knew so well. I was, fortunate enough to spend some time with a startup insurtech and then with a well-established insurtech. So kind of got to know the vendor side of the business. And, in order to better position myself, I wrote a few books along the way. So Readjusted is really about taking your claims organization from ordinary to extraordinary. Wrote a couple of fiction books about insurance fraud. And one of those books we're actually turning into a screenplay called The Adjuster. Most recently, our organization was named as the 2021 Claims Innovation Company of the Year. So from there, let's dive into selling. So we've probably seen the movie, we've heard the quote, but there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Jerry Maguire. And, first and foremost, it is don't try to force your solution. We all have solutions and some of them are really, really good, but until it becomes the buyer's idea that they need your solution, don't try to force it. And, another lesson is things take time. So understand that you're at the beginning of a sales cycle. You're trying to navigate the organization, the general marketplace. So we're going to talk through a lot of that today. And third, understand nothing good in life ever gets accomplished without enthusiasm. So even though we're doing a PowerPoint here today, that's really just a takeaway for you. So there's a lot of stuff we're going to cover, and having access to it in a readable format could be beneficial. But really, anybody can put together a PowerPoint and some cheesy salesy lines. That's not what buyers want. Buyers want to see that you love the product that you're selling and that you can explain to them how it will make their life easier. Think back to the old cliche about the pen, sell me this pen. Well, the pen's not going to sell it itself. It's up to you to bring your A game every time you get a chance to get in a meeting with a potential buyer. So today, what we want to focus on is helping you become your best person and providing your best delivery. So every salesperson dreams of selling that multi-year, multi-million-dollar deal. IBM, Amazon, Walmart, State Farm, Bank of America. It doesn't matter what industry, because they all have whales. Companies so big that they can not only make your year personally, but they can fundamentally transform your entire company. So I've sold multiple million-dollar deals to some of the largest companies in the world. And today we're going to take a look at the key steps to identifying and navigating the art of the big deal. By the end of the meeting, hopefully you'll have a clearer path on how to pursue your biggest deals yet. So let's start with who. Who is your target audience? In my case, I sell subrogation services. What the heck is that? It's a complicated aspect of the insurance process that many in the industry struggle with, and those outside the industry generally do not understand. So subrogation is derived from the Latin term subrogare, or to step into the shoes of another. It allows one entity to pursue money that is owed to another on behalf of the entity that is owed. A little bit complicated, but in my world, that's what I do, and my focus is on big insurance companies and self-insurance. So how about your world? Are you looking for deals with GM or Walmart or Amazon, State Farm? Big companies and big deals that are going to allow your smaller company to grow and flourish and make a name for yourself. So identifying the whales is critical. You don't pursue the big three automakers if you're selling bowling balls. Understand your space. It's critical that you know what your targets are. Most importantly, you need to have something that will help them. What can you do that they can't do better? What can you do to make their job easier? Remember, sales is all about helping others first. So putting the cart before the horse is never, ever a good idea. You've got a product, you've got an idea, you have a vision. Now create the message. What is the purpose? How do you provide your solution to a potential customer? In my world, we simply do things better, faster, and cheaper. I mean, that's it. That's our credo. I spent 20 years inside insurance companies and saw firsthand what their shortcomings were. What hamstrung the decision-making process? Where was their red tape? What slowed them down? By understanding your clients, sometimes better than they understand themselves, you can provide solutions that are actually, pretty meaningful. So in today's digital age, we focus on technology. How do we do things better, faster, and cheaper? Well, we started with the basic premise that 15% of all subrogation is missed by frontline claims adjusters. That's our particular industry. So as you go about your industry, figuring out what do you do better? What can you do better, faster, and cheaper, more efficiently, more effectively than your potential buyers? In our case, we leveraged advanced algorithms, machine learning, AI. We did anything that we could to build a product that would identify subrogation that was missed by an insurance company. But a lot of people do that. We're not the only ones playing this game. We had to have a differentiator. And that's really the key to being successful. What is your differentiator? Our differentiator was we took the platform that we built and we modeled over 600 years of human behavior into that platform. So it not only does things better, faster, and cheaper, but it does it more informed than anything else in the marketplace, which is what our differentiator is. So as you figure out your differentiator, you're going to want to, in tandem, come up with messaging. What is your messaging to the industry? A common mistake I've seen with founders and C-level executives is that they believe what they have is the best in class. And sometimes it is, but not always. You have to have the realization that, just because you think it's best in class, other people that you're selling to may not believe that. And sometimes one of the things I've seen are founders and C-level executives that really push a price point, maybe because the shareholders are pushing it, maybe because investors are pushing it, but you can't just sell something for a higher price than the market will bear unless it really has that value. So that's kind of the challenge that you have to overcome. It can become a roadblock. But by understanding the market better than anyone else, you will be able to craft a message that tells the story that will create the value and sell your product. So let's talk about, making those sales. First and foremost, people buy from people they know, like, and trust. We've all shopped for used cars. There's pushy, obnoxious types who you don't want to buy from. There are places like Carvana where shopping is hassle-free, but price points are higher than you want to spend. So how do we go about selling? What is our approach? Well, let's break this down into a few buckets that we can discuss in more detail. So, going back a few years, let's call it the olden days, the 1990s, it was all about cold calling. Sales reps hit the pavement, they knocked on doors, they sat at desks and made phone calls. It's probably the least appealing aspect of sales, and it has very little value in today's world where pretty much nobody answers the phone or returns emails from solicitors. But it can work. It is still something that needs to be done at some level. As you can see on the chart, you'll notice that there are various aspects to sales, and they build upon one another, right? So cold calling is very low percentage. Adding to that, lead generation becomes a little bit more, higher percentage. Thought leadership, your network, your immediate network. So we're going to take a dive into each of these and see, what makes a lot of sense and how do you pull everything together. So let's talk about making the sales, right? So we'll look at cold calling. It is time consuming, high transaction, low yield, but sometimes when you tie in lead generation with it, it can be somewhat of an effective approach. Typically, lead generation is outsourced to a third-party company, oftentimes overseas. They typically have a very big Rolodex of potential decision makers. I caution people because there's some very good lead generation companies and there's some not so good lead generation companies. So definitely do your due diligence. But if you have the budget, marrying that up with cold calling can actually help to really help your pipeline grow at a pretty fast rate. Next is thought leadership. Now, being the person perceived as knowledgeable in any industry is a benefit. I mean, I've taken the time to write books, some of which are housed in insurance carrier libraries designed to help adjusters. I've written fictional books focused on the industry. I've written scripts. What can you do to get your level of expertise out into the marketplace? How do you get into trade periodicals? How do you speak at industry events? How do you create a podcast? I mean, all of this pays dividends in the form of higher sales. So by focusing on the first three buckets, you're at about 30% of your sales potential, if that's all you're doing. Knowing people and knowing people who know people is where most of the deals actually happen. So remember, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Everyone knows someone who knows someone who knows someone. I wrote a book. Cameron Crowe wrote one of my favorite books. I've got a friend who knows Cameron Crowe. I was able to get my book into Cameron Crowe's hands. This is the golden ticket in sales. Who knows who? So you've got to create that first degree network. I recommend LinkedIn, and we'll go through why I recommend that, but it is the largest business-to-business platform on the face of the earth. But figure out who can help you. Figure out how you can help them. So let's look at it this way. Let's say you want to sell into Walmart. 50 years ago, you'd call Mr. Walton himself, and he probably would have picked up the phone. But today, there's hundreds of thousands of Walmart associates. It's a massive, massive organization with a massive hierarchy and a very large number of divisions. How do you navigate that? You need to leverage your network to figure out a plan to get in the door. And we're going to take a closer look at just how to do this. So you've identified the company. You've narrowed down the decision makers. Now it's time to get by the gatekeeper. Every decision maker has a gatekeeper. They are paid to keep you away. In order to get by them, you need to find a common connection through your first degree contacts. Even with the connection and the introduction, you will have about 20 seconds to make your case. Decision makers are busy, and I mean really busy. If you've ever taken a look at the calendar of a decision maker, it is an 80-hour-a-week job. They don't have time to take calls from vendors, solicitors, unless that person is coming as very highly recommended. So the only reason they're talking to you is because they know the person that made the introduction. Your goal at this point is to try and secure a meeting. Ideally, you want these meetings to be in person. Phone is okay, video conference is okay. There's nothing better than an in-person meeting because it allows you to make eye contact. It allows you to look for verbal and visual cues that are out there that may indicate whether someone is interested or not interested. Once you secure this meeting, your job is to sell, right? So boring PowerPoints, they don't sell. I mean, we're doing a boring PowerPoint right now, but I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm trying to give you advice on how to help you sell. This is much more fun up on a stage, but this gives you a takeaway that you can refer back to that hopefully will help you land, $1 million deals down the line. I find that most people aren't really impressed with PowerPoints. I mean, anyone can do it. Very few people can get up and extemporaneously sell. And remember, during the meeting, your job is to earn their trust. Remember that, people buy from those they know, like, and trust. So this meeting is going to be the foundation of your future relationship. And if you got the meeting, that means you got through the 20-second call and your elevator pitch. You've got about an hour to build the foundation and set the ball in motion now. You also have to sell without selling because nobody likes to be sold. Set the stage of how you can help them solve a problem. Be an active listener. Ask them what their greatest challenges are. And typically I start my meetings this way, what keeps you up at night? And then just sit back and listen. And people will tell you a lot of information, and it can really help you to figure out what your message should be to have the most successful presentation possible. You're not going to sell anything during your first meeting. I mean, never say never, but it's pretty rare. I mean, this is a time that it's due diligence. You're learning about them. They're learning about you. They're making some decisions about future discussions. Leave that meeting with a timeline. Understand what the follow-up is going to be. Be persistent, but don't be annoying. So now that we know what to do, let's examine how we get into that person's corner office. We can't talk enough about developing your network. Some people aren't comfortable with it, but it's a fundamental underpinning of sales. No network means no sales, which means no revenue. It can feel unnatural at times. Sometimes it feels a bit salesy. Doesn't have to feel that way, but sometimes it does. Build out your first degree network first. Family, friends, coworkers, ex-coworkers, frat brothers, sorority sisters, high school, college friends. Most of them probably have jobs. Get all of them into your network. Once they are in, explore who they know. Tools like LinkedIn share commonalities, including second and third degree connections. Search by industry and company. When you find prospects, leverage your first degree relationships to make those introductions. If you're not comfortable doing that, then use something like LinkedIn Navigator, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail as well. It has some great sales components to it. Always remember, you aren't doing this for you. You are doing this to provide help to others. Consider potential exchanges. Do you have a contact that's collecting money for the Cancer Society? That's a great time to reach out and catch up and make a donation and have a, oh, by the way, do you know so-and-so moment? Remember, networking is all about them. So everyone wants to close a deal on their timeline. And I'll be the first to say that never happens. Getting prospects to yes is not an overnight process by any means. Can it be fast-tracked? Yes, in certain instances. But first, in the world of sales, get used to the word no. It can happen for a variety of reasons. Maybe somebody's really not interested. Maybe they're not a good fit. Maybe they don't like your approach. Maybe the timing's not right. Timing is everything. If you have a solid product and a prospect has a true need, then getting the decision maker to help you navigate the process can be beneficial. Why isn't the timing right? Well, you know what? We just did our budget and all of our money is spent for the year. But I am interested in your product. There's just no money for it. Well, you know what? We're going to just put that on a calendar and we're going to follow back up, right? Everybody should be using some type of CRM to track their sales in, and you want to build this pipeline. So having stuff that can close in a year or 2 years is very important, arguably just as important as having stuff that's going to close right now. It's kind of like, one of those help me help you. Let the prospect be your guide. Now if someone's not interested, take that at face value as well. I mean, if someone's not interested, they're not interested. Close it down. You want to make sure, again, you don't want to be bothering people, pestering people. If you bug someone too much, they're going to block your phone, they're going to blacklist your email. So there's really a fine balance to reaching out, following up, keeping in touch, building the relationship. And this is where sometimes there's the rub, because you have to respect the decision makers' timelines. However, you may have bosses or investors or shareholders pushing for closures right away. And, that's a pretty good way to blow a closing next year, is to try to force it into this year. I mean, one of the big mistakes we see is, sell. I know we don't have exactly what you need, but you know what? Here's why you really need it, and we're not willing to change our product. We have to be willing to adapt our product to their needs, not the other way around. Build what's needed, and the buyers will let the rest happen. So, lastly, we want to focus on incremental success. While you're working on getting the whales, you got to get smaller wins. The whale can change the trajectory of your company, but it's the smaller wins that keep the lights on. You have to have those no matter what. They happen faster, they help you bring in revenue, and at the end of the day, that is the job of sales. So you have a product that's awesome, just like millions of other awesome products. Who needs your product? Well, understand the market before you go to market. Develop a pitch focused on that market. Dig your well before you need it. There's nothing worse than working hard to get a meeting, and during that meeting, you realize that there's zero fit. And it's probably happened. It's happened to me. It's happened to others. It's a learning experience. But know the market and try to really pitch your product to people that are going to need your product, and do your due diligence up front to make sure that there really is some type of fit there. Understand your competition, right? What are they doing? Explore their websites. One of the reasons I go to a lot of conferences is because it allows me to meet with my competitors. A lot of people look at competitors as the old adage, know thy enemy. But the best approach is to understand what you do, what they do, and look for possible collaboration. I mean, right now I'm working on a deal with a very big company that a year ago is a competitor of mine, and due to some changes, we're now working on what could become one of the biggest collaborations in our industry. So understand, that there are different types of sales out there, right? You're not always going to the $1 million buyer, but sometimes a collaboration can actually, forge the path to that even bigger deal. Recognize that there's, leaders and laggards. There's, in every industry, there's good and there's bad. Look at what the good do right and try to emulate that. See what the bad do wrong and clear steer of those practices. So, now that you know the competition, you want to dig in, find the decision makers, identify your key targets, load them into your CRM. Once you know your target audience and have identified the people with the power to buy, let's go to market. So we're going to spend a few minutes on how to identify decision makers, because it is arguably the single most important step in closing the deal. Decision makers are going to vary by company. Oftentimes they're in the C-suite, your CEOs, your CFOs, your COOs, your CTOs, but not always. In smaller companies, the higher the probability that a decision maker is going to be at the C level. As companies get larger, there tends to be a wider array of decision makers, often focused on more granular levels. In my own business, I focus on selling claim services to large insurance companies and self-insureds. Typically, the buying is done at the vice president level there. So you want to understand, in your market, who's typically going to be the decision maker. But you also want to understand who are the influencers. So in my world, influencers are often at the procurement or the director level. This is why it's so important to understand the culture and the structure of an organization. Getting pushed down is much easier than climbing the ladder. If the CEO tells you to speak to Jane Doe, there's a high probability you will get a meeting and she will listen. If you contact the janitor and ask for a meeting with Jane Doe, there is 0% chance you will get that meeting. Leverage your social media, in particular LinkedIn, to ID the decision maker and figure out how your network can assist you in facilitating introduction. So over the next few slides, we're going to take a closer look at how to do this, as well as how to effectively reach out, book your meeting, provide a successful product overview, and close that deal. So leveraging social media. Let's spend some time talking about this and why it's so important. We live in a digital age. We are the most connected, through our devices. Most of you probably have a Facebook or Instagram account, which is great for personal connections. But in the world of business, the 800-pound gorilla is LinkedIn. If you're not on the platform, set up an account. If you are on the platform, continue to grow your network. Over 830 million users are on the platform, including 55 million businesses. It's the largest business platform on earth. Over half of college graduates, more than a third of adults are on the platform. There are over 180 million C-level influencers, 63 million decision makers, and 10 million C-level executives. This is your fishing hole. It's where you need to focus time and effort to build out your primary network and identify your secondary network. Your connections are going to be critical in helping you land that next $1 million deal. So let's take a look at how to leverage this tool. So there's multiple components to LinkedIn. There's a free version, which is easy to use. Then there's Navigator, which is also easy to use, but it costs about $100 a month. I typically use Navigator to help me ID decision makers. It just has a little bit more functionality. Let's say, you've got a great new product and you've found a company called Second Look that would be an ideal customer. You've done some research and you see there's a likely fit. So how do you get into the company? You can call up and ask for the CEO. You're going to be stopped right then and there by the gatekeeper. You can email, you'll probably never hear back. You can do some due diligence to see who you should reach out to. In this case, we simply type in the company name, and we can see that, the company appears, and you can look for the decision makers, and you see that there's actually 2 decision makers. So we'll go ahead and we'll click on them. And, here they are. One is in New York, the other is in South Korea. This appears to be 2 different companies. Since you've been to the company website, they're based in New York. You know what the logo looks like. So you select the president. President of a company is probably a pretty safe bet that they're going to be a decision maker. The next step is, how do you get to this person? Well, you're going to click on the profile, and in my case, you'll see there's 201 shared connections between myself and the president. Chances are pretty good that I can get someone to help me facilitate an introduction. So how do I do that? Well, I'm going to click on the connections, and once I'm in there, all the connections will populate. I'm looking for the common denominator. In this particular case, I see one person who has 2 shared experiences with me. In one of those experiences, we actually work together. This provides an immediate networking opportunity where I can get the warm introduction. So why are the warm introductions, so important? Well, cold calling has a success rate in the single digits. Warm introductions are much more effective. In fact, buyers are 5 times more likely to engage when they've been introduced to you by someone they know. Almost 3/4 of executives prefer to work with someone that has been referred to them. 84% of business decision makers start the buying process with an introduction. Their conversion rate is about 30% higher than cold calling, and the referred customers have a 16% higher lifetime value than non-referred customers. But sometimes making these connections takes a little more work. So let's take a look at a little bit bigger company and see how we might get in there. So we've all heard of Tesla, leader in the EV world. So how do I get to a decision maker in this company? Well, I'm going to, again, go through and look for the decision makers. And I see, again, one shared experience. So what am I going to do here is I'm going to reach out to this person. I find out that we used to work together, again, former coworker. After facilitating a call, we catch up, reminisce about old times. And sure enough, I get the warm introduction to the director of insurance. Remember, networking is the key to sales. You need to put together your base of first-degree contacts. Then you need to ID your target market. Once this is complete, there should be a focus on the identification of decision makers. They are the key to making the sales. Now let's take a look at reaching out and giving that winning presentation. So you've made the initial contact, you've created the dialogue. Now is your chance to sell. You typically have one opportunity. If you give a lousy presentation, the deal is probably dead right there, unless your product is so over the top amazing that it sells itself. And I'll tell you, unless it's 2007 and you're handing out iPhones, that probably isn't the case. Lots of salesy slides with salespeople that don't understand your industry. It's a huge misstep, and it's one that I see an awful lot. If you don't understand the industry that you're selling into, you probably shouldn't be in sales. I know insurance, it's my space. I'm a recognized expert. I've written books and blogs and have a podcast. It's all focused on insurance. For me to start selling aerospace equipment would make zero sense since I know nothing about that industry. Focus on your core competencies that can be explained with an air of authority to potential clients. Explain what's in it for them. In my case, it's money. I find clients tens of millions of dollars each year with substantial ROIs. How do we find this money? How do we know their pain? Because we've sat in the chairs where they sit today. You have anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds to pitch yourself. You have about 20 minutes, realistically, to effectively sell your product if given the opportunity to present. So even if prospects give you an hour, get to the point. Always finish presentations early. Never, ever, ever go over time unless the client specifically asks you. For example, your 20-minute pitch to a decision maker was so good, they want to see a live demo of what you're selling. Set the time parameters and the expectations. Get their permission and then oblige. Again, remember, and we can't say this enough, sales, it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about helping someone else. So sales, is really, it's the key to growth. Nobody at all wants to be sold. You need to get in there and explain what's in it for them. Why should they be giving you the time of day? Use your elevator pitches wisely. And remember, give them the overview, explain yourself. In my case, I explain my background in insurance and how I've sat in the seat where they've sat. And I don't try to sell them. They have to come to the realization that this is a product for them. And once they come to that realization, that makes the selling process significantly easier. But the most important thing about sales, really, at the end of the day, is getting deals closed, right? I mean, sales is the key to growth. For some smaller startups, you're the jack of all trades. I mean, you're doing everything. Instead of, you're doing sales, you're doing the tactical, you're doing the strategic. I mean, every single aspect, and it's an overwhelming job. But the key to growth is to balance strategic and tactical activities. Founders, owners, CEOs need to be focused on the strategic to succeed. Let sales take care of the tactical. And, this can be a challenge in organization. Executives not in sales want sales to happen fast. I mean, so do salespeople, but I think they're more realistic about how long sales can actually take. How much time does it take to sell? Well, I mean, it depends. If you're selling a small ticket item, the sales time could be really quick. I mean, it could be a matter of days or weeks. If you're selling to multinational global companies, multi-million-dollar deals, that could take years. And I'll just, go through my example, in the world of insurance subrogation, I've had deals happen in less than 60 days, sometimes in a matter of less than a month. But these are typically small to mid-sized deals. Deals, million-dollar deals with billion-dollar companies, they can take substantially longer. I mean, they can take months, they can take years. As your sales teams ID their targets, make sure you're updating your CRM. You want to be building out a pipeline so you know what's pending, when are things going to close. This is hugely important to revenue projections. If I have a CRM and I have no leads in there, how do I budget for 2023 and 2024 if I've got no visibility into what's going to sell? But you also have to balance this with what's real versus what's not real. And this is a challenge in sales, especially sales management, is there's a big difference between having recurring meetings that, I'm in my CRM and I met with a person and we're going to meet next month, the next month, the next month, and these meetings go on, for months and months and years, versus meetings that are actually progressing. I met with an influencer. I met with a decision maker. I have put together a statement of work. We're negotiating the contract. And you want to move these along in stages, right? I mean, it's 10% chance of closing, 20%, 30%, all the way up to 100. So it's really important that you understand, what's moving through the pipeline, what's tied up in legal, what's tied up in contracting. No matter how many deals are being claimed, the only real deals are those where both sides are signed. That's the only time that a deal is actually a deal. Now, not every deal gets to close. I mean, in fact, many don't move beyond an initial call. We all know the old adage, no means no, and that rule also applies to sales. Once you've pitched your product, people will often not be interested. If they say no, just move on. There's lots of other, fish in the sea. But there are also other types of rejections that need to be addressed as well. So if they're already using a similar product to what you're offering, it's often difficult to uncouple. I mean, relationships exist, sometimes for years. Integrations have been built, sometimes, at great cost to both companies. Unless a person's really not happy with their vendor, they're probably not going to bail on that vendor. But be patient, though, because, things do change. People come and go. Contracts expire. Keep these kinds of things on the back burner. They're going to be in your CRM, maybe at a lower percentage, but make sure you keep following up periodically, because that interest, may come back up at some point down the line. Similarly, there's a status quo that's prevalent in much of corporate America. I mean, it's often easier to just say no than to make a change that might require effort. It's a reality, and it's, probably cultural in nature. And in those situations, it's probably best to move on until, again, there's a change. Sometimes companies have a shakeup at the top. A lot of the status quo culture gets pushed out the door, and all of a sudden the company really wants to do something new and innovative, and that's where you can potentially come in. One of the biggest rejections I get is from people concerned about appearances. Remember, I find people money, and that means that somewhere along the line, someone missed the money that I actually go and find. So if I find and deliver cash, there's a concern over finger pointing. It's very short-sighted, but it's a reality, and probably one of the single biggest rejections I get. Remember, selling, it's about the buyer. In these situations, it's best to let them understand that more money is something they found, not something I delivered. Nobody at the top needs to know where the money came from, only that the results are better. So selling is about relationships. People buy from people they know, like, and trust. We can't say that enough. If you can't build the relationship, you aren't going to make the sale. The sale, again, it's not about you. It's about the buyer. Relate to the buyer. Empathize with their needs. Don't try to twist their needs to your product. Adapt your product to their needs. Remember, there's no deal until the contract is signed. You can have all the verbal agreements in the world, but no signature means no deals. Sending contracts, discussing contracts, talking about terms, hearing someone is interested. I mean, it's all fine and dandy. But sales at the end of the day is about revenue. No signature means no revenue, which means no deal. Perhaps the most important aspect of sales is listening. Remember, 2 ears, 1 mouth. Actively listen, ask them about their challenges, what keeps them up at night. It's amazing what people will divulge when given the chance to speak. Don't ram your presentation down their throat. Hear them out and then build your product to meet their needs. So if you have any questions about sales or marketing or social media, LinkedIn, Navigator, any of that, my contact information is here. I'm available as one of the resources through this great presentation that Josh has put together, and I look forward to hearing from people.
Chris, I feel like we just got a master class here in enterprise sales. This is just so great. And again, for those of us, maybe you might be a little earlier stage in our practice, like we haven't, done sales for decades. I think this was just so insightful to see, what the true professionals, like they've been doing this for decades. They know what works. They know what's tried and true. And, Chris, a lot of what you were sharing, I think, unfortunately, I don't see a lot of the gurus talking about what you were talking about. They were talking about, easy automatic riches and, it's
Rome was not built in a day.
Yeah. But it's because it works, because it's tried and true. That's absolutely what you're talking about today. So I just really, really appreciate your insights here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good. So, Chris, we've got your some contact information for our diamonds and platinums. Chris, you also have a gift. We'll put that on the page there that you're
absolutely
welcome.
Sure.
Yep. Congratulations on the book getting turned into the screenplay as well. That's really exciting.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. But this is really fantastic. Again, Chris Tidball, thank you so much. Again, Global Head of Sales for Second Look. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful, wonderful presentation.
Great. Thank you for having me.
All right. Yes. So, hey, a couple of updates on things. First off, if you're off camera, come on back. And so what we're going to do, because of the fun things that we're doing in between sessions, there's no way I'm going to be able to run like every single session. So here's the deal. We have more content. We're swimming in amazing presentations. So some of them, we're going to have to make some hard decisions based on kind of who's in the room. So some of the presentations we just won't be able to do in the live stream. The good news is you can watch those anytime. So you just go to your video page, and I'll share with you, to our friends also that are streaming this on social. Let me just show you where this is. So when you go to FameandProfit .com, you get a free ticket, blah, blah, blah. Then you'll get an instant, it'll let you in here. Hey, look, here's us right there. This is a preview window. I don't spend your time watching this video because it's not awesome. Just click on join us in Zoom there. Now, to the sessions that we won't be able to get all of them, look at this. They're all available right here for the general admission folks. You can watch these all the way up until midnight. If you want to watch them after midnight, then you just click and you can grab like a VIP ticket. Gold, you get unlimited access to everything. Diamond, you get unlimited access to everything. And then you also get all the speaker freebies and you get access to the mixers and other stuff. So again, that's just at FameandProfit.com. All right, who in the chat does account-based sales? Like you sell something big. I know many of you, I think all of you do. In other words, you're not selling like an e-com product. You're selling something that's going to require a conversation or two. Yeah. All right. Hey, Nicole, oh, I'm sorry. Let me make sure that I can unmute everybody really quick. And Nicole, as soon as I do this, I'm going to ask you the question of what you do, but here it is. Let me unmute. Okay. Now you can unmute yourself. Nicole, tell us just a little bit about what you're doing. I see in your description, it says Smart Cat Marketing. Oh, let me ask you to, let me do that. And then you'll get
There we
unmuted.
go.
Hey.
Hey there. You put me on the spot.
Yeah, well, that's what we do.
So what was the question, Josh? What was the question, Josh?
Oh, so tell us what you do.
Oh, so I guess you'd say I'm somebody in marketing who works with words. So everything that you guys are all talking about is all true about sales, right? And obviously everything encompassing, right, from what James was talking about this morning to what Chris finished off and what Steph was talking about, it all revolves around words and what we say and how we say them in any respect. And that's what I do as well. So I've been marketing kind of like Chris, been around the corner for a while. I won't tell you how long. It's been a while.
And how valuable is your, again, putting you on the spot, and I have no idea what you're going to say. I assume, because again, if you've got any experience in business, how valuable is your network to the process? In other words, like who you know and the relationships that you have.
Huge, right? 100%. Like I agree 100% when you guys said like your net worth is your network. 100%. Because no matter what you do, like I was somebody who knew, I stopped doing cold calling a million years ago because I knew it didn't work. And it's all about your network and who you know here. I'm in a small community here in Canada, and every third person we know knows somebody we know. It's really that small. So your network is really important.
That's great. That's great. Joe, I know that you're definitely kind of leveraging. Thank you so much, Nicole. I know that you're definitely, I would suspect that you're familiar with some of what Chris was talking about, probably implementing some of what Chris is talking about, maybe got some good ideas from that. Oh, let me have you unmute here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my whole business is all about who I know. I've been in this industry for 27 years. I work with Citibank, with McGraw-Hill, Standard & Poor's. I did mergers and acquisitions, so I met the companies inside of McGraw-Hill as well. And then, of course, I did 12 years as a CIO for a firm on Long Island. Took them from like a $6 million company to a $75 million, which they just sold. That's why I was able to do this, start my dream of opening my own business and trying to be a concierge type CIO to these people. So case in point, I just heard back from Samsung. I started that deal back in April of this year. So, and they're just now starting to come to me, telling me to send me the invoicing so they can get it in their budget for the first quarter. So I'm very excited about that. That was a fantastic opportunity. So, but I knew them at my other job. I knew that they knew who I was. They know what I do. They know what I can bring to the table for these companies and developing custom applications. So it's all about who you know. I just, and a great point that the speaker made earlier about, asking them the problems. I had one meeting. I know when I walk in the door on that first meeting, I am not even thinking about selling. I am like, what are your problems?
Wildly inappropriate. It's like going on a first,
like,
it's like going on a first date, and I know exactly what you need.
Yeah, I know exactly. Right? Exactly.
Maybe.
So it was all about finding out what their needs are and how I could help them. And one of the things you mentioned a bunch of times, Josh, when we talked, it's about how I could help them, how I'm there for them. Whatever your needs are, even if you just want to bounce. I talk to the CTOs and CIOs of these organizations, and I say, listen, if you just have an idea, I know when I was sitting there, it always helped me to have another person to bang an idea off of, ask them questions, see what I would do in that situation. So it's just being there and being a resource they can refer to, because eventually that will turn into, if you give the right, advice, of course, you got to give the right advice. But if you do, they come back to you and say, wow, Joe gave me that great advice. I have this project. I can't get to it. I have too much backlog, too much technical debt I'm dealing with in my current environment. And we all know if anyone is in IT, there is always a backlog of projects that need to get done. So, that's when they'll come to me and say, hey, can you help me with this? So, but absolutely, it's especially in my business, it's all about, you have to build a trust, break through that trust barrier. And a lot of times that happens with who just getting a handoff.
I love it. I love it. Joe, thank you so much. So here's who's coming up. Right now, we're going to go to Jessica Phillips. And if you don't know Jessica's whole thing is relationship-based sales and networking. And this is what she's going to be talking about. After Jessica, Justin's been in the room with us. He stepped up for just a sec. He's going to come back. And his presentation is all about the tech and the systems. I feel like it's like, it's that saying, it's like, if mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. It's like, man, if your tech ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. And I can tell you right now, like behind the scenes too, like I'm like that duck, it's like on the water, like, yeah, it might feel like it's mostly working well behind the scenes. Good God. Thank goodness we got good people here doing our thing. To our friends who are watching this on the live stream, go to FameandProfit.com, get a free ticket. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have you in the Zoom room so we can get to know you, so we can talk about your business and share what you're doing and also learn how we can help one another. All right, so most of these presentations do have just a quick sponsor or a quick little segment I do with one of our sponsors too. I think that this is one of them, and I don't know who it is, so it's going to be a surprise for all of us. We're going to hear a quick little conversation with one of our sponsors, and then we go to Jessica's presentation. So with that, let's go. John Austinson, thank you so much for being one of our key sponsors of the Fame and Profit Summit. Listen, just want to kind of share a quick message. Again, thank you so much for sponsoring this event. And I love what you do. And I've chatted with a lot of franchise consultants. And honestly, I love who you work with, exactly what you do, and your results are amazing. So tell folks, again, one thing I'd recommend, go watch John's presentation. It is fire, and you're going to learn so much. Like if you're a multiple streams business leader, this is absolutely going to be a presentation that's going to be, you're going to get pretty excited. I'm excited. I can't wait to work with you, John. I cannot wait for that. Again, some of those additional passive revenue streams once we get locked up there. But share with folks, in addition to your presentation, where they can engage with you, and you have a free gift for everybody.
Yeah, come out to our website, FameandProfitConsulting.com. Sign up for our monthly newsletter, absolutely no cost, and we will make sure to get you a copy of our book, Non-Food Franchising, releasing it early November. I can't be more excited about it. I would love to get a copy to all of your listeners.
Awesome. Get a free copy of the book, Non-Food Franchising. It's totally free. Just go to FranbridgeConsulting.com, click on the link that we have on the page right here. And again, opt into the newsletter. John, thank you again so much for being a sponsor of the Fame and Profit Summit. Well, here we go. This is one of the sessions that I am so grateful you didn't miss this one. And I'll just tell you, in my lead up to introducing Jessica here, when I put the word out, and thankfully in my role, I have the opportunity, like I know some people. And so within particularly the social media marketing world, which I've had the pleasure of speaking at, I know a lot of other speakers through that connections. And when I said, listen, here's the intention of this event, here's what we're doing, here's the impact that we're creating in the world, I said, who would be a perfect speaker for this? Jessica, out of anybody else that was referred to me, nobody even came close for the number of people who said, Jessica Phillips is the absolutely perfect person for this event. And it's like, Jessica, and you saw the tags coming in fast and furious in a Facebook conversation, did you not?
I did. I was very thankful and honored that, people thought to call me out.
Yep, you are the founder and CEO of Now Marketing Group, and I am just so excited to hear what you're about to share. And so, Jessica, I just want to, again, edify you personally. You are just one of the go-to people in the world on this topic. And again, I'm just so grateful that you're able to spend this time with us. So I'm going to give the stage to you to take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Josh. I think like attracts like, and people that think the same, tend to attract the same type of people. So I'm really excited that you're hosting this first and foremost, and really sharing the good word of what it means to show up with a relationship first mindset, because I truly believe relationships will always be more powerful than marketing. So what I'm going to dive into today is how to outcare the competition to build organic, sustainable growth in your business. And this is my personal mission. My personal mission is to help inspire people to love more, give more, and be more through the art of authentic relating. That means getting past, that surface level stuff that we sometimes show up with, hi, my name is so-and-so, and here's what I do, but truly to the heart of why it is that you do what you do and how you do it, what makes you do it in a different way, because how we make people feel is how we're going to be remembered, and that's what's going to make them want to refer us on. And now I know we're using web more than ever. We're hosting this webinar virtually, but even with web now, it's evolved, it's changed. People are expecting a lot more from just what Web 1 was originally when it first came out, which was read only. I'm sure when everybody sees this screen, there's a noise that plays in our head if we're old enough. I'm not going to do it. We all still hear it subconsciously, because this was what the internet looked like when Web 1 was first around, where we could get access to information, but it took us a minute to get it. And then we evolved to the beautiful day of social media, where that's Web 2, where it was read and write information. What that means is not only could we search for information, but now we could respond back to it. And this was an exciting time for businesses, because it truly meant that now you could start outcarrying the competition. You could show up as your business and not only put information out there, but respond to questions that were coming in. And it didn't matter how much marketing budget you had. It was really about how you showed up as you would if somebody was to visit you in person, how you could show up online in that same way. Because we all have this sense of belonging that we need and just desire and have to have in order to feel connected and to remember someone. But I don't know if you're starting to hear this buzz about Web 3, the metaverse. It's all the rave. As of October 11th, so yesterday, there was lots of conversation from Meta, Facebook, not the metaverse, but a part of it, Meta, where how they're changing up what they're doing with Web3. And what Web3 is going to do and introduce even more so to businesses is not only an internet now that we can read and write information, but we can read, write, and co-create with our community. Many people think of this as like virtual reality, and many brands are already diving in, but there's so much more to it, which I'm not going to go into all the tech stuff, but I'm just going to give you the premise of why this matters and why we should pay attention, and how we can start showing up to outcare the competition now. So it doesn't matter about the technology and how it changes. It's about our technique and how we're using anything that comes our way to show how much we care. So co-create, read, write, and now co-create in Web3. There's NFTs, there's cryptocurrencies, all these buzz terms that are coming out. But what this truly means at the end of the day is that brands like Wendy's right now are investing a lot of money to create what they call the Wendy's verse, where they're creating an environment now where you can sit in a virtual environment and share a Frosty. If Josh and I wanted to hang out and talk about relationship marketing and nerd all day on it, we could do what I love doing in person, which is dipping my fries in the Frosty, but do it virtually. But then we can go over to this little world that they have and shoot some Baconators into this virtual hoop and find some coupons for Wendy's along the way that they have hidden as like little Easter eggs. Now, why would companies like this be investing a lot of money for people just to hang out and virtually with their product and services? It's because of the way that we feel when we're engaging with a brand matters. Building experiences matter. 25% of people will have more brand loyalty to brands that are focused on experience, not just doing what they say they're going to do. See, many companies think we have great customer service because we're just simply showing up in the way that somebody's paid us to show up. That's just doing business. But building a better experience in a way that we can outcare the competition means that we're taking things a step further and truly investing in the people that are investing in us. So if you can see the image in the background here, this is a company that I was working with and still working with. Their name is Crossroads, and they're building a multi-use environment. It's just flat land right now where I live, which is in Lima, Ohio, which is like population 20,000. It's super small. We have like half a Starbucks here. It's a very small town that I live in. But there's this multi-use development of land that's coming our way that is going to bring in all of these restaurants and new businesses and new apartments and things that they're promising to bring our way. The problem with promising it to a community that's been promised things before is that we can't quite imagine it yet. So what Crossroads did is they said, you know what, we want to build a better experience. Instead of these brochures and talking about what's coming, we want to build a virtual universe where you can put on some headsets and imagine what this land is going to look like, what your community is going to look like, not only for the people that live here and the stakeholders in our community, but for some site selectors and some investors that we're trying to get an investment from and a commitment from. So they set up at a trade show, which trade shows typically sometimes are boring. It's all about the swag that you're getting, right? If we're honest, like we're walking around and sometimes we'll remember a company by the swag. But what they wanted to do is be remembered for the experience that they were providing. So people would come by, they'd put on the headset, and a crazy thing started happening because there were screens here. Others would start looking and say, what is going on over here? As somebody's walking through, experiencing a virtual concert happening, seeing other people to the right and left of them, and truly traveling through this place that doesn't exist yet, but they could feel like it did. And that was the key. It was creating this sense of feeling about what this brand is all about. 90% of all buying decisions right now start online. So people are on the hunt to solve a problem, to reach a goal. And when they're searching online, they're comparing different products that are similar. And it doesn't matter what niche of a business that we're in. Honestly, I think it doesn't matter a niche of a niche of a niche of a business. There's somebody else that really does that thing that you do, but you do it differently, right? So how are you going to stand out if somebody's trying to compare two different speakers to speak at an event, like what Josh was just saying when he's calling out and saying, hey, who can talk in relationship marketing? There's a lot of people that can do that. But if somebody is on the hunt for someone and they're looking and starting their search online, what are they going to find out about the companies or the individuals that they're comparing? Because 60% of their decision-making process is over before they actually talk to one of the people that they're selecting of interest to make that choice between. They're comparing brands and people against what others are saying their experience is like with working with that company, with buying from that company, with working with an individual. And they're basing it off what other people are saying online as much as, and putting as much weight, I should say, on what's being said as if a peer, a friend, a neighbor, a colleague told them that same thing. Let's all think about the last thing we purchased on Amazon, right? Do we really know the people that bought that thing? Probably not, but we do put some stake into the reviews that are being put online there. Same thing with a restaurant or a hotel, right? Or a venue. We put a lot of stake into what others are saying about their experience working or doing business with that company, as much as if a friend or family member, colleague told it to us. So what this means is that there's a lot of conversations that are happening online about experiences. There's a big evolution called dark social right now that's kind of still part of this metaverse that we've been talking about, where conversations are starting to become more and more niched where they're happening. So now if the question's being asked in a Facebook group about who to hire, people are responding, it's harder for a company to see what that response is, right? Or they're happening in Vox, or they're happening in text message. People are putting their thoughts and feelings about working with a company and the sentiment about that within these niche conversations. And dark social is a lot different than the dark web. That's a whole other conversation for a different themed event. But dark social just means for brands that the experiences that people are saying they're having with brands are now becoming more and more enriched into niche environments. And the traffic that's coming back to your website, which is now 86% of it, is becoming harder to track where these conversations are starting. So what this means for a brand that's now becoming the wild, wild west of the web within the metaverse is, how do we know what our brand sentiment even is. If there's traffic coming to our website, people are finding us, they're making this decision. How do we know what they're thinking or feeling, especially when there's so many channels out there? Do we just need to show up everywhere and just keep doing more and more and more? No, I promise you, I'm not going to ask you to sign up for another thing or another tool, because I truly believe it's not what you do, but it's how we do it that's going to make the difference. If we focus in starting from the inside out and how we're going to outcare, which I'm going to walk you through this process now, it doesn't matter where the conversations are happening or where people are talking about you, if they're talking about you in a positive light, right? If they're sharing these good experiences about working with your company. I am going to give you a way to measure it and measure the sentiment, especially now that Google's ranking on sentiment, on how you show up on the search engines. You know, Instagram and Facebook are starting to remove the like counts, but they're just showing the engagement that's happening. Sentiment matters in what people are ranking on, which means, in essence, I hate to say this, but the sales funnel is dead, because the sales funnel says that if we market out, we drive people to our stuff, we can turn them from a marketing qualified lead to a sales qualified lead to a customer, but then we just have to keep dumping more leads in this funnel and hopefully getting some customers out of it at the end of the day. No, we just said traffic starting, their searches are starting online. They're basing their decision off what they're reading online, and they're basing it upon what people are saying about our brands, which means that our customers that have already worked with us, or our team members, or our community that's showing up for us, they're our best generator of business. They are the ones that are going to help create this momentum to drive sales our way, which means it doesn't look like a funnel anymore, because it never ends. Our customers stay in our marketing journey. It becomes a flywheel that we need to focus on building the momentum to growing it outward. So how can we use care to do this? Care breaks down to, how do we show up to capture attention, to make sure that not only are we capturing the attention to stand out in our own right for what we do, how we do it in our own way, creating that sense of feeling, but we can articulate our message with clarity and conviction so people do remember us and know what it is that they want to refer us for, that we're focused on relationships for repeat and referral business, and exceptional experiences. Experience is that verb, how we're making people feel. So how can we create experiences that are exceptional, doing that little bit extra that is going to create someone to want to refer us on? It's focusing in on what we're doing right now and saying, if we have followers on our page, how can we turn them into real fans of ours? Because there's a difference between people that are just following you to people that will advocate for you, share what you have to say online, engage with you, mention you online, right? Share that last ebook that you have and put it into an email. It's taking your clients and turning them into your biggest advocates for you. It's taking your clients and turning them into your biggest advocates that are willing to not only stick with you and be loyal to you, especially when we go through something like we don't ever want to talk about again, but like 2020, right? Where people are changing and cutting down who they were using. But people that are truly an advocate for you, they're going to stick with you, and they're going to insist that their friends do business with you too, or other people like them. It's turning your community into collaborators. And what do I mean by community? It's other people that believe what you believe, and truly you have some synergy where they already have a trusted built-in community in their own right. Like Josh right here, like Josh believes in relationship marketing. I took a look at his site and what they're doing, and they're teaching the real deal stuff that works on how to get sales and how to keep them. And he's helping his clients grow that. There's synergy there. So now we're collaborating on this webinar, bringing it completely to you to give you the tools that you need to succeed. But there's synergy there. This is going to be shared with my community, which then now I have a trusted built-in community, which is introducing Josh to them and vice versa. That's what I mean by collaborators. And turning your team members into your biggest evangelist. If we think about it, who most often works with our clients if we have a team? It's our team members, which means they're the ones that are providing an experience. So unless they care as well about what the company stands for and your customers and the process that's in place, and making sure that they show up with quality and care and clarity and conviction as well, then it's not going to matter at the end of the day. There's still going to be a broken part in our flywheel effect overall. Oop. So, who can use relationship marketing? If we think about starting from the inside out and we say it's our team members, it's our, that we're trying to work with, it's our clients, turning them into advocates, and our followers into fans, who can use this stuff? I've heard every single industry, when we work with them, we start off with a discovery process and try to qualify and say, okay, who are you at your core, right? Who is your ideal customer and who are you trying to sell to? And a lot of times we get a response when it comes down to the customer. It's like, anybody that wants to buy from me is who I want to sell to. I'm like, I promise you, that's not the case. All of us, first of all, there's enough work for everyone out there. But second of all of us have our own unique gifts, and the clients that we can specifically sell to, or the customers that we can specifically help better than someone else. Even if you're somebody that sells a water bottle, which all of us need water and air to survive. So you would think that a water bottle anybody could use. But if you've ever tried searching for a water bottle online, there's hundreds and thousands of options out there, even at the grocery store, right? And 9 times out of 10, you're either picking which one looks the best to you visually, quickly, or which one's the cheapest, right? If we're honest. This was the case with 50 Strong, one of our clients that we worked with. They came to us and they said, you know what, we're doing okay. We're selling in Amazon and we're selling in Walmarts, but we just find that we have to keep lowering our price in order to get customers, and we're just not doing so hot. People aren't buying from our website anymore because we've just kind of diluted the brand. They got away from what it is that they truly are here to do and really started focusing in just on that product service that they were offering. And then they were competing on price, which I love Seth Godin's quote on this is, competing on price is a race to the bottom, and chances are you might just win. And it's not something, a game that none of us want to win, right? So we started working with 50 Strong. We said, okay, right now it's about the water bottles, but what are you truly here to do? What is your belief statement, a manifesto? It's a lot different than just a mission statement or a value statement, right? Or a tagline. Our brand manifesto is our declaration to our community. It is that North Star soul of our brand of saying, here's what we're truly here to do. I would love to know if you've ever heard of a brand manifesto before. And I'm going to read one to you that I'm sure everyone would recognize. And let's see if it helps break down the difference between a tagline, a mission statement, and a manifesto. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. They have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, or glorify them, but the one thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. This is Apple's, of course, as you can see by the logo. But you'll notice this is their brand manifesto that started in the garage when they first got started. But you'll notice the things that you do not see in their manifesto that was the North Star of their brand. You don't see computers mentioned. You don't see technology mentioned in here. They're focused in on who they're serving and who they're creating for. And that's sometimes what we miss when we start thinking about sales and even marketing, really, is that we stop and don't go back to who are we truly doing this for and why are we doing it? Can we feel that heart into what we're here to do, right? And for me, I'm an Apple fangirl, so this always gets me excited. But for you, it may be Whole Foods or Dove or some others. There's a ton of manifestos that are just amazing out there. I will give you a workbook at the end that I'm going to give to you that you will have some example manifestos in there, as well as how to create one for yourself. Because here's the shift that started happening then with 50 Strong, when they said, we're not a water bottle company. We're a company that helps people create exceptional experiences in their life. They say, we believe we're created to do more, to live an extraordinary life. And you know what? I'm actually going to show you a video that articulates it even better, because if this can be done with a water bottle company, I promise you, your business, it can be done as well. Let me see if you can hear that.
You'll have to imagine some amazing music right now.
This is unbelievable.
Water bottle commercial.
I love that manifesto video and just how they articulated who they're here to do it for. They got back to the core of what 50 Strong was for. And we even put this in their brand kit. 50 Strong brand is not about the product. Yes, they love making quality water bottles, but their true passion is to help others live an extraordinary life. And of course, as you heard in the video, who they're doing it for. Their message and all of our message is bigger than our product or service. Our message can expand beyond. That's how we can also pivot pretty quickly, because if it aligns with what we're truly here to do and who we're here to do it for, it doesn't matter what kind of tool that we're selling or product that we're selling, as long as it aligns, right? We can pivot easily. That's why Apple's been able to do it many times over. But they had to get crystal clear, and this is what we get crystal clear on when we show up to build relationships. We have to know who we're trying to build a relationship with and for, right? So for what purpose? That's what we're identifying in the brand manifesto. The next layer is who we're here to do it with and for. So the persona breakdown, it's a lot different than just saying women that's wanting, between the ages of 30 and 40. It's I want to, create these products and to help Harper live an extraordinary life. And she's a working mom with an established career where her children are finally out of diapers and in school and finding herself back after feeling as though her sole purpose in life was to change diapers. Any moms in here can relate with that, right? And do laundry and buy groceries. But she enjoys now time with her friends and reclaiming her healthy lifestyle and learning to be comfortable in her own skin. I'm not going to read all this. I'm going to give this to you at the end, but you can read more about the persona breakdown of truly visualizing then and identifying our ideal person from a core standpoint of who are they at the end of the day? Like, what does a day in their life look like? What are their goals? What are their challenges? Because when we can identify that and get crystal clear with our audience, we know where they're hanging out online, where they're showing up, right? And we might have a few of them. So as you can see, there's a couple different personas that we created for 50 Strong. But now we can identify each of them with their characteristics and their personalities. And then we know, okay, they're hanging out. Our Harper, she's following Rachel Hollis online, and Jenna Kutcher and Brene Brown and Sarah Blakely, right? She's shopping at Hobby Lobby and TJ Maxx and boutiques. We know she likes Lululemon. We know these things about our personas because we get to know them. So now we know, since there's so many channels out there, where are we showing up to actively be present, to engage as well as respond? And what kinds of things can we show up for to serve first and to create this sense of relationship and out caring the competition? We can literally write out our process and say, okay, here's where, Harper's going to be hanging out. Here's who she's listening to, what she's reading. Now we know what her real goals are. If she's trying to get back to a healthy lifestyle and reclaiming her why, maybe we can show up and create this calendar for her. Maybe we can create some content that's going to help her along her journey instead of just making about the products and selling the water bottle. Maybe instead of paying for influencers like they were doing before and hiring this big company out of New York and paying thousands of dollars to pay this beautiful influencer to pose with the bottle, it didn't really have a lot of heart to it. Instead, maybe we can ask the community of the other Harpers to nominate a Harper that they want in their community that is helping really uplift the community. And by doing that, we actually did this for 50 Strong, and we had people nominate who they thought was just really showing up strong in the community. By nominating the individuals, we narrowed it down and we created a custom water bottle for this woman. Post this picture. It's just an amazing everyday woman, but not somebody that had thousands and thousands of followers that we had to pay thousands of dollars to pose with the product. But by doing this one post that was focused on the people, for the people kind of thing, it sold more bottles for them. Now, I know I'm sharing a product B2C kind of example to you. It does not matter what industry you're in. I'm just hoping that you can take something as simple as, like, if a water bottle company can do it, I can do it with my product or my service, with how I show up. How can I think about showing up for my true community in a way that's going to help them have this sense of belonging with us? Because here's what happens. Once we started doing this, remember, our main goal is to getting people back to the website to buy the products from there, because then they would be loyal. They would sign up to the email newsletter. They would, get these downloads, these resources. We were building a sense of community. So in a year's time, this is not an overnight thing to switch to doing relationship marketing, but it is the only thing that's sustainable and will be always profitable when done right. We grew their users to 157%, increased the sessions by 311%. The bounce rate went down. All was shifting the mindset from buying to belonging, getting people to belong. It wasn't focused on just pushing out for a sale. The funny thing is, we lost 1,200 fans in the process when we started doing this at the beginning, because we wanted people to say no first, the people that were the wrong people that were on their pages, because they were before just purchasing to get leads to the followers, I should say, to their page. And they were trying to target to everyone, which then created a lot of noise out there, and nobody was engaging with them. So nobody was even seeing their content. So when it started showing back up in the newsfeed now, when there was content that was resonating, people were like, oh, how did I start following this page in the first place? And opted out. But 1,200 less fans, of course, they went back up after that, but they increased their ROI by 331%. So sometimes it's not even about counting your likes. If we're talking about social media and marketing and all that, it's about counting the conversations that are happening around your brand and the sentiment around that, right? It's creating that momentum that's going to create this relationship ROI. So capturing attention, knowing your audience, having a brand tone, and creating this brand manifesto, starting from the inside out, or truly caring, and showing up with clarity, conviction consistently will help you make sure that those conversations that are happening in the inbox are positive ones. And then when we show up truly focused on our people, personalizing our content, making sure it's open-ended, asking for feedback, showing up with our own style that feels like us, and making sure it's all relevant and timely, that's going to ensure that our message is going to be articulated in a way that people want to hear it. You can look at ways of including your people, your community into the conversation. Some of the best pieces of content that we've created to articulate our message and get it out there, I already showed you some of the social media ones that 50 Strong was doing, but let's shift brands for a minute, a B2B one, for example. Some of the best ones that we've done, one, we ask our community to give us their predictions, for example, on what's to change in marketing for the next year. I feature other people that are doing the same thing that I'm doing and feature their predictions, because I know our clients aren't going to just not work with us because they found, I'm showing them someone else. It's not about that. They're choosing to work with me and Now Marketing Group because they love how we're showing up for them. But if we can be seen as the person that is bringing in the experts, adding more value, continuing to develop resources for our people, that's going to help us continue to be stand out in our own right. The other thing is, creating video responses saying thank you. Josh, you're great at this. I love the video responses that you've sent back, and just reminders of meetings. You're personalizing it. You're showing people you're taking the extra effort and steps to truly care. Relationships will always be more powerful than marketing. So if we can write out our process from a customer starting to try to find us online, to finding us on our website, to then engaging with us when they finally do talk to someone at our business, to becoming a customer, to then being a customer of ours or a client of ours for the long term, if we can look for opportunities of removing friction and adding in delight, we can outcare the competition. So look at ways that you can build relationships, collab blogs, audio messages, seeing response, one-to-one conversations, but truly focus in on delighting and creating this exceptional experience for your customers. What can you add in to personalize things and just take a little extra effort to do so? Because experience is a verb of how we're making people feel. And I promise you, instead of sending an email just going over a proposal, but if you send an email and you include a video in it telling somebody thank you for your time and explaining things to you or to them, one, your video is going to get played and you get analytics on it depending on the tool that you use, but two, it's going to be a lot more memorable than just a piece of paper and some text email on there. Focus in on how can we streamline everything that we're doing and personalize it, because now we're not just going to be in the read and write industry anymore. We're going to be in the read, write, co-create, where our customers, they do hold the power and the control over who they're choosing, how they're showing up, how they're working with businesses. You can even see this now with tools like DoorDash and Instacart and just hiring different services. People want to work at their own convenience, but they want a good experience and they want it to be easy for them. So if we truly want to keep growing our businesses, we have to make things streamlined for our customers and do so in a way that creates an exceptional experience, because relationships are the currency of our business. They're the only currency that really matters at the end of the day, but how it's exchanged is with experiences. And that's how we can delight, deliver, and do it again and continue growing our business. Because if people love working with us and we've created something easy for them to access, it's personalized, it's memorable, we're showing them that we care more about keeping them as a customer than getting a new one, and that we value them, and we're not just going to give the new people the best offers, that we're going to continue pouring into the people that have already chose working with us and love us, and just enable them to love us more and to refer us on more often. Not only are they going to keep working with us, but they're going to bring others to do business with us too. Now, I know that's a lot thrown at you. I do want to see you grow your business sustainably and profitably, continuing to with momentum and impact. I care a lot. It's kind of my thing. This is my contact information. But as promised, I want to give you this workbook that helps break down everything that I mentioned today, all the care stuff, that helps you articulate your brand manifesto. It helps you articulate your message with clarity and conviction succinctly, so you can articulate quickly what it is that you do and how you do it and why somebody should choose working with you. It also helps you pick out some activators that are going to help amplify your message and introduce you to their communities that already have they have the trusted built-in community with already. Ideas for growing relationships for that repeat ROI, and ways of improving exceptional experiences within your business, and a few tools that we've used along the way. So snag this workbook by scanning this QR code, and we'll also include a link as well. And let me know if you have any questions, because I'm here to help you along the way. I appreciate your time. So here's to outcarrying the competition in 2022, 2023, and beyond. And Josh, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Jessica, that was amazing. And again, just so absolutely perfect for this event. Absolutely knocked out of the park. Thank you so much for that. Again, the freebie that you offered, that one is available for everybody. We've got some additional resources available. If you do have a VIP ticket, that's, again, you'll see some information on the page on how to do that. Jessica, wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And as well, I think we'll also have some opportunities where folks may be able to connect with you in a mixer or two. And again, that information will be all on the page. Jessica, thank you. This is absolutely wonderful. Great session. Thank you so much for participating and sharing your wisdom with everybody.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Well, that was super fun. Jessica is absolutely just so perfect for what we're doing at this event, Fame and Profit Summit. So again, just want to say thank you so much. to Jessica for that presentation. And I do love this idea of experiences, right? And I live here in Orlando. We love going to Disney World. And, one of the biggest things when we think about providing experiences for our guests, for our audiences, for our members, is those moments of delight, right? When you go to Disney World, most of your day, you're going to be spent doing what? Waiting in line, and walking around, right? But it's like those moments of delight, like right after you get off the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, or right after you get off the, the Star Wars ride, or whatever. It's like that elation, and that elation is what we remember, just kind of in those moments. And that's when somebody says, well, hey, you went to Disney World on July 20th. It was 1,000 degrees out, 1,000% humidity and nonstop crowds. How was it? It was amazing, right? Because it was just those moments of delight outweigh everything. And you can, as long as you can look for those opportunities in your business to, to create those memorable experiences, that really matters. And again, doing so, truly connecting with people and asking what they want and what they want out of it is kind of a big part of that. All right. So guess what? We've got our good friend, Justin Eskar, who's been a regular today with us. He's on deck. Justin, anything you want to say before we go to your presentation, or any questions you want to ask of the audience?
I will say this. I'm sorry that I threw Josh off because I made him just first and then me. That's only because I was actually taking the time to talk to my business coach, who made me promise to say that I promised her I wouldn't do heroin. So you could show you the kind of phone call that I'm taking. It's been a very drug-filled day here at Fame and Profit.
Steroids, heroin.
Heroin, it's crazy. I think this thing is awesome. I think the content that's coming out of here today is super high value. And if you're not walking away literally with like a notebook full of stuff, like this is Fame and Profit today, guys. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, if you're not walking away with a handful of notes and 45 new connections, and your LinkedIn isn't blowing up right now, you're not paying attention. So get on that and connect with literally everyone, or just connect with Josh and then look at his contacts, because we're all probably in there.
Yep, connect through me. I'd love nothing better. Speaking of which, there's two people that popped in, and I don't think I'd given you the opportunity to say hi. Sean, how are you? I don't know if you're ready to pop on your microphone. Oh, let me see here. No. And then I've got Allison. I don't know that either of you would kind of introduce yourself, but if you've got, if you're in business for yourself, if you do, provide services, love to know what either of you do. Oh, did I not hit that right button again? Are people like, oh, wait, so allow participants to unmute themselves. So, oh, you can either give me just like, oh, thanks. You can pantomime, like, no, I'm good. Either of you, just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Yeah, I hate speaking at things, so it's like, ooh. So I'm Alison, I'm from the UK. I'm a pet care provider, really. So I dog groom and pet sit is my main thing. So
wow, terrific. So probably some good ideas in Jessica's presentation that you could adapt in yours. Yeah, fantastic. That's great. Well, good deal. And Sean, I think you wanted to like, you're fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, she well, good deal. Well, Justin, let's go to your presentation here. Let me see if I pull it up. And I don't know that I've got a little sponsor thing before you. I think we go directly to you. No, because here we go, Justin. Well, before we get going with this session, Justin Eskar, you are the founder CEO of Virtual Computing. You have an amazing session that I want to make sure that people don't miss. Would you kind of give just a preview of what that is? And again, we've got a link on the page where you can watch that session right now. Justin, what are you speaking on?
First off, thanks so much for having me here, Josh, at the Fame and Profit Summit. I'm so excited to be here. And yes, I'm talking to you about tools, how to grow your business with the right ones. Look, you can use a hammer as much as you want, but unless you're hitting a nail, it's not going to work. So we talk about how you can pick the right tools, trim your tool set, and possibly even build your own. Right out of the gate, I'm going to tell you one important thing. Think about how many tools you have in your business for someone to be able to contact you and get on your calendar. You probably already have too many. Maybe think about dropping some before you come in here because you don't want to get shamed by the tool guy.
Justin Escar, again, thank you so much for both being a speaker and also a sponsor of the Fame and Profit Summit. Again, you can click below to our attendee right now. You can watch after this session. You watch Justin's session. It's really, really, really good. You want to have good tools in your utility belt. And Justin, you truly bring the value in your session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Fame and Profit 2022 Summit. We're here today, right now, to discuss building tech tools to help you grow your business. Before I begin, big shout out to Josh and his team for putting on an amazing event. So I always like to start with a little quote. Here's one from Gary Vaynerchuk about ROI. ROI on tool is important, but what is the ROI on your mom? So who am I and why am I here? I'm Justin Escar, owner of the Virtual Consulting Group. Here's a little bit on me. I launched Virtual Computers, an Apple-focused IT company in 2008, followed up by an app company in 2011. After doing speaking engagements about my software company, I wrote and self-published Appleize on Your Idea, Bringing Any Idea to Fruition, whose concepts still work today, and we're about to dive into them. In 2015, I launched the ACES conference to discuss the business side of IT consulting for Apple consultants. In 2019, I merged it all under one brand, the Virtual Consulting Group. And in 2020, I started to acquire other Apple IT companies to help enhance our own offerings. This year, we even launched a nonprofit division helping nonprofits understand technology through our blog and our nonprofit summit. So here's just some social proof about me. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can listen to any of the amazing shows I've been on, including Up My Influence. So in 2013, like I said, was doing some speaking gigs on this concept, Appleize on Your Idea. The book was focused on one core concept, though, outsourcing. When I had our original software company, we used outsourcing for the coding, for the marketing, for the legal, and even we outsourced our interns. And now that I think about it, I still use these concepts in our newer software company, too. So let's dive into the ideas of Appleize. But first, we need to see how and where it fits into your growing business. So I want to talk about tools in general. We all use too many tools. We've all had pretty rough experiences. We've all experienced stress at even the idea of switching. But unfortunately, tools are so crucial to our success. They're the foundation of efficiency in our businesses. And that is only if we pick the right ones. At my own company, we're always looking to see which tools we can remove. Not replace, but completely remove. Whenever we have acquired another company, we look at their entire tool set and really scrutinize just like how many of them we don't need, either because we have something similar or in reality it was probably never needed in the first place. If you want an easy example of a tool that you can probably get rid of, think about how many different ways someone can meet with you, whether in person or virtually. If you have 3 or more of these, stop it. Get rid of some. So how do we deal with this? Well, let's start with something I like to call tool rules. I like it because it rhymes. Number 1, don't switch too often. Switching from one tool to another so quickly stops you from learning the core pieces of said tool. While some are easier to understand at their base functionality, for example, a hammer is a hammer is a hammer, others you really need to use for months, if not years, to understand it. So don't immediately say bye-bye to a particular tool just because you don't like it. Number 2, don't get distracted by shiny new features. New features are great, but do you really need them? Will they enhance your business exponentially or only slightly? New features come at the loss of other functionality sometimes as well. Number 3, calculate the human cost before you consider switching. Think about the loss of production your entire staff needs to upheave your data from one system to another. And then, of course, the time spent learning that new system. That time away is time away from actually billing your own customers. Number 4, be careful of redundancies or tools where the feature or cost improvements don't outweigh the loss. This is basically the 80-20 rule at its essentials. Don't switch and lose important functionality just to gain that one little thing. Number 5, do comparison shopping. Be your own procurement. Don't just act on impulse. No more ready, fire, aim. You need to know what you're getting and ensure it has everything that you need. Number 6, be very cautious about tools that don't have support available. Even the simplest of tools can become major issues, and you're going to want that help. There are many tools out there called open source tools, and they're great, but they come with little to no support. So don't allow your company to rely so heavily on them, unless, of course, you have someone on staff who can maintain and support them. Number 7, similarly, watch out for tools that don't have a lot of strong training or documentation available. There are a lot of single developers out there, like me, and while that's great and they're helping the community, if anything happened to me, anyone who uses our tools is possibly screwed. And number 8, think like a contractor. Implementation will probably take longer than estimated, so do exaggerate your road trip. So now, let's choose the right tools. At this point, I'm assuming you've all gone into your stack and you've canceled all your contracts and you're ready to start fresh. So here's how we're going to pick your tools moving forward. Look for stability and scalability. Look at the company's age, their backings, integrations, cost tiers. Look them up on Google and Yelp and all the places you can possibly look. Do they have a Wikipedia page? All of these things will help you get more insight on the company. Are they big enough? Are they a Fortune 500? Or are they a small company with potential issues? Also, look to see if the tool that they're selling you can scale as your company grows. Can you use it forever, or will you need to change within the next 2 years? System customization. How much do you need to do to customize to make it work for you? How much of your current process will be upended? Will the customizations take a long time to implement? Who in your team is going to decide making those customizations and basically be considered out of pocket for billing during that time? Obviously, get references. Much like hiring any sort of person, like you're not going to hire just any old plumber. You're going to get references. It's the same thing here. Talk to the current users with similar use cases. Read the forums. Tap into your network for recommendations. Post on LinkedIn. Hey, I'm thinking about buying this. Has anyone used it before? Please tell me what you think. Give me positives and give me negatives. And of course, try it. You can always request a free trial if it's not all automatically available, but make sure that you clear your schedule for at least a day or two and really, really do dig in to evaluate. If you have someone else on your team, that'd be great because you can hopefully pick them and they can give you detailed feedback as well. So another great quote, I'm big on quotes. Here's one from the one and only Steve Jobs. It's not the tool you have faith in. Tools are just tools. They work or they don't. It's people you have faith in. Yeah, sure, I'm still optimistic, but I get pessimistic sometimes for not too long. So let's talk about implementation. Like our parents told us when we were little, take one step at a time. Focus on the foundational functions of these new tools and build them up till you're on solid ground. Not only will it get you back up and running much faster from moving from one tool to another, but it gives you a lot more time to test and validate what you actually need. So many of us decide to change tools because we think we need something that another tool has. We probably don't. Before you start any customization, talk to the company, either your customer success manager, or if you can, get someone on the product team. You never know what's on their roadmap already, or what they might be willing to do on their end if it would benefit their customers and give them a competitive advantage. And finally, do build a strong relationship with the provider. One, this will help with tool emergencies. It'll definitely help with the cost of customization and even potential business development. For example, we get referrals from a couple of our vendors since we have a very particular set of skills when it comes to Apple IT consulting. So let's start appetizing. If you've done your work and identified which possible tool is best for you, which of course may or not be the one you're using right now, and after all of that, you figure out there's still improvements that need to be made and they're really needed, that's when you appetize. And now when I say really needed, never ever customize to match a current process. Always customize to optimize efficiency or effectiveness. So
Where do you begin? Well, number one, write a detailed brief on the work that needs to be done. Not just describing the functionality, but also the why behind the functionality. Include other current and potential integrations, current pain points that you're dealing with, user info, learning from prior relevant experience, things to avoid, and examples of UI or UX that you like. Empower your developers to create the best possible solution. I find that the best possible thing you can give a development team is a blueprint. Give them everything you want that you can think of, even down to how the buttons work, what data you want to pull in or push out to, and even what type of interactions you hope that everyone gets from using it. Here on screen, you can see my original blueprint that I supplied to the original development team who made my first app called Sign My Pad back in 2011. I showed exactly what I wanted it to be, how I wanted it to function, and that first version we got was perfectly on point with this. Okay, moving on. Consider if your idea has potential for other businesses. This could be a good opportunity for you to make a new revenue stream. If your idea does work like this, think about the needs of others and how you can develop something that could be beneficial to multiple business cases. Include those in your brief that we were just talking about. Whenever we decide to work on a tool or build one for ourselves, part of the conversation is like, okay, what is unique to our business and what could be more generalized if we go and try to sell this? This is also a great time to figure out what pricing might look like because you're going to probably want to build that into the tool as well. P.S. Stripe is your friend. Choose a development team with highly relevant experience. Look for developers who have worked in similar or possibly the same platforms that you're working in now, and make sure you get positive reviews. You'll probably want to play with some of the actual samples of their work, not just demos. And this is where sites like Upwork, Guru, and Fiverr come into play. When looking for a development team, I will usually ask for work, examples of their work, snippets of their code, and referrals. This allows me to see if they can build what I want and if they can do it cleanly. Let's say, for example, we need to break off and go to another developer. I don't want that new team taking weeks to unravel the mess that this first one had. And I get to talk to their customers to see if this developer is on the up and up. If I'm outsourcing anything, let's say like video editing, because you can do that as well, I'll actually pay them a couple bucks to do like a test edit on a file for me to make sure that it matches my aesthetics that I'm looking for and that they clearly communicate with me. In fact, actually, we just looked for a new video editor and I had 3 potential people. One person got it done. The second person took a couple days, got it done. The third person only got through halfway through the video and was like, hey, I only had a couple hours to work on this, but they got back to me 2 weeks later. Obviously, that third person didn't get the job. Make sure that the exact scope that you're looking for is in writing, and if you can, both you and the developer should sign it. Work with your lawyer to check on contracts. You probably need to include clauses like confidentiality, intellectual property, security, non-compete, etc., etc. Please keep in mind that a lot of these sites like Upwork have a lot of this built in, but I still recommend having your lawyer review everything with you first. Whenever possible, use escrow payments. Most of these sites like Upwork do that for you, which comes in handy, but this works because it keeps you from getting caught up in major fights over hours and billing. Also, always set a maximum of how much time or money can be spent on a particular project. This eliminates the developer from running away with your money. Build frequent checkpoints during development and make sure that cadence is agreed upon up front. Set expectations on how you want to review status progress and align on the timeline for your contract. For our largest new project, I meet with my developer once a week via Zoom just to review all the changes and point out issues that I'm having with. A lot of the time, it's a lot easier to show them the issue over Zoom than it is for me to take screenshots or videos and then trying to email him. During that live call, not only do we see the problems, but we could also bounce ideas off of one another to ensure that it's being fixed in probably working even better. Make sure all your work is clearly documented during and after the work is done. Like I was mentioning earlier, you want to ensure that any developer can jump in and take over at the tool layer. This means not only external documentation that you may need to understand the functionality, but your developers should be doing what they call comments in the code, literally words in the code that say what things are. This way, anyone else who looks at that code knows what it's doing. You don't want to have to waste time and money having a second developer or a third developer unravel the previous developer's code. We originally used to outsource a lot of our code to companies in India, and every time we switched development companies, the first 3 to 4 weeks was wasted with them going, those last guys didn't know what they were doing. And then the next company said, those guys didn't know what they were doing either. Like, it was a lot of that, and that was a waste of time and money. Speaking of code, don't let any custom code live on someone else's server. You want to make sure that everything you pay for is in your hands and your control. Sign up for a private repository with GitHub. It's $4 a month, and work with your developer to help them to have them store your code in your repository. It's yours, and you should have it. I can't stress this next one enough. Communicate very clearly when you are disappointed or afraid that the work is not headed in the right direction. Do not be afraid. Be honest. If you see that the developer team that you're working with is not a good fit, you want to be able to get out of that quickly and move on. You cannot expect someone's talents or behavior to improve dramatically over the course of a single project. I've had it, like I was saying earlier, I've had to change developers from multiple times on certain projects. Some of them claimed that they could do things that they couldn't, all the way to one of my developers having so many personal issues, they just couldn't get the work done. If you have your code, like we discussed, and it's well documented, also like we discussed, switching developers shouldn't be too much of a hassle. QA or quality test the work rigorously. You and your team should try all types of exception cases to ensure that you don't have any bugs or snags before you sign off on the project. Trust me when I tell you this, that if you're building a tool with the intention of selling it to customers, try to break it in every stupid way possible. You never know how someone can so easily break something. You think to yourself, oh, this makes sense, but then it's out in the wild and you go, how the hell did they do that? Test, and test some more. Build time to test it at the end of the project, probably somewhere between a few weeks and preferably up to 3 months. Is it finally done? Do you like it? Does it work? Can you sell it? Great. Now go market it. Now that's not my topic. There's plenty others here at the Fame and Profit Summit that can teach you about marketing. But I will tell you this. My only story here is don't be afraid to use out-of-the-box ideas. When we were originally selling Sign My Pad, I really wanted this Canadian reviewer to do a review, but weirdly they didn't have an iPad. So I contacted a friend in Canada, PayPal'd him some money, and had him buy an iPad with it engraved with, now you have no choice but to do our review. Your friends at Sign My Pad. Did the review get done? Yep. Did the story make part of the news? Yep. Is it a great anecdote for me telling presentations like this? Absolutely. Go find interesting ways to get your products into your clients' hands. Your tools, add-on tools are no exceptions. So now it's time to eat your own dog food. I like that because it's true. Make sure you are using your product, especially if you're planning on selling it. For our newer software division, we built these two tools specifically for virtual computers, and we also sell them. While they're not crazy moneymakers, they are immensely important for our own team's efficiency, billing, and more. In fact, actually, ever since we started building FreshBooks Time Tracker, we've been noticing that we were able to bill more. Now that we're building the new version of Your Computer Inventory, since it's still being built and it's in beta, I'm already finding things where I'm like, oh, we're not billing this client for this, or look how much faster we can figure out this piece of information. You need to use it in order to sell it. My final note about building tools is be careful of feature creep. This is when you constantly keep coming up with new ideas for your tools and customizations, and you just keep digging more and more into that rabbit hole. Quick story. I think it was 2011. There was a very popular contact app for the Mac called Now Contact. And unfortunately, that company went under. So I, having come off the popularity of Sign My Pad, thought this would be a great new app for us to build. The iPhone was brand new, and I was like, oh, you know what would be awesome? If we can get the app, if we can get the contacts on the phone. Except the problem was the code that was out there to make that happen was so poor that this whole process went through so many months and dollars in development. In fact, my developer needed help figuring all of the code out. So I went so far as to hire another developer in New Zealand and paid him much more than I was paying my original developer for them to meet and to actually like figure this out. After 8 months longer than it should have and about $100,000, we sold one copy at $149. The whole thing was a bust. All because I kept wanting this one feature as opposed to releasing the app first and getting it in people's hands. Be careful of feature creep. It'll crush your soul. I want to finish with my own quote. Only build a tool if it helps your company save time or make money. Ideally, you want it to do both. Good luck on pruning your toolkit, pivot when you need to, but not too often, and know that if something doesn't exist, most likely someone else probably needs it too, so go out and build it. Again, a big thank you to Josh and his team for having me. I'm Justin Escar.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin. And Justin, you're with us right now.
Hello.
Hey, Justin, can you give us some examples? Just thinking of like your typical, small agency owner, consultant, what are some of the tools that they might be using on a regular basis? And here's kind of the question I have, right? Like, how can we tell when a tool here's the problem I have. It's like, there might be better tools that I should be using out there. I don't know. Maybe I should take something and customize it as opposed to trying to make something off the shelf work. But are there some litmus tests that we can use so that we're like, no, like, yeah, like we should have switched off of that platform a long time ago. Like, I just don't know how to know when, like, for example, like, we run a lot of our company through High Level. We like it generally. But man, there's some things that really are very frustrating.
So the answer is exactly the question you asked, which is when you say, oh, there are things that are so frustrating, how often are you saying that? Like, is it every 10 minutes? Is it every day? Is it once a month when you're trying to do something weird with it? That's the answer for when you need to switch. If you and your entire team, and you have a great team, I've met a lot of them, say, Josh, this high-level thing is just not working. Why can't it do X? Why can't it do Y? Why can't it do Z? Why can't it do 1, 2, 3, all these things? That's when you have to go, okay, let's hold the phone and let's see, maybe we should look at moving over. If, however, once in a blue moon, you're like, how do we make it work our toaster? Why doesn't it work the toaster? No, that's not a time to switch tools, because stop trying to make toasters automated, people. I hate these automated toasters. Like, that's when you have to make those decisions. It's how often are you being frustrated by the tools you're using? So that's number one. The other part is how many tools do the same thing. So I talked in the presentation about scheduling tools, right? You could have Calendly, you could have people email you, you could have Acuity, you could have something built into your CRM, you could have something built into your other tools. If you have 45 ways people can get to you, that's too many ways, right? So the two litmus tests here are, how often does it bother me, and how many of the same thing do I have?
Yeah. Sometimes too, I think, we definitely do want to protect ourselves from shiny object syndrome too, just because we're like, listen, let's say, for example, you have Calendar, it's working well, we love it, we don't have any problems with it, but someone comes along and like, oh, you really need to be using this tool because you hear that a lot. Like, people rave about the products that they love, but that's not necessarily a justification that we need to be, okay, well, let's just stop everything and just switch over to this other platform.
So proof of the pudding of that is my wife works for Panasonic. She raves about every Panasonic that comes into our house, and I hate every Panasonic product that comes into our house. So like that exact same thing happens here. Like it's everywhere. Just because I say to you, look, these are the best headphones that are on the market, you may not agree with me. The reason is maybe you're an audiophile, maybe you like over the ear, maybe you like Sony headphones better than Apple. But like, to me, these are the best ones, and I'm going to talk about why I think you should get them. That doesn't mean they're going to work for you. They're not going to work in your business, right? So just because I use Calendly and I like Calendly for my calendaring doesn't mean you need to. In fact, we actually at our company have to use 2 calendaring softwares. We have one for one division of our company, specifically because Calendly can't do it. But the stuff that other one doesn't work for the way I need Calendly to work. So it's okay to have multiple of the same thing as long as there are specific needs and use cases. And yes, shiny thing syndrome, shiny thing disorder, whatever you want to call it, very easily to be done because literally everybody has a SaaS company now and everyone's trying to sell you something. So look for the things that work the best for you. And in the words of Ross Geller, learn how to pivot. Like if you are working with a tool and it's not working the way you want it to do, get out of it and get into something else quickly.
Man, I love that tip that you shared, and you saw me comment in the chat about that. Like, I can tell you, like having run, been the CEO of tech companies for 20 years now. I know enough. I know just enough tech. I know enough tech to know not to do my own tech as much as possible. But I'll tell you, one thing that I've just learned this over and over again: when you feel like, and you've got personnel, and especially if you're outsourcing, and let's say, you've got, a team of developers, and if you have a gut feeling something might not be right, because, and I'll tell you, just depending on who you're hiring and stuff like that, sometimes too, I'd say that I think the developer industry, admittedly, at least when I've talked with kind of like CIO/CTO type people, they'll say, yeah, it's really important you have excellent project management people in there. And I know I've got a couple of I've got Joe as well, who knows this space really, really well. Man, but I tell you, if you don't have that layer of management that really knows those teams well, it's so easy to run into that situation where the communication's not what you think it is. Particularly if you're investing in overseas developers. There's just been some folks where I've heard a lot of the yes, absolutely, we got it, we understand, that's exactly how it's going to get done. Fast forward a month later, it's like, you did not understand at all what I was talking about.
Yeah, it happens everywhere, and it's not just with the overseas programmers.
No, right.
I have it with people here in the States also.
Sure.
I mean, when you give someone a project to do, right, whether it's a programmer, or I've had conversations about virtual assistants in the same respect. What do you tell them to do? You say, this is what I need you to do, and this is what the end goal should look like. Getting from A to B, I don't care if you go straight, curve, squiggle, whatever. If A is what I want and B is my end goal, and you get there and it looks like what I'm telling you it should be, then we're in alignment. Now, yes, depending on the project you're working on or what specific thing, you may want to check in along the way. But I have a VA who I'm like, I want social posts done every Monday. I want this type of look. Boom, done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But when I have programmers who I'm like, and I don't know what the end goal should be, that's when it gets really muddy, right? Because I have this idea, and this is my own personal problem. I'm aware of this. I pay a psychiatrist a lot of money to help me figure this one out. I go and say, I have this great idea. I don't run this thing, and I want you to go do this thing, and I want you to figure this out. As soon as I say I want you to figure this out, that's where I've immediately failed, right? Because I don't know what the end result should be. I need to understand myself what I'm looking for, so this way I can clearly and concisely explain it to whoever it is I'm talking to say, here's what it should be. At the end of the day, I want X and nothing else. Make it happen. And if you don't do that, you're going to be lost. And Joseph, thank you for the comments in the Zoom chat. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Listen,
you guys
man,
should definitely connect.
We need to talk without a doubt. Because that's exactly, I mean, just that statement, the last statement alone shows how well you know this process, and I make it's critical that you get that. I help that person try to get to that point where you're at, where you're like, I don't know what I want, I'm trying to figure it out, and we try to step through that process, because that's all you do when you're a CIO and the leadership of that group. You got to nail down CEOs, sales teams, marketing executives. They just have an idea in their head, and they're great ideas. They're fantastic ideas. And you just got to kind of go, okay, let's step through it together, so that when I deliver what you're looking for, it's actually what you're looking for, and not, but that's so true. The minute you hear I'm not sure. You have to step back and say, listen, it may take us a little longer to get the documents up front laid down and the business requirements, but it's so key to get that in because you're going to be so much happier in the end. And you
that's
just
why
hit it
I
out of
think
the park, man.
I think going back for the presentation, the blueprint thing that I originally designed, I didn't know that was the first, by the way, that was the first iteration of Sound My Pet, which is no longer around, but I didn't know anything at that time. And I said to my wife, who at the time who just worked for Panasonic now, was a graphic designer back then. We sat down and we laid those out, and I brought that to the team, and I said, I'm not sure this is exactly how it's going to look in the end. This is what I wanted to do because I wasn't sure the ins and outs of iOS programming, and so this is what I wanted to do, and it needs to hit these marks and whatever it is. And giving them that blueprint, which I think is such a huge piece of it, really helps. And it's true for all tools, and even if you're building custom ones, like you don't need to hire a programmer to do custom programming, right? There's a lot of no-code websites out there. You can use things like Zapier to do connections, but you need to understand what you want to do with these things. How do you want to customize them? How do you make A talk to B, and what the results will be? Because if you're going in just saying, "It would be cool if it did this," like you're losing already. I mean, it might be cool, but you're going to lose.
Yeah. At what point, and another thing too, and this might, Justin, get into just a little bit about what you do with virtual computers. But right now, and Elisa, I'm so glad you're here because Elise has been punching
I have to fix
punching
Elisa's
some of our
computer now?
technology solution providers in the nose repeatedly. And trust me when I say Elisa doesn't wear boxing gloves. She's bare knuckle.
I'm down.
But at what point, and how, how do we know, when and where and how, we need tech support providers that go beyond just relying upon, the help docs and the knowledge libraries of the platforms that we use most?
So it's tough because everyone's at a different level of their skill set in what tools, right? And what you're using. So one, for what we do, we're an Apple consultancy. So if you're a business and you have Macs, let us help you take care of your Macs. Let us help you take care of the programs that are on there. Let us help you take care of your network and your printers and your phones, et cetera. That's what we do. That's what we focus on. For the people that are here, you know your industry best. If you're a social media consultant, you understand what it means to have a schedule and a social media calendar and branding and things like that. If you're a fitness instructor, you know what it means to get in shape and what diets should look like, right? Not to sound rude, but it's stay in your lane with it, because if you don't, that's when you cause accidents, right? Yeah. And so I always tell people, especially CEOs that we're working with, I'm not working with other technology companies. My client roster is design firm, nonprofit, real estate firm, design firm. Be a designer, be a nonprofit, raise your money, sell houses. I don't care. But stop trying to fix Zoom. Okay. That's what we're here for. Right. So understand your lane and stay with it. If, however, you want to kind of start skirting up to the side and you're hey, it would be cool if the primary tool we use in our company talks to the secondary tool in our company, we can help guide you through that. And then we'll talk and do this whole tool conversation again and figure out what works and what doesn't work. And then you talk to somebody like us as a technical consultant to say, okay, here's what can be done. And here's what you could want, depending on how much money you want to spend, because really it all comes down to that. So stick with what you know. And as soon as you start wanting to say, okay, how do we make our social programs talk to our calendar, talk to our CRM, talk to our toaster, I'll be the first 3 are done. And the fourth one, stop trying to get your toaster to talk to things.
Not even on HomeKit, it won't work. I have been obsessing on HomeKit over the past 3 months. So
I'm not going to say anything. Wait till you hear about Thread and
Thread and Matter. Oh yeah, it's
a
whole new world.
But so hold on, let's use an example. I know that you're into it, and that's fine. You have a personal, but does doing any sort of HomeKit, which is Apple's IoT, Internet of Things, Matter, any of that stuff, does any of that help you in your business as it is right now?
The technology I use in my smart home?
Yeah. Does HomeKit
I'm
matter?
completely dependent on it now. And going back, like staying in a hotel and I don't have like a voice assistant to like, take care of things. It's like, oh, weird. I'm back in the Stone Ages.
But does HomeKit help you get more clients?
Well, no, I don't care about that.
But that's my point. Right? It's for your business.
Oh, yeah.
But for personal, go nuts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Justin. Please put your contact information in the chat window, especially like who should be reaching out to you. So if it's not, for example, like someone that's, I don't know that I need to hire Justin, but who should be sending, who should we be sending to you? That'd be absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elisa, did you have anything you wanted to say before we continued on? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just, we've been listening because my husband is home right now. We've been listening to Justin's presentation.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Justin, because it has been a slightly technical difficulty day.
Yeah. But again,
I'm right here.
So the next presentation I'm really, really passionate and excited about. And I'm really, I would say I'm incredibly hopeful about, I'd say, at least on the outside, it feels like we've made a lot of great movements when it comes to equity and inclusion in our organizations. Even if you are a solopreneur, right? And you're thinking about who your audience is, who your guests are, who your clients are, as you start to build a team. And look, you might be a company of one today, but you're good. You could very easily be a company of 50 to 100 within a few years. Setting your culture early makes a big difference. Jonathan King, I don't know if you can unmute yourself here real quick. We're going to go to your presentation really quick.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, this is a subject. Excellent. I just want to tee this up and I want to give you the floor for a second. Setting these things right early is the time to do it. I think when we start to see problems that start to creep into our organizations, it usually those are probably issues that things that should have been addressed earlier on. And so if we could I just want to kind of add my 2 cents in here and allow you're the expert on this, and then we'll get to your presentation here in just a second. But any other further words before we get into your talk?
Josh, I think everybody needs it. And it's something that you start off with from yourself. And so having some kind of DEI plan in action, because everybody, even me, I need to continually be inclusive. Being inclusive is something that you never, get through in terms of like, there's this end line. It's just continual. There's so many ethnic groups. There's so many people out there, different backgrounds. I mean, you're talking about sexual orientation, gender-wise, culture-wise. So the sooner that, you say, I want to be an inclusive manager, I want to be an inclusive owner, you open up yourself to so many more possibilities. Because in the past, we led people that look like us. Now we're in a different world. Now we got to deal with people who have different religious, backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds. So the more we can soak in and understand that we're not perfect, we were socially programmed from the time we were born, and there was nothing we could do about it. So we don't have to blame each other. Because let's be open to the idea that we need to expand ourselves and expand our knowledge about other people. That's all. That's what it's all about. It's not about blame. It's like, how can I make myself more inclusive?
Yeah. And there is absolutely a moral discussion. Absolutely. And there's also an economic discussion here as well. So, actually there was a really, really good book. And again, The Business of Belonging had a chapter devoted to this. And he admitted that, his company had a lot of issues because they didn't establish the culture early on. And so as a result, they kept trying to attract more and more people into the community. And these people kept looking like them. And they're like, what, finally it's like they did the work and they're like, yeah, you have to start early. Otherwise, again, your customers, your audience, people on social media, a lot of it's subconscious, but it's all very noticeable today. So, Jonathan, anything else before we go to your presentation?
No, that's it. Thank you so much for this
Awesome.
opportunity.
So grateful to have you. Give me just
So
a
glad to
second
be
here
here.
to get this going. And here we go. Well, I want to take a second to chat with my good friend, Amy Dix. Amy, thank you so much for being one of our sponsors for this event, Authority Speakers Agency. You are the co-founder and you do amazing work with speakers, aspiring speakers. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel so honored to be a speaker here at Fame and Profit. And Authority Speakers Agency really works with speakers to gain momentum in their speaking career and book stages for speakers. So proactively work as an agency on behalf of the speakers to get them on those ideal stages so that they can grow their business.
Wow. Okay. Yes. By the way, there is nobody else that I refer people to other than Amy and Authority Speakers Agency, because Amy, you just know your stuff. You're a very accomplished speaker yourself. And so you are also one of our presenters. I gotta say, your presentation is really good too. Would you kind of tease up what you speak on at your presentation?
Yeah, so during the presentation, we talk about how to use the stage and how to get speaking engagements and use your meaningful message in order to put it out there. And, I think it's so important that alignment to mind when we talk about Fame and Profit Summit and we talk about authority speakers and the whole concept of a relationship first, because that is exactly what we're doing on stage, right? So we're building these relationships with the audience, and there's a way to craft that and do that in order to work for your business.
Awesome. Amy Dix, again, thank you so much. I know that, you and I were good friends before we even talked about sponsoring this event. And, again, great alignment. If you want to build your business a very human connection forward way, rather than just some kind of spray and praise, spammy kind of speaker agency, which you do not want to do. That's a one-way ticket to ruin your reputation. Be very wary about that. Work with Amy. She's absolutely amazing. Amy Dix, again, thank you so much for being one of our amazing sponsors. And again, please click and watch Amy's presentation. And then there's also a link to Authority Speakers Agency where you can go and you can actually see the work that Amy and her team are doing. So Amy Dix, thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh.
Well, I am so excited for this presentation right here because I've had the great pleasure of interviewing enough DEI experts and leaders on my own podcast, and I've read enough books on the subject. This subject, it doesn't matter if you are a company of one, in other words, it's just you and you're a solopreneur, or if you are within the leadership organization, a company of thousands, you have to get equity inclusion done early. And so it's almost like, Jonathan, it's like that principles. Even if you're in a situation where they say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, the second best time is now. Now is the time to commit to this. But Jonathan, can you give us just a sneak preview of what we're about to learn?
So we're going to learn why it's important to become inclusive in our environments. And this is for private companies, public companies. It can be 1,000 to 50 to even 5 people. But essentially, I'm going to share with you 5 easy steps on what you can do to kick that into action tomorrow. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for HR. You can do this on your own, 5 steps, and you can share with everybody in your department to make it more inclusive so that you can create harmony and unity amongst the people that you work with.
Thank you so much. All right, without further ado, Jonathan, let's get to your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here to talk about becoming an inclusive leader. And I know some of you are saying, what does this have to do with me? I don't know what an inclusive leader is. Is there some more of this DEI stuff that we have to do the EEOC check off list? Well, no, it's not. Friends, my name is Dr. Jonathan King, and I am a DEI consultant and trainer, and I love my work. And the reason I'm here today is to provide you with new insights about the imperatives of becoming an inclusive leader and how it's not only going to help you to feel better about yourself, it's going to help your company stay out of trouble. It's going to help your company save money. It's going to help your company become more productive. And most importantly, it's going to keep you out of trouble, because we're in a world right now that is becoming more diverse. It is becoming more complex. It's becoming hard to navigate. And now with social media being on steroids and everybody with their cell phones and taking pictures of this and pictures of that and showing all the things that we don't want them to know about in our company, sometimes when we have dirty laundry, this is an excellent time to open up your mind and consider the importance of becoming an inclusive leader. So what I want to do is get the ball rolling so that we can all get into this session. So let me bring up my screen. I am going to share my screen, and then we can get the ball rolling. So what we're going to cover in this session is we're going to talk about why inclusion matters. What are the compelling reasons that people need to become inclusive in their management style? Are there any compelling reasons? I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the common barriers to achieving inclusion. There are some roadblocks. There are some impediments sometimes in the way. And I want to show you how to get around those so you can become the best inclusive manager you can be. The next thing is looking at inclusive workplaces versus non-inclusive workplaces. If you're walking through your workplace right now, can you tell me whether it's inclusive or not, or non-inclusive? What are the signs that it's non-inclusive? You don't want that to be the case, because you want to have longevity. You want your company to have longevity. And the only way we can do that is to know what's inclusive and what's not. Next, we want to talk about the 6 traits of inclusive leadership. This is a good starting point for looking at traits that the Deloitte consulting group have put out and say to yourself, I'm either there or I'm almost there, I'm getting there, I'm there. Most people are not there because these six traits are pretty profound. There are probably more than 6 traits, but today we're only going to talk about those 6 traits, and you can read up more about that on your own. So starting from the very top, why is this connected to diversity and equity? Why is inclusion connected to that? You know, we see this as one word, DEI. It gets to be confusing. It sounds la-di-da, like some kind of kumbaya song, but it really is not. This is very serious business, people, because diversity is on our doorstep. How many people realize that white people are in the minority now in California? Did you know that Latinx as a population make up 40% of the people in California, and that whites only make up 35%? That's really hard to get my head around because, you know, things are moving so fast. Asians make up 20% of the population in California. And so if that is the trend, what do you think things are going to be in 10, 15 years? So diversity is not even a question anymore. It is on the doorstep. It is inside the house. It's all over the house. And so if that's the case, how do we deal with diversity? Now, equity, which is another pillar, is happening because if there's a company, it has an HR department, and pretty sure the HR department is trying to be in conformity to EEOC guidelines and rules. But just because you have diversity and equity together doesn't mean that you're going to have inclusion, because sometimes it's not integrated properly. So, you know, diversity and equity are the foundations to reaching inclusion, but inclusion can't work if those two don't work. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention so you'll know where we are when we start talking about the importance of inclusion. Inclusion is the fulfillment of diversity and equity done right, right? It's the culmination of diversity and equity done right. So why does inclusive leadership really matter? Let's ask that question, okay? And I want to do a very short reflective exercise with you right now. Sit back in your seat and just ask yourself, think about a time when you saw someone who led inclusively. What behaviors did they engage in? Just think about that. What behaviors did this inclusive person engage in? It didn't have to be a manager. It could have been a coworker. It could have been a person that reported to you. It could be a superior in your company. But what did you see in their behavior that made them look inclusive in the company? Give yourself a second or two. Let's pretend we have a chat box and send me those messages about what you saw. Now, I have some things that I have already picked up along the way, and I'm going to share those with you right now. People that I've talked to about this have said that the inclusive behaviors they saw in leaders was they were welcoming. Think about a person who is very welcoming, has an open door policy, is ready and willing to listen to anyone who comes to his door at any time. That was an inclusive trait. The other thing is they're a good listener. They don't shut people down. They listen to all these different perspectives. They listen to a multiple range of perspectives, and they're collaborative. They don't just work with a group that looks like them or has the same culture as them. They work with all groups. And then next, they're non-aggressive. Sometimes managers who are aggressive and they think that it's my way or the highway, they don't really promote inclusion at all. They may think they have people following them, but they don't, right? People follow them, right, visibly so that they don't get written up, but they don't want to be around that person or that kind of person. They call on people in the meetings. They're open in the meetings and no one gets attacked. Nobody gets put on blast. And then this person is curious about other cultures. So those are some of the things that have come up in these traits that we're talking about inclusive leaders. Think about yourself. How many of those are a part of your traits? Something just to think about. What inclusive leadership is not? It's not performative, meaning that it's not something you can just do on a day here and a day there, and you can do it when you want to do it, or it's a little t-shirt that you wear to show that you're promoting inclusion. No, this is something which is very consistent. It's happening every single day. Inclusive leadership is not inconsistent. It is consistent. Inclusive leadership does not, bring you any kind of badge of honor. It's not going to make your paycheck go up, right? That is not what inclusive leadership is all about. Also, it's not comfortable sometimes. Inclusive leadership means that sometimes you are uncomfortable because you have to be in these spaces where you don't really understand all of the things that are happening with people and their so-called cultural backgrounds. And you feel like, I don't know what I thought I knew. Things are much more complex now. So it's okay to know that it's not comfortable. And then the other thing is, it's not limited to rank or role or even tenure. It doesn't matter how long you've been in the company. It doesn't matter if you're an executive or a CEO. Everybody can exhibit inclusive leadership. And then lastly, it's not limited to any particular group. It's not limited by gender, by race, by ethnicity, or any social distinction. Now, how do you know when inclusion is working? How do you know when it's effective? Well, I can tell you studies have shown that when inclusion is happening and it's prospering, you will see employees having very good performance in their jobs. You will see an increased sense of belonging because they are feeling valued and respected. And then lastly, the retention in the company amongst employees goes up. people don't want to go anywhere because they feel respected. And then when it comes to teams, it carries over into increased collaboration. I mean, you know, as an employee, you can work by yourself and you can be happy and productive, but it's a whole other level when you're talking about collaboration. And so when you have diverse teams working together in a collaborative way, research has shown that the innovation goes up, the synergy within that group goes up. And a recent Harvard Business Review came out, and it said that diverse groups tend to outperform homogeneous groups, not only in terms of decision making, but in terms of productivity. So that's pretty significant. Now, for companies and organizations, we have seen that customers love it when they understand that a company is inclusive. They tend to support them more. You know, we're talking about the Starbucks of the world and the Googles and the Whole Foods, those kind of organizations that really pride themselves on inclusivity. People really like to support that. And what we see is when you have companies like that that really are inclusive, they have lower attrition rates, less people that are dropping out and quitting, and there's a high level of good job applicants, right? That are, or should I say, competitive applicants who are trying to get into that company. So let's look at the difference between inclusive workplaces and non-inclusive workplaces, right? If we want to use a metaphor, we can say the inclusive workplaces are the happy places, right? And the non-inclusive workplaces are the unhappy places. But when you have, right, unhappy people in these kind of non-inclusive companies, it's normally coming down to harassment. It's coming down to not feeling valued, not being protected, not being given the same opportunities. And when this kind of thing happens, you have a spike in grievances and you have a spike in lawsuits. And lawsuits are really, really beginning to proliferate. Even here in California, the EEOC is saying the claims are going through the roof in terms of racial harassment claims. Anti-Black harassment claims have gone up. And recently, there was a lawsuit that was filed by a young man at Tesla, and he won the lawsuit. It was a racial harassment lawsuit, and he was awarded $136 million based on that racial harassment lawsuit. And what they found was that despite all of the stuff that he was being that he was going through, all of the humiliation day after day, no one did anything about it. It was close my eyes, I don't see it, see no evil, hear no evil. And this is what gets us into trouble, right? And this does not happen in inclusive workplaces because an inclusive manager would have never allowed that to happen. So there are other lawsuits, hundreds and thousands of lawsuits that are bubbling up from the top. And all I want to say is you don't want to be in that position where the lawsuit is coming at you and your department and against your company. No one wants to be the new Karen or the new Carl in the workplace. So this is a great time to think about finding a way to become more inclusive. So what are the common barriers to inclusive leadership? Well, one of them is people that are in the positions of management. Sometimes they've had to deal with cultural issues or ethnic issues, and they might have been embarrassed or they might have gotten their feelings hurt, and they kind of pull away and they don't want to be involved anymore. That is a roadblock. Another roadblock is certain people that are invalidating the feelings and perspectives of others. They want things to be like it was in the past. They don't want people to have voices, and then they shut people down, and then you cause friction and you cause disunity. Another one is, well, some people deny that there's even a problem with what's going on with the diversity in the workplace, or what's happening from HR's vantage point. They just don't want to believe it exists. They put the goggles on and just keep pushing. And then one of the most important ones is they don't recognize their own implicit biases. Now, this is a problem because when you don't recognize, or I don't recognize that I have any implicit biases, it's almost like saying I'm not human. Because as a human being, we came into the world being programmed with biases from our parents, from our teachers, from society in general. And so for us to say, no, I'm not biased at all. No, that doesn't get it. That doesn't cut it. And then the last one is that people are tied to tradition. They don't want to break away and understand that we have to usher in change and we have to create a different kind of paradigm. So what are the 6 traits of inclusive leadership? These 6 signature traits were shared with us by Deloitte a few years ago. And I'm pretty sure there are way more than that, but this is their 6 that we can look at, and we can use this as a mirror for us to decide where we are on the spectrum of having these 6 traits. So the first one, I'm going to take them one by one, is visible commitment. What does that mean, visible commitment? It just means that we're going to bring our game, our A game, to work every day. We're not going to put it down and think that inclusive leadership can be picked up when we want to pick it up. We are under the microscope, working in this company. We're getting paid to do a job. And so if we're going to do inclusive management right, we're going to have to be visibly committed to this as like another job. Number 2, courage. We're walking down an unbeaten path. We're walking into a forest where many of the trees have not been cut down. So this whole idea of becoming vulnerable is real, because we're dealing with the factor that we are trying to find out more about different groups and people that are coming into our workplaces. And we have to be open to the idea that we don't know everything. That takes courage. Next is awareness of bias, right? Managers who have an awareness of their biases are really ahead of the curve, because at least they can start at a place and know what those biases are. And then they can take it to the next level and trying to confront and eliminate those biases that they have within themselves. The other trait that many of these managers, these inclusive managers, have is cultural intelligence. Well, how do you gain cultural intelligence? It's not something which is intrinsically in you. You have to sit down and figure out where you are on the cultural intelligence spectrum, and then find ways to become more knowledgeable about other people and how they think and how they live. So this is like, Stephen Covey talked about sharpening the saw. Well, we're going to be sharpening the saw on our cultural competency. We're going to be learning in a stage of learning and finding out more than we've ever learned in the past, because we want to bring about inclusion in our world. And then curiosity. This keeps everything fun. When you had curiosity as a kid, everything was new to you, everything was fun. Well, it can be the same with learning about people that we don't know much about. There are all of these different types of people in the world. And so the more we bring in the curiosity, the less tension we have in our heads about learning about them. And then collaboration, being able to collaborate. Inclusive managers find a way to collaborate and get beyond the idea of just collaborating and building relationships with people that look like them. So one of the, in my estimation, most toughest problems here is people not being able to come to grips with being aware of their own implicit biases. This is, I think, one of the #1 challenges that many managers, bump into. And so what I've done is put together a model called ADAPT, ADAPT. And with the ADAPT model, this allows people to have certain steps they take in order to become more inclusive. Let me explain more about the ADAPT model and what it encompasses. The ADAPT model has 5 themes. The first is acknowledgement. This is the key. If you don't acknowledge you have these biases, it's hard to go on to the next step. And so once you acknowledge that you have this bias, you can go to the next step. The next step after that is disrupt. So once you find out you're in this space, you want to find out what your biases are, there are ways to do that, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. and then adjusting what? Adjusting our alliances in the workplace or in the organization to become more inclusive, and then participating with others who don't look like us in many different ways. And then lastly is tackling any vestiges of systemic racism in our workplaces. So let me kind of break this down. Once we get beyond the point of acknowledging, we have to now figure out and assess where we are with our biases. This can be done. There are a number of different what we call behavioral implicit bias tests that you can take. 25, 30-minute test, asks you a bunch of questions, and then it comes back and it tells you how you can improve, how you can change your behavior, and how you can be a better, more inclusive manager. These tests are fantastic. Then with adjusting alliances, once you find out what those biases are, then the goal is to find out how can you adjust your alliances and begin to work directly with people that you might be afraid of, people that you may not be familiar with their background and who they are. This is a very good way to do this when you adjust your alliances. And then setting up the structure where you can actually collaborate with people that have the differences so that you can become a more inclusive learner, manager. And then lastly, being able to tackle systemic racism in all of its worst forms. And this is where the courage part comes out, because people in this country are used to just being, how they traditionally have been. But now, we're asking people to step up into an area where they're going to be kind of like a guardian. They're going to be almost like a person that's going to be an ally to all of the people that they're working around. That's a very big step up. And so that's why having this system in place, those 5 steps are phenomenal. And when it comes to giving people the stability they need and the accountability to get to that last step. So in terms of current inclusion trends, we've come a long way over the past 40, 50 years, because 50 years ago, we were a segregated society. So we have to give ourselves a hand. We were able to break through and get away from being a segregated society and having segregated companies, segregated public facilities. Now we're, got to the point of integration, which happened in the 70s and 80s. And we were in that mode for a long time. And now we're just beginning to get into the inclusion phase. And the inclusion phase is right now. So this particular idea of becoming an inclusive manager is timely, it's practical, and I know it's going to support you in your career and help you to avoid the pitfalls and pit stops that have hurt so many people in the past. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to learn more about being inclusive. And in my eyesight, inclusion is unity in diversity, right? It's bringing all of those diverse elements into a unified whole so that we can work together. And, unity and diversity is midwifing a system of influence for transforming our workplace. So thanks, everyone. Nice being here. Nice talking to you. And if you have any questions, definitely contact me. My website is www.jkingconsulting.com. Thank you so much.
Of course you can't hear me. Thank you, Joe. I was going to say, thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan, for your presentation.
I couldn't hear you for a second. I got really afraid. It's like, what happened? Where's Josh?
Oh, yeah. Voice? No, I'm going to do it on myself every
time.
Josh,
I knew sign language.
Yeah. So, it's really interesting. If you do a little bit, I'm really fascinated by biases, right? And are there any bias tests? And by the way, knowing our biases, and again, this is way more than race, right? This is ageism. It's, you know, the halo effect, you know, beauty bias, you know, which that's absolutely a thing. And marketers know this, of course. Name bias. I mean, there are so many biases that are out there, and I love the fact, and I've heard this, you know, just being aware is a really great first step. And I think of like how many of us are almost in this, I want to say NPC mode, like we're in this non-player character mode of not even being aware of our own biases to begin with. And I think that awareness is pretty good. Like I remember my son was asking, you know, why I was listening to a particular NPR thing or whatever. I don't know. It's just like, well, I'm pretty much just looking to confirm something that I think is going on in the news. You know, it's just basically, you know, being aware of those biases, I think is really great. But do you have any maybe just things we could Google, any particular tests that you recommend? Because again, I think that's a great place for us to start.
There is a test that you can take. The one that I would give you is much more expensive, but the one that you can start off with, Harvard has their own implicit bias test. You can go online and you can take it today free of charge. And it's the start of where you're going to be with your biases. I have one which is called the Inclusive Behavioral Inventory Assessment. This one is basically for companies, for their leaders. This one is at about $70, but it is the full deal. It takes you all the way there. And then it even goes to a 360 model. So, you know, you can do the one that is for you alone. And then there's one that does a 360. So if you're in a bigger company, everybody gets a chance to do it, and they can measure what they think or where they think you are with your implicit bias.
You know, you use some of the examples, like, you know, thinking about, you know, I'm always thinking about, you know, what are my greatest threats right now in my company? But boy, I'll tell you what, you know, if there's a problem within your leadership and you are not proactively addressing it, and someone could demonstrate that you did nothing to address it. Yeah, that's really like, you're going to be up a creek right now if you try to do that. I just found this one. So I just Googled and I found this Project Implicit, and this is the one I think that you were talking about. But this is interesting.
That's the one. Yes.
Yep. Look at all these different ones. Wait. Implicit, what are our attitudes on that? So yeah, before you do this, I just Googled, Harvard implicit bias test, and I found it right here. As major disclaimer and all this stuff, because I would imagine it's not completely scientific, but doing good work here. Very, very important. Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan. I really appreciate that. Anything else that you wanted to share after this? And again, please share your website. And again, like, what does engagement look like? How do you engage with folks in leadership in companies?
I normally would just give them a complimentary session, 20, 25 minutes. We can just talk about what their issues are and see what I can do to help them. I have a number of partners that I align myself with. So it depends on what kind of company or organization that they're in, but I would try to find out how I can best serve their needs. And we would just start off with a free complimentary session. So my website is www.jking Consulting.
Awesome.
And
yeah, please put that in the chat.
Contact me.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Well, good deal. All right. So we're in the home stretch. I've got two final presentations, and these ones are going to be a doozy. So the first one is going to be Michael DeLon. Wait a minute. Come on out. Anybody who's in the participant room, does anybody have a book? Has anybody in this room written a book? Because I haven't yet. And it's one of those things that have been like, it's been on the list for a long time. Dave Nordell, you got a book.
I do, Josh. I just published it in June.
How did you get that done?
Well, I'll tell you, a little bit of push from people, a lot of support, and you gotta get your ideas on a piece of paper, and then you got to start. You actually have to start, and you got to kind of stick with it. You got to block time like anything else, but you got to write when you're ready to write. and you got to have stuff. So it's a labor of love. You know, hey, statistically, they say out of every 200 people that want to write a book, one actually writes the book. So half a person per 100 write a book.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, I've done the equivalent of several books in like our members area. And I don't know if any of our clients are on here right now. Like, I've produced probably a good 100 or so mini videos on like all kinds of different stuff. So I feel like I'm maybe have 50% of it. Now it's just the hard work. But so I'm going to share one of our speakers. Yeah, Joe's like, I'll buy that one without a doubt. Just no stories about it. So Joe Costello and I were in the Navy together. No, we're going to conspicuously kind of skip a lot of that. Yep, no, that will go unwritten. I will say Hawaii had a very, very happy ending for me, my wife of 27 years. So there is that. So our next speaker, Michael DeLon, is one of our sponsors as well. Fantastic. Listen, as a podcaster, and I don't know if I mentioned this in the intro, so forgive me if I repeat myself again. I've interviewed a lot of book consultants, and they're all awesome. But, for me, it's like, I need that sweet spot of like, why I don't want just someone who's going to yell at me to write my book every week. I want some kind of structure, some kind of system, but then I also don't know that I necessarily need the full ghostwriter treatment because that gets really expensive. And I think we've got clients that do that work and they're very good, but woo, it's definitely, and then is it like, is it still my voice? That sort of thing. So I'm going to share with you Michael DeLon here in his presentation. I love their system. And we became a client. So when I reached out, we started talking about having him as a speaker at this event. He's going to go through basically whether or not you work with him, like how to get this done. And I love the way that he does it. So without further ado, let's go to Michael DeLon. Paperback expert. Well, hey, Fame and Profit Summit attendee, I'm just so excited that you're here with us today, and hopefully you've gotten so much value. I'm going to continue the value train because I have a very, very good friend of mine, Michael DeLon. Michael, I am a customer of yours. I'm a client of yours. I am an advocate of what you do. And Michael, again, the best way I can explain what you do as the founder of Paperback Expert is you've created this system that allows great experts, great business leaders really, you remove all of the excuses for them getting their book done. And I got to tell you, I've talked to a lot of book experts and advisors and systems and courses and all that sort of thing. I've never seen anything run as well as exactly how you guys do it. Would you mind just taking a few minutes and explaining how the Paperback Expert program works?
Sure. Yeah, Josh. Thanks, man. We work with experts, thought leaders, busy business owners who want to take their ideas and get them into a book, but they don't want to write. I tell people never write a book. You need to speak to write your book. So the magic of our formula, Josh, is we have a staff of writers. We're going to assign a writer to your project. And that writer is going to have conversations with you. And we're going to build an outline for your book. And then based on that outline, you're actually going to speak your content of the book because you have everything in your head that you want to put in your book. You just need some guidance and how to put it all together. That's our job. If you can show up on some phone calls, we're going to interview you. We're going to get the content. And then our writer is going to craft and massage your words into your book using your voice. Because that's what it's all about. So we do all the heavy lifting. You just show up on some calls. You communicate in the fashion that you always communicate. We're going to create your book. We're going to publish you to Amazon. We're going to make you an Amazon best-selling author, guaranteed, because that builds credibility to capture the attention of your audience. And then the last part of our process, Josh, is we've got a whole slew of systems. We've got about 24 marketing systems that we work with each one of our clients and create a credibility marketing game plan to take your book. And how do you make money with a book? You don't get rich selling it on Amazon. You gain clients and referrals using your book, following the systems that we give you. That's kind of a nutshell of our process. It's very simple, very fast, and super affordable.
You know, Michael, I think most of us, if we've been in business for any length of time, or we've had some, opportunity to gain some wisdom in our life, we all have at least one book. It's all up here right now. Now, all you need to do is just get it out from here, out the speaking hole.
Right.
And to Michael and his team, and they're going to help you look for as soon as this summit is over, Michael, you and I are going to begin our work. And I'm so grateful, because ultimately, listen, as someone who believes in human connection and authentic leadership and truly making an impact in the world, books have a very, very powerful way of blazing a trail for your authority, and they just simply make impact, particularly if you can launch a book and actually get it in the hands of lots of readers, as opposed to, unfortunately, a lot of people I've interviewed, they've written a book and just kind of thud, it doesn't get anywhere. So thank you for providing all of those support systems to make sure that if you're going to go through the work of doing this, that you're going to have a great, rewarded experience. Michael, your link is on the page, on the video, and to our friends, you have access to Michael's long form session right now, which you can click and you can watch. And Michael, you'll explain the whole process, and you'll explain exactly where we are today in how to use a book to great advantage and great impact. Michael, thank you so much for being a sponsor of the Fame and Profit Summit. Thank you so much for your commitment to human connection, to authentic leadership, to doing things in a very classy, non-spammy way. You're a good guy. And I knew instantly, as soon as I got to know you and as soon as I understood your program, I became an instant client. And I'm so grateful to be so. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes as well.
Josh, you're welcome. Glad to be here. My life changed the day I escaped from prison. Now, let me give you some background on that story, okay? So you'll know where I'm coming from and where we're going. Back in 1990 is when I got married to my wife, Jill. I'm a follower of Christ, and Jill and I have been married now for 32 years. We've got 4 children, 2 biological sons, 2 adopted daughters. We did foster care for 8 years. But way back in the day, in 1990, after we got married, we moved. I was working for a Christian radio station, did that for about 9.5 years. And after 2 years, I realized nobody wants to buy Christian radio. They wanted to sell their products and services. So I had to get either really good at selling or become really good at marketing. So I chose marketing. I bought the books. I went to the events. I followed the gurus. And I became really good at marketing for small business owners. So my business would grow as my clients' business would grow. Now, that was in the 1990s, okay? So fast forward to the end, about 2000, the dot-com world was really taking off. There was this company called Amazon that was just getting started. I moved out of the radio station that I was selling Christian radio for. I went to work for a startup.com. Some friends of mine started. And we were going to localize the internet. Well, I was selling banner ads and websites to car dealerships and hospitals that didn't have anything. And that company was ahead of its time. That means it went bankrupt. Well, that lasted about 2 years. I found myself in my living room looking up at the ceiling, asking God, what am I supposed to do now? Well, what I didn't tell you is the first 5 years of my marriage were like this because, well, my wife and I are complete opposites. We had a lot of conflict in the early years. And even though she and I both grew up in church, nobody ever taught us how to be married. So after about 5 years of this, she and I went to a Family Life marriage conference. And Family Life shared with us God's blueprints for marriage. I didn't know he had any blueprints. So we got his blueprints. We started applying them in our marriage. Our marriage got better. Okay, now fast forward back to this .com, went bankrupt. I'm standing in my living room looking at the ceiling, asking God, what am I supposed to do? And he says, Michael, I want you to ministry to marriages, and I want you at Family Life. Why didn't I think of that? So we ended up raising support for 2 years as missionaries to the family, and we moved from Indiana down to Little Rock, Arkansas, to join this ministry called Family Life. Little Rock was their world headquarters, and I came in, and they had a spot in radio, so I served there. I climbed the corporate ladder. I thought I was in nirvana. Why would I ever change or leave this place? Well, after about 6 years, I was serving on the leadership team of this international ministry. And then they started going through corporate reorganizations. Well, after the third reorganizational chart was rolled out, my name was no longer on the leadership team. And so they started shuffling me around the ministry to do different things. And that was the beginning of a 2-year prison term where I was in a job that I hated at a ministry that I loved. So after 2 years of just emotional turmoil and going home exhausted every night and having Sunday night being the worst day of the week because I knew I had to go back to work, back to prison on Monday morning, I knew I had to get out. And so I talked to my wife and I prayed and I said, God, I got to get out of this place. And he spoke to my heart. He says, Michael, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to go help small business owners with marketing because they struggle with it. They hate it. And I love it. And he said, go. So on January 1st of 2013, I escaped prison and I started a marketing consulting firm in Little Rock. And I'd call you and I'd say, hey, I think I can help you grow your business. And you'd meet with me and we'd have a great conversation. Somewhere in that talk, you'd say, now, Michael, what have you done in the last few years? Who have you helped? And I'd say, well, I've helped build marriages and families at Family Life. And you'd say, Michael, that's so honorable. Way to go. Oh, look at the time. I've got another meeting coming up. Why don't we reschedule this and keep our conversation going? And you'd usher me out the door. I wasn't picking up any clients because you didn't have any belief or trust or faith that I could help you. You saw me not as a marketing guy, but as a ministry guy. So I knew I had to fix that. Well, one day I went to my church, second floor. I was pacing the hallways back and forth. I was saying, God, how do I help these people, these business owners? Because I know I can. And he gave me the idea to take all of my marketing strategies and put them in a book. And so I did. I published my first book on marketing. Well, then I would call you and say, I think I can help you grow your business. You'd set an appointment with me. A week later, I'd walk into your office. And between those two times, I'd mail a copy of my book to you. I'd walk into your office. There it was. My book was on your desk, dog-eared, highlighted, underlined. You'd read my book. And in that meeting, you say, now, Michael, in your book, you said, how do you help me do that? And you'd hire me. Now, let me ask you a question. What changed between the first meeting we had and the second meeting? Did my background in ministry change? No. Did my understanding of marketing change? Not a bit. The only thing that changed was how you thought of me. When you got a copy of my book, I instantly became an expert in your mind. And when I showed up for our appointment, you had pen in hand, ready to take down the solutions that I was going to give you for the challenges you were facing. That changed everything for my business and my life. And today, I have the privilege of serving business owners like you to help you create a book without writing a word, and then help you grow your business, not by selling copies of your book, but by selling your ideas through the pages of your book, as you are seen as the expert in the eyes of your audience. So what I want to do today, in the time that we have remaining, is to just kind of walk you through this process of how can you create a book without writing a word, because there are many ways to do it. And then how do you use your book to generate profits without selling a single copy? Okay? There are 4 aspects that we're going to talk about. 4 aspects that we walk every one of our clients through, but they're the exact same 4 aspects that you need to focus on if you're going to create your book and become profitable as a business author. Okay? The first thing we want to talk about is how to clarify your message. Okay? That is number 1, the most important thing you can do. Most business owners that I talk to are what I call a coffee bean. Now, I love coffee, drink it almost every day. But in marketing, you don't want to be a coffee bean, okay? So if you take a bag of coffee beans, you rip it open, you pour those coffee beans out on the table in front of you. They all smell the same and they look the same. In marketing, if you look like and sound like all of your competitors, you're not giving your prospect, your audience, a reason to lean into you, a reason to choose you. You're a coffee bean. Well, you don't want to do that. You want a distinct, clear message that's unique to you, a message that's compelling to your audience, that captures their attention, and that causes them to lean in and request more information. Okay? You have a unique story to tell. Are you telling it? There is something inside of your reason that you do what you do. You have something unique in your background that you can bring to the table. You can integrate it with your marketing, with your business, and it will separate you from everybody else. It will keep you from being a coffee bean. Let me give you a couple of examples of clients we've helped so you can understand more what I'm trying to say. Because this isn't, I don't want this to be esoteric. I want you to take away from this presentation something that you can actually do something with, okay? So I had a client who came to me. He was a coffee bean in a very competitive generic industry. He was a home inspector. Okay, so you buy a house and you need it inspected to make sure there's nothing majorly wrong with it. That's what he did, right? Home inspectors are home inspectors. Who cares? Well, he cared. And he came to me and says, Michael, I want to be different. I want to be an Amazon bestselling author. I said, great, Chris, let's talk. So we started the process, and I asked him the 8 questions I ask every one of our clients. And by asking those questions, I found out that on nights and weekends, his other passion, besides being a home inspector, was that he was a high school football referee. And when we started talking about that, he lit up. He started telling me about the rules on the field and how there are rules in home inspection and how he throws flags on the fields when things are out of bounds and how he marks things on homes that are out of bounds. And he says, man, there are so many similarities between home inspecting and being a high school football referee. I said, Chris, that's great. Have you ever told anybody that? Have you ever used that in your marketing? And he said, no, I'd never seen a connection between the two. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. And so we took that and we created his book. And when we published his book, we called it The Official Guide to Home Inspections, okay? Because he's an official. And we branded him as Chris Perry, America's Home Inspection Referee. Now, do you think that he has any problems now when he walks into those realtors' offices where he gets his clients? Do you think he has any problem at all striking up a conversation when he walks in his referee outfit? When he has copies of his Amazon best-selling book? When he's inspecting a house and he finds something wrong with it, he puts a yellow flag on it so it's easy to spot. Do you think that Chris has some price elasticity? Do you think he can charge more than the other home inspectors in his area who are just home inspectors? Well, I hope you said yes, because that is the answer. Because he's not just a home inspector. He is America's home inspection referee. Okay, please understand, I did not create that positioning for Chris. I discovered it by asking him some simple questions. Okay? That's what I mean by having a crystal clear message that separates you from everybody else. You have a message like that inside of you. Are you using that in your marketing? Or are you succumbing to what everybody else tells you should be doing? In marketing, you've got to be different. You have to have a message that's crystal clear, that's compelling. This is a message that's crystal clear and compelling for Chris's audience. Okay? Let's take another example. I had an attorney come to me. He was down in Florida. He's a personal injury attorney. He's in a big market. He's little tiny David against 2 really big Goliaths. Okay? These guys spend thousands of dollars a month on marketing, and he just doesn't have it. So my guy comes to me and he says, hey, I want to create a book. I've got to find a way to market my practice. And so I said, okay, William, let's go through the questions. Tell me, who are you? Why do you do what you do? And he told me that he moved to Florida to go to college on a baseball scholarship. He was really a good pitcher, and he was heading towards the major leagues. Well, in his second year, he threw his arm out and had to have surgery, killed his baseball career, killed his future in the Major League Baseball. So he went and got a degree as an attorney. And today he's a personal injury attorney who helps other people who've been injured most of the time through no fault of their own, right? So I understood that story, and I said, William, have you ever told that to anybody? And he said, no, I didn't see any connection. I said, here's what we're going to do. So we took William's story and we wove that through the pages of his book. And when we published his book, we published it as When Life Throws You a Curveball. What to Do After You've Been in a Serious Accident by William Franke, baseball player turned attorney. Okay, do you understand what we did here? We understood his story. Life threw William a curveball. He wasn't expecting that. William, as a pitcher, used to throw curveballs, and his clients are injured through no fault of their own. It came out of the blue. It was a curveball in their life. When life throws you a curveball. So now, William, in all of his marketing, when he goes on the morning TV shows, he carries many times a baseball bat in his glove as he's in his attorney suit, right? It really captures your attention. You're like, what is going on? And he has a copy of his book, and he always talks about life throwing you a curveball and the process that you're going to have to walk through, and how he had to walk through that exact same process to find health again. And that's what he helps his clients do. Okay, that is a very clear, compelling, emotional message that has helped William fight back against those two Goliaths and take over some of their territory. Okay, it's a message that's crystal clear, compelling, and it's him, separates him from everybody else. You have a message just like that. You've got to discover that crystal clear message. Now, how can you do that? Well, the best counsel I can give you is to go out for coffee or tea or lunch with one of your friends. Take your phone or your computer, hit the record button, and let it audio record what you're talking about. And have them ask you questions about your background, your childhood, your family size, your hobbies. Where'd you go to college? Why do you live where you live? Why do you do what you do? You could be doing all kinds of things. Record all of that and listen back to it, and you'll start hearing some themes, and ask yourself, how does that unique story of yours, how can you tie that into what you do to separate yourself? Whether it's being a home inspection referee, or whether it's having your arm thrown out and you help other people when life throws them a curveball. It could be 1,000 different things, but I know there's something inside of you that is unique that will give you a crystal clear message. Because that's the first step. That's the first thing you have to do if you're going to create a book without writing a word. So let's assume you've done all of that, okay? And you've got a crystal clear message that resonates with your audience, that's unique to you, that separates you from everybody else. Great. Now we're going to go to the next step, and that's to, well, create your book. And you're going to do it without writing a word. You see, the writing process is what stops most people. You open up your computer and you stare at a blank document and you don't know what to say. Or you start typing and you're like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Backspace, 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 backspace. And you self-edit through the process. Okay, that'll kill you. No wonder it takes so long to create a book. So what you want to do is create your book quickly. Step one is really what we call the brain dump. Get everything out of your head. Create a Word document. Google Docs are great for this. Create a brain dump and just get out of your head all of your thoughts and ideas. Don't worry about any order or structure. Just get it out. And to do that, to do it quickly, Google Docs, Microsoft Word, probably all the programs out there have a speak to write, a dictation function hidden somewhere in their tools menu usually. Go do that and let it dictate what you say. So just get it out of your head, just speak. It'll transcribe for you. It'll get it on the document, okay? Step 1. Step 2, create an outline. Look at what you have. What do you talk about every day with prospects and clients? That becomes your chapter's outlines, okay? Those big topics that they're interested in. Then underneath those chapters, put bullet points of stories that you want to talk about, data, things you want to share, stories of how you've helped people. Okay, stories carry the day in your book. So just make chapter titles and bullet points. Then what you want to do is create your book by speaking on every one of those topics. Okay, you have enough information in your head to create your book. What's stopping you is you don't have the organization. You don't understand how to get it out. This is how you do it. This is how you create your book. Okay, this is how Seth Godin and Tony Robbins and Simon Sinek and John Maxwell, this is how they do it. Okay, they're not sitting hunched over their computer all weekend or for weeks on end typing out their book. They're speaking because you know what? They, like you, are not writers. They're communicators. And we want you to communicate to get your book done fast. And so you build your outline, then you speak to write your book. Now, as you speak and you speak through your outline, your book's going to be about 60% done, maybe 70, okay? There's still a lot of editing and proofreading and formatting and all kinds of things left, but you're 70% done. That's huge. And you can get it done very quickly. Once your book's out of your head and into print, unless you have a passion and a talent for writing and the English language, I really recommend you find a writer, an editor, a proofreader, and hire them to do it. Your highest and best use of your time is not trying to figure out how to organize your book and how to structure it and how to make it sound better. That's not where you make your money. Okay? Hire somebody else to get your thoughts out. Get your book 60, 70, 80% done. Have somebody else edit it, proofread it. They'll send it to you. You can make some final tweaks. That's the fastest, best way to do it, okay? Stay focused on where you make your money. All right, so your book's created now. You've gone through that whole process. You can get a cover designer to do the cover. And covers are really cool, right? You got to think back to your theme when life throws you a curveball, right? America's home inspection referee. So think about your message. How is it going to weave through your book? How is it going to show up on your book cover? Okay, that's how you publish your book. So now your book is ready to be published. What are you going to do with it? Well, you're going to publish it to Amazon. You want to be on Kindle. You want paperback copies that you can mail to people. You can do hardback if you want. Paperback is just less expensive and it's cheaper to mail. And since we're going to be talking about how to make money with your book without selling it, that's going to be really important. All right, so why are you on Amazon and Kindle? Well, you're there for credibility. Okay? When you tell somebody that you're an author, you published a book, they're going to Amazon 9 times out of 10. And your book had better be there. Now, they can buy it on Amazon, and you're going to get a little bit of a royalty, but that's not where you're going to make your money, okay? I'm going to teach you in a minute where to make your money and how to make your money without selling a single copy. So you're going to publish your book on Amazon and Kindle. You're going to have a paperback version of your book, right? And you're going to want a PDF version, what we call a magnet. Now, if you're looking for a way to capture your attention and draw them into you, to get people added to your list, you need a great lead generation magnet. Okay? A book is one of the best lead generation magnets I've ever seen. So you want a PDF magnet of your book. You want to give people an opportunity to get a free copy of your book. And where are they going to get that? That's right, on your website or a landing page you create specifically for your book. So now we're getting into the marketing of your book. Now we're talking about where's the money made, okay? So you spent some time getting to this point with a clear message and then working through the process of actually getting your book created so that now you can have a lead generation magnet. Okay, you're going to want physical copies of your book to carry with you to mail out to people, but you're going to want it on your website so that people can go to your website when they're searching you online, when they're seeing your paid ads, when they're seeing your social media posts, when you're in networking events. You can put in your LinkedIn profile. Great, have your book there, but you can also put in, get a free copy of my book with a link directly to your website because you want to give your book away to get people onto your list, okay? Understand, the number one asset you have in your business is your list. You own that list, and you want to build that list and cultivate that list and nurture that list so that those people will buy from you. So you offer them a free copy of your book. Now, it's a PDF copy that they're going to come in and they're going to give you their name and email to get that. Why? Because books have value. Okay, you go to Amazon, you're going to pay money for this book. Sure, you can buy my book on Amazon, or you can get a free copy right here. So you give them a free copy, and on the thank you page, you have a nice video that says, thank you for requesting a copy of my book. It's going to be in your inbox in just a couple of minutes. I'd be honored if you'd let me mail you a physical copy of my book. Won't cost you a penny. Just tell me where to mail it. You can highlight it, underline it, dog-ear it. It will answer a lot of the questions that you're thinking about right now. And then when we meet and discuss your situation, you'll have some very specific questions. I'd be happy to place it in the mail for you. Just tell me where to put it. Thanks again for requesting a copy of my book. And you have a form there where they can fill out and tell you where to mail their book. We've done this for a number of clients, and we find that about 50% of the people who opt in for the free version opt in for a second free version of the physical book. Now, in order to mail that to them, you've got to have their address, their full name, their email address, and their phone number. That's what's required. So now you have all this information so that you can market to them in a variety of ways. Too many business owners today are only online marketers. That's a recipe for disaster. You need to be online and offline. You need to combine those two so that you will show up differently than all of your competitors. Okay, so they give you the information and you mail a copy of your book to them. How many of your competitors are mailing a copy of their book to prospects? Yeah, you can say none because nobody's doing it. That's why you need to be doing it. That's why you need to create your book and then learn how to monetize your expertise and generate revenue, not by selling copies of your book, but by giving copies of your book away, selling your ideas through your book, okay? Think with me for a minute, like Simon Sinek, right? He just hit the scenes a few years ago with Start With Why. And after that video went viral, he was smart, and he went and published a book called Start With Why. And now he gets paid 6 figures for a 1-hour speech. And now he's gone back and written a couple other books. Why? So that he will get more speaking engagements, okay? Simon isn't getting rich by selling books. He's getting rich by selling his ideas through the pages of his book so that he'll get hired to come and speak. That's a model that you can follow when you create your book and then monetize it the same way. This is one model. So you've got your book, you created your book, you've got it published to Amazon and Kindle for credibility purposes. I recommend you take the time and learn the process, or hire a company like us, or work with somebody to make sure you promote your book well enough and properly so that you can become an Amazon best-selling author. Why? Because of the status, because of the what that does in the mind of your audience. It separates you from everybody else who's written a book. Yes, but you are an Amazon best-selling author. And that makes a difference in how somebody thinks about you. And remember, marketing effects happen in the mind. It's how people think about you. Remember my meeting with you, the first meeting and the second meeting? What changed? How you thought about me. That's what creating a book and becoming an author will do for you. So you have a crystal clear message. You've created your book. You've published your book to Amazon, to Kindle. Let's say you've become an Amazon best-selling author. You've got your PDF magnet so that you can capture people's email. You've got your thank you page so you can capture the rest of their information. You can mail your book to them. You can mail lots of other things to them as well. Now comes the exciting part. This is where the magic happens. You see, there's a myth out there. I call it the myth of Moses. If you remember Moses from the Bible, there was a point in time he was leading the Israelites out of Egypt, and he comes to the Red Sea. And they're stuck between the Red Sea and the army that's coming to get them. Well, God tells Moses to part the Red Sea. And the Red Sea parts, and the Israelites walk across the Red Sea on dry ground, right? And then God brings the water back. Here's the myth. The myth is when you publish your book, the Red Sea parts, and the world beats a path to your door. I'm telling you, that doesn't happen, right? You've got to understand the marketing aspects of your book and of your authority and of your credibility. If you don't know how to market yourself, you're just going to be an author and you're going to leave a lot of money on the table. So what we do with our clients is we help them to multiply their revenue. We do it by focusing on really the three big areas that every business owner wants to focus on and should be focusing on. Number one is to attract ideal on-profile prospects. Number two, we want to convert those prospects into appointments where you can have conversations with them. And then secondly, we want to help you convert those conversations into clients. And then we want to help you generate referrals from those happy, satisfied clients. And the beautiful part of being an author is you can use your book in all of those areas. Okay? So there are ways, there are systems that we've created, marketing systems that help you build your credibility, to market your credibility so that you will attract ideal clients. Talked about one of them just a few minutes ago with putting a book on a website and using it as a lead generation magnet. Let's say you're at a networking event. Everybody's putting in chat their website or their email or their LinkedIn profile. Great. Why don't you put a picture of your book with a link to get a free copy of that? It's different. It's unique. It's compelling to your audience. Will everybody get a copy of your book? Yeah, probably not. And that's okay. Because in marketing, we want to attract our ideal audience and repel those that we don't need to be working with. And so you attract by having a great message. Your message you clarified in step 1, and now it's magnified in step 3 because you're an Amazon best-selling author. And so that's how you attract with your book. Then you're going to convert. Well, we've got a lot of systems that we teach to help you use your book in videos to precondition these prospects that are getting and reading your book. How do you build up that energy, that buying energy, so they're excited to talk with you? They see in their mind's eye how you can help them, and they schedule an appointment with you. And then between the time they schedule the appointment and the time you actually have the appointment, you have 2 or 3 videos that are educational in purpose that get them to know, like, and trust you, to believe you're the person they should be working with. How do you precondition prospects to hire you before you ever talk with them? You can do that with your book. And then when you get on that call, there are ways to use your book to actually convert them into a client. And then when they're a happy client, there are ways to use your book to get referrals, because your best clients run in circles of people just like them. Friends, neighbors, relatives, business associates, church members. Expanding your sphere of influence 5 times through each one of your happy, satisfied clients. What if you could, how do you get referrals now? Do you ask? Do you just give them a business card? Say, would you hand my business card out to your friends? No, I won't, thanks. What about if you hand them a copy of your book and say, hey, John, thanks for trusting me with your home inspection. I really appreciate that. Would you do me a favor? The answer is always yes, because they're happy, right? Would you take 3 or 4 copies of my book, and in the next month or 2, as you're talking to people, showing them your house, would you just hand a copy of my book to them and say, hey, here's the guy who inspected my house. Most people never think about home inspection, but this guy's really cool. You should read his book. And then guess what? In a few years, when they move, guess who they're going to ask for? Because it's sacrilegious to throw a book away. And so this book's going to hang around their house. And when they're ready, when they have a problem with the house or they're ready to move, they're going to say, I know who I want to inspect my house, that home inspection referee guy. And they're going to go pull the book and they're going to make it happen. And you're going to grow your business. Now, your business may not take that long of a sales cycle. That's great. Because the shorter your sales cycle, the more money you're going to make when you're an author. There are so many ways for you to generate revenue as an author, and none of them require you selling a copy of your book. When you understand the credibility marketing systems that come with being an author, the light bulb's just going to come on, and you're going to understand how to make money with your book without selling a single copy. So that's the background. That's what I wanted to share with you today, is how do you create a book without writing a word? So you want to speak to write your book, and you really need to hire somebody for editing and writing. Don't try to do it yourself. You can do it. It's just not the highest and best use of your time. Get your thoughts out of your head onto print, right? Make sure you have a crystal clear message. There is a story hidden inside of you. Get it out. Take a friend to lunch, coffee, record some things. Find out what's unique. What is your angle? What's going to keep you from being a coffee bean for the rest of your career? That's what you need to know. Start there. Create your book without writing a word. Become an Amazon best-selling author if you can. And then learn how to use your book and your crystal clear message to attract ideal on-profile clients. How do you convert those people into appointments and then into clients? And then how do you generate referrals from your happy, satisfied clients? And when you understand this 4-step process, you have enough in your mind to create your book. Get it done. Because there's nothing on earth that's more powerful in the mind of your audience than to hear that you are an Amazon best-selling author. You are a thought leader. You are somebody with something to share. And when they have a copy of your book, they're going to invest an hour or 2 or 3 reading your book, one-on-one conversation with you, so that when they do schedule that appointment, it's not a first appointment. It's more like a second or third appointment because of the way they have bonded with you emotionally. They know that you're different from everybody else, and they're just here to answer a few questions before they get started working with you. That's how you create your book without writing a word, and it's how you generate profits as an author without selling a single copy of your book. I sure hope that you will take the next step in getting your book created. And remember, the first step is to create and clarify your message. Before you ever create your book, clarify your message. Then create your book without writing a word. Publish your book to Amazon, to Kindle, in paperback and in PDF magnet. And then start using your book to attract ideal on-profile clients, converting them to appointments and clients, and then generating referrals from your happy, satisfied clients. If you do that, your business is going to grow systematically year after year after year, and you're going to find that marketing becomes a lot more fun and a lot easier when you stand upon the one clear message that you're going to proclaim that is uniquely and wonderfully you. So let me encourage you. Create your book without writing a word, and then use your book to generate profits as an author without selling a single copy of your book.
Well, thank you, Michael DeLon. That was awesome. And so, and I've been sending him some updates of our presentation while it was going on. I'll just say,
Josh.
yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so I just want to commend Michael because, it's not enough to just know your topic, but to deliver it in the way that Michael has just delivered it, in keeping the audience interested with his intonation and his facial expressions and his body movement. I mean, that's the sign of a real speaker right there. And I'm wondering now if he actually narrates the online books, because I felt like, we were watching like a Shakespearean play or something.
So I wanted to share a couple of other ideas because obviously, if a book is somewhere in your future, a couple of things that I've done is I've gotten a little bit more serious. Again, I haven't written a single word on paper necessarily. But let me show you kind of what I did in here's kind of a hack. What I'm doing, because again, I'm kind of in the midst of this. I think this is the right. Yeah. So this right here is this is part of our members area that we use for all of our clients. And here's what we ended up doing. And I thought that this is brilliant. We got really serious about this year, is at any time we would get any question from it, because obviously I'm going to write a book around my area of expertise, the thing that I help our clients with. And so the way for me to come up with like, well, what am I supposed to talk about in my book? So all I've been doing all year long, I've been really consistent about this, is every single time a client sends me a question, say, great, I'm going to answer that question, but I'm going to record it in a video for you. And I'm going to kind of teach on the subject generally. So what I've ended up now is, I would say, of all the content that I want in the book, now probably, maybe a video to 4 videos, 5 videos, 6 videos, maybe every single month. But that's all I've done, is I've put all this stuff. Plus I've had conversations with clients too, which, obviously, when you're writing a book too, you want to have really good stories. So, because I don't want it to be I definitely don't want it to be the me show. So I want to talk with lots of people and like, tell me about this. So obviously, this event, we're looking for always looking for great stories. How has leveraging generosity, platform, and relationship led to all the things that you want to accomplish in business? And again, it's just kind of this stark contrast to maybe what some of the bro-y marketers might be teaching out there. My keynote is tomorrow, by the way, and it'll be at 1 p.m. or we'll start, probably about 5-10 minutes after. We're going to start with a quick panel. And then I'm going to share a lot of my findings in talking with over 1,400 experts or guests or 6, 7, 8-figure business leaders on my podcast. And one of the questions I either ask them during the podcast or I'll ask them afterwards, like, where do your best clients come from? And I just listen. And it's pretty fascinating. I'm going to share with you kind of the TLDR of that tomorrow. And then I've got a lot of, it's just been a phenomenal ride over the past few years to kind of assemble that information and then distill that. And then, of course, as of my influence, that's kind of what we do, is we facilitate high-level introductions. So we are down to our final speaker. And I got to say, God bless you guys have been with me all day long. This has been a lot of fun. And we almost were not going to do the live stream. It really wasn't until, no joke, I think Friday, where one of our advisors like, oh no, yeah, you need to do a live stream. I'm like, what? Because we were just going to kind of release all the, on-demand stuff, and we would have missed out on all of this. So thank you so much. So our final speaker, hey, let me see anybody who's in the chat room right now. You want to come on? Because this is probably we're gonna have our final speaker, and then I'm probably just gonna say goodbye. Our final speaker, by the way, is Tom Matson, who is amazing. And I'll just, because I don't know if I share this or not, but this is the $1 Million Authority Award or whatever that I got. So Tom and I did some work. He was very instrumental in how, we structured our offer and how we decided to work with clients in a very honoring way. And it really worked really, really well. And, allowed us to, again, create 7 figures in sales. So.
And Josh, before
Yeah.
we get started, let's encourage everyone to visit their webpage for the show, for today's event.
Yes.
Because there are more videos there.
Oh yeah, we
More
couldn't get to everybody in the
presentations than we
live
could-
stream. We just don't have the hours in the day. I'd be here till past 8 p.m. God, I'm not going to do that. So we had the enviable task of like, oh, which ones can we share today? So all of them are available. General admission people, all of today's videos and more are all available to watch up until midnight tonight. If you pay $47, you get gold access, and then you can watch them anytime you want. Plus, I think all the notes, Diamond folks, $97, and then you get to join us in the mixer tomorrow and closing party mixer. And then as well, all the speaker freebies. And on the Diamond page, that's where I'm not going to show it because it shows the URL when I do that. But needless to say, every speaker has contributed a lot of really good stuff, like high value type things that you could take advantage of. Thank you, Elise. I appreciate that.
Yep. Just want to make sure everybody gets seen.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have 40 amazing speakers and we just cannot do it all.
So, yeah, thank you so much. And so, tomorrow is going to be a lot around the sales process and sales conversations. And obviously I'll be talking a lot about that, about, how to put yourself in a position where, I'll just tell you full out, like I talk with 40 of my dream customers every single month. I have done so for over 3 years. I don't do one bit of outbound communication at all. I do zero. I follow a go-giver approach, if anyone's familiar with this concept, and I lead with a lot of generosity, and I am always booked out 2 months in advance to talk to my dream customers. And I'm going to break down and I'll tell you exactly how I do it. Because, if you love doing what you do, you love making an impact in the world, I'll explain exactly what I do. And it's such a joy, and do it in a way where it's a joy to show up to work every day and you never have to sell another day again in your life. Selling as in like traditional, trying to talk people into stuff. No more of that nonsense. All right, Elisa. So we're going to go to our final, and anything else?
No, we're good.
Okay, great.
Let's see Tom.
Any questions on anything? Just respond back, Elisa, to any email that you've gotten, and that'll get into our general inbox, and we'll make sure it's mostly going to be Elisa probably who's responding back. So Elisa, I want to say thank you so much for everything you've been doing all day long. Thank you for everything that you've been doing over the past several months. Elisa's going to get a nice vacation in a couple of weeks. We've all earned it. So, okay. So let's get to Tom Matson's presentation. Also, thank you so much for all the chats, everybody. I see all that stuff. And so I'll respond to you there as well. Because Tom Matson, this is our final presentation for today, and you don't want to miss a word of this. Tom is amazing. Again, I'm a huge fan of what he taught. And in fact, the first time that I studied and I watched some long form content of Tom's a few years ago, I immediately got to the end of it and I immediately watched it all over again. And my brain just went, wow. And it really kind of put in motion a lot of just amazing stuff. So without further ado, here's Tom Matson. Thank you so much for your participation in the Fame and Profit Summit. Before we get going with this session, I want to Lynn Whitbeck will share a quick word with us first. Introduce a very dear friend of mine. Lynn Whitbeck is both one of our featured speakers. And sorry, this is such bad form here. And Lynn Whitbeck is going to be our opening speaker tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And you do not want to miss Lynn. Lynn is amazing. She is, and she's another one where, I don't know if I share here, I have a lot to be thankful to for this amazing woman. Okay, back to back to Josh and Lynn. You are also a sponsor of the Fame and Profit Summit. You're a longtime friend. Before we even discussed potentially having you sponsor the event, we had already picked you as a speaker because your message is so vital to this hope that I think we all have is, can we grow our sales? Can we grow our revenue? Can we grow our businesses without all of the spammy, sleazy tactics that unfortunately a lot of gurus are teaching? Lynn, I want to also disclose that I am a client of yours. My team and I, Elisa and I, my chief operating officer and I, we went through your whole program. And I'm just going to tell you right now that you have changed the trajectory of my life, of Elisa's life, my family's life. The fact that we now have the size team that we have today, that we have the sales volume that we have today, that the impact that we get to have in this world, Lynn, thank you, because you influence that in such a huge way. I get to enjoy the kind of just blessings that, I'm humbled and I'm honored. But a lot of this stuff, I think that I knew some of these things innately, but I couldn't define the sales skills that we learned and gained from you. That said, Lynn, I want to just promote you before I have you share just a quick message. Lynn, your topic right now, you have a long form segment right now that our attendees can watch right now. I'd highly recommend you do it. If you're serious about this and you're curious about, man, how do I work in that, when I'm on a sales call, when I'm talking with someone, like, how do I navigate that without feeling pushy? Because I don't think any of us want to feel that way. Like, we want to work with our people. And Lynn, you're just masterful at how you break that down, and you give great business owners that truly believe in what they do the tools and the comfort to know that they're absolutely doing the right thing. Lynn, thank you so much. Again, your brand, we've got links directly to your website as well for Petite to Queen. So you'll see those links on the page, and it's also in the video here. But Lynn, would you mind just sharing a few words about, kind of who you are, what you do, and, maybe just something that, kind of takeaway that someone could use right now?
All right. Takeaway number one, think like the client. What your client wants, needs, and lacks, why it matters to them, what problem are they trying to solve, what solution are they looking to address, so they can. So they can what? People buy the so they can. All right. So get out of your own way, get out of your own head and start thinking like your client. And you will use this all the way through your sales. It matters from that initial spark to when they're a long-term client like Josh, and you can come up with new and exciting ways to continue to work together. So this is the most critical piece of your sales strategy, is to think like your client. The next one I'm going to tell you is, as Josh mentioned, all right, there is no room for sleazy, manipulative sales tactics in this world. Just stop. It's another human being. I want you to come with worthy intent. That means that you have a genuine curiosity about the other person, their business, their needs, who they are, their career, their family, wherever your space is that you're trying to help them with. All right. When you come with worthy intent, everything else paves the way, because once again, it's about them. It's about another human being and making that connection. Because maybe they won't become a client. They could become a partner or a promoter. This is a long-term, lifelong relationship that you can create when you approach every relationship with worthy intent.
Lynn, this is just fantastic. Can you just share briefly how you work with business leaders? And then again, call to action. There's a link directly on the page. It's on the screen right here as well. Just visit that website, visit that link, share how you can help folks.
Absolutely. So I help, I should say, business owners and entrepreneurs hire me so that they can work out their sales strategy, because most are chasing down clients. They're stuck in an endless sales cycle, and they're lacking client retention, conversion, and profits. So I help you unleash that hidden profit that's within your business. And we're going to be talking about that on our session, Josh, We're going to be talking about referrals and 7 surefire ways that you can boost your referrals and then your sales. And this is incredibly powerful. And this needs to be part of your sales strategy from that initial spark, that first time you meet someone. Oh my gosh, Josh, it's so great to be meeting you. Most of my clients come from referrals. So the fact that we've had this immediate rapport is just tremendous. I just seeded the idea that most of my clients come from referrals from that first time we met. And you're going to mention it early. You're going to mention it often. And that's just the beginning of what you're going to learn. So come ready. I talk fast. Have your pen ready so that you can get all this. But I am so excited and so honored, Josh, to be a part of your summit. Thank you so much.
Lynn, thank you so much for being a speaker. Your session is amazing. I've previewed what you're talking about. Thank you so much for supporting this event as well. I truly believe that together we can undo a lot of damage in the marketplace. And unfortunately, a lot of very frustrated entrepreneurs who have tried all the sleazy stuff, they don't like it. It feels uncomfortable. It doesn't work. There is a better way. And so you are among the great pillars out there that are advocating for a very thoughtful and intentional and again, generosity first approach. So thank you for sponsoring this event. And again, thank you for being a friend. Lynn Whitbeck, Petite to Queen, thank you so much for this quick little interlude here before this segment.
It's a pleasure. I'm so thrilled to be a part of this. Thank you, Josh.
Tom Madsen, listen, I am so excited to thank you. First off, thank you so much for sharing your time with our audience and listen, for our audience member, our attendee right now who's about to watch this presentation, I'm going to tell you right now, it is life-changing. If you can adapt what Tom is about to teach you. And again, Tom, what you're about to share is not so much about a marketing tactic or technique, although it's very effective for higher conversion and revenue and so forth, but it's a mindset shift that really, it's about empathy, Tom. It's about putting yourself on the other side of the table. And I will say, before I let you kind of just give just a really quick intro, because I don't want to steal the thunder of the entire presentation, but I want to tell you that this works. What I'm holding right here is the $1 million
Hey, you still got it. That's great.
Yeah. So Tom, I keep it right here at all times. What Tom's about to teach you absolutely works. We applied, Tom, your principles. We've been able to partner together. We've been able to work together. You've been my mentor. So I'm so grateful for that. And it absolutely works. So Tom, maybe just a little quick preview before we get into the meat of it.
Yeah, I'm so excited to share this information. You know, when we talked about this event and the Fame and Profit Summit, what would be the most valuable contribution I could make? I always start with this because it's had more of an impact on my business and the clients I've worked with than any other business strategy. And what I love about it is it's also like it makes you feel good. Yeah. Because today, if you're listening to this for the first time, you're not interested in more knowledge. You're interested in more results. And yet most of us sell knowledge with or without results tied to it. And so when you can start opening your mindset to the possibility of, but what if I linked it to results? What if I linked it to results? First off, you're going to get way more people raising their hand to play the game and say, well, really, how does that work, Josh? Tell me more about that. And second, it's so much easier to sell your products and services when you can link your payments to results. We call it risk reversal. I learned that from my mentor, Jay Abraham. He talks about, where you're taking the risk off your prospect's shoulders and putting it on your shoulders. Some people call it guarantees on steroids. Lots of different ways to describe it. We're going to dig deep right now and break this apart into the 6 steps to make this work, but you are absolutely going to love it. And I can promise you this, if you put it into practice, you will have your highest producing 12 months you've ever had.
Yes, yes, you absolutely will. Tom Matson, thank you so much. Let's get right into it. Grab a notepad. Whatever you have, like multitasking, shut it down. Pay very, very close attention, because what you're about to learn could be absolutely life-changing if you are in any way responsible for growth, sales, revenue for your company. Thank you so much, Tom.
Hey, Tom Matson here. Super excited. Thank you for that. I can't wait to share this information with you today. This could very well be the most valuable hour you invest working on your business in the last 20 years. And I can say that because it is the single most valuable strategy that I've used over the last 37 years for some 91 businesses of my own, and literally hundreds and hundreds of clients' businesses along the way. Super excited that you're here. Shall we jump right into it? Let's do that. This is all about how to generate 9 times the leads and 3 times the sales, the power of strategic risk reversal. Tom Matson here, entrepreneur coach. Always start our presentations with a quote. This from the great marketing strategist Jay Abraham. If you have a product that delivers value, you have a moral obligation to reach as many people as you can. And I deeply believe in that, because if you've got a product or service that delivers value, it's more than just about making money. You have a moral obligation to get that work out in the marketplace and help other people. This strategy is the single best strategy at increasing the number of people you influence, impact, and the income you make that I've seen in the last couple of decades. And it's going to start with a little story. In fact, I'm going to stop sharing the screen and tell you this story. I was a young marketing consultant in Calgary, Alberta at the time. And I was working full-time for Dale Carnegie Training. But part-time, I started doing marketing consulting work. And I had this client in the Yellow Page business. For you kids out there, these are great big books you use to hold open doors. No, just kidding. These are books that actually had the internet for a city in a physical book. All the ads for all the businesses in a city, they called them Yellow Pages. You may not have seen them, because old timers, we know about the Yellow Pages. Well, this particular client was in the lock business, the locksmith business, and he reached out to me, was referred by a friend, wanted some help creating a Yellow Page ad for a deadline coming up soon. And as it turned out, there was the top Yellow Page consultant in the world coming to Calgary for a workshop that I'd signed up to take just about a week after I had first talked to this guy about his business. And I said, I tell you what, give me a couple of weeks to work on some ideas. I'll come back to you with a presentation. I went through the seminar. Lo and behold, this Yellow Page expert used a locksmith as an example through the entire workshop. And this guy happened to be a locksmith. So I'm like, this is going to be so easy to help this guy. And so I worked on my proposal, worked on my ideas. And back then I had an electronic typewriter. I didn't even have a computer. This was a while ago. And I was working on my pricing. I didn't know 9 pricing strategies like I know today. I just knew what I wanted to make. That was it. I knew this guy was a veteran entrepreneur. He'd been around the block a bunch, so I figured he was going to grind me a little bit on price. And so I was thinking, okay, what do I charge? What do I charge? I tell you what, I'm going to charge double what I want, and then I've got room to negotiate. So I put it all together, put the price in as double, came down to his office, made the presentation. And in my mind's eye, he's got this Southern accent. Calgary happens to have more Americans in that city per capita than any city outside the US, at least at the time it did, because of the oil and gas business. So in my mind's eye, he was from Texas, and he had a bit of a Texas drawl. And I don't know if he did or not, but that's how I remember it today. And he goes, son, you think it's going to work? And I say, yes, sir, absolutely, very excited, absolutely, positively, sure. He says, tell you what, I'll pay you nothing if it does, I'll pay you double if it does, and nothing if it don't. Now, this was double my double. And I knew it was going to work because I had just gone through a seminar recently with the top Yellow Page consultant in the world, and his example in the entire seminar was a locksmith. So I knew that. I said, yes, sir, absolutely, you have a deal. And I shook his hand, and I started working on his ad, and the deadline was about a month away. And then a couple months later, the ad comes out, and about 21, 22 days into the ad being out, I get a phone call. Matson, get your butt down here. And he's like, what? He sounded really, really upset. And so I hustle my butt down there. I come into his office, and he grab a seat. And I'm like, oh man, what's happened? It's like, it's only been 3 weeks. He can't be mad at me yet. It's only been 3 weeks. He goes, I got something for you. And he reaches across and he's got a check for the full amount of my job. And he was so excited, so happy. He was playing me a little bit about his pretending being angry because he was ecstatic. He had already done enough business in the first 3 weeks. In fact, I think he said he did more business in the first 3 weeks than he did the entire last year with the Yellow Page ad. And several things collided all at once. First off, I realized he was happier paying me double my price. Double my double. Remember, I doubled the price because I didn't know what he was going to negotiate. So I got 4 times as much money than I wanted, and he was happier. He was happier. So it's a super powerful lesson I learned that day, and I remind it with this picture of J.R. Ewing. I don't think the guy was J.R. Tell you what, son, I'll pay you double if it does and none if it don't. It changed my life forever. If you haven't met me already, Tom Matson here. Good to meet you in Cyberland. Serial entrepreneur. Started some 91 businesses, built 187 coffee bars, sold 172,000 copies of the book around building coffee bars. Authority entrepreneurs hire me to build 7- and 8-figure businesses by helping them package their wisdom and knowledge into a global movement. And yes, as it says, I've made and lost millions multiple times along the way. I've helped more than 10,000 people start, run, and scale the business of their dreams. Super proud about that. Today, I'm a partner in launching the world's first golf cafe franchise that guarantees results. Yes, even a franchise can guarantee results. We call it Lynx Golf Cafe. Enough about me. Let's talk about the 6 steps to create an amazing risk reversal program. Identify the biggest risks your prospects face when working with you. Create the biggest, boldest possible guarantee you can. Figure out how to deliver on that guarantee. Anurag your plan. Link your payments to your clients' results. And test and measure. We're going to deep dive on each of these over this time. And I said this is the most valuable hour you've invested on your business in the last 20 years. I'm telling you, you're going to love this when you put it to work. So the first step is identifying the biggest risk your prospects face when working with you, right? So in addition to money and time, what other risks do they have by engaging you, right? The great example of this was if you're in a big corporation or a government and you're hiring a computer technology service firm, right? For years, IBM was the big dog in that space, right? The competition called it inferior but marketable. But they were the big dog. In many areas, they still are the big dog. But here's the thing. Nobody ever got fired for hiring IBM. But if you hired your cousin's son who's 12 years old working out of the basement and he didn't make it work right, you could literally lose your job. So what other risks do they have? What are the penalties to your client or prospect of staying where they are right now? Sometimes the risks are not changing, not doing something about it, right? And what's the difference that it should or could or will make in their business, either tangibly, the things you can measure, or intangibly in their life? Maybe it's peace of mind. Maybe it's joy. Maybe it's more abundance mindset. What are the differences that'll happen with this? What's the corporate risk or family risk? Right? We sell high ticket programs all the time. If the spouse is not on board with the high ticket program decision, it literally could cause divorce. It literally could cause divorce. So what are the risks for your business, your offers on the corporate side if they fail to achieve their goals? Identify all these possible risks. Clear? That's number 1. Everyone good on that? Yes? I see cyberheads nodding. Actually, I don't right now. I'm recording this in studio. But I'm hoping some cyberheads are nodding. Okay, let's talk next. Based on those risks now, what's the biggest, boldest possible guarantee? I want you to put your possibility hat on for this step. Step 2 is all about the possibility. What's the biggest, boldest possible? What in dollars and cents maybe is the reported either testimonial or case study or measurable, quantifiable feedback you have received from a satisfied client, a satisfied buyer? Think back. What's your absolute best example of the work that you're doing? Make a list of all the things you'd be willing to do to compensate a customer if they didn't get what they wanted, if they weren't satisfied with the results of what you're doing, put together a list. What's the lifetime value of a customer? How much money are you spending to attract a customer? What's the damage if they start saying bad things because you didn't support them properly? Figure out all of these possible things that you could do. Look at your competition. What is your competitor's most powerful and superior guarantee, if any? Find out, what are they doing in the marketplace, and not just in your market, but in other markets all over the globe. The nice thing about the internet is you can find people in your line of work all over the planet and see what they're offering. And then you want to come up with the biggest, boldest possible guarantee that you can. I'll give you a quick example. When I was first teaching this strategy years ago, we had a realtor attend one of our workshops, and it was a 2-day training, and risk reversal was one part of the training. It wasn't the whole 2 days, it was one part of it. By the way, we call it risk reversal because you're taking the risk from your prospect's shoulders and putting it on your shoulders. It's not just a guarantee. It's way better than just a guarantee. So risk reversal. So we were teaching this strategy. It was late on Saturday, and we got this far in, and then we had to end the day. And the idea was they were going to work on this and come back the next morning, and we would continue the other 6 steps of the training like you're going to get right away. And this realtor, Kathleen, was in the room, and I remember she said, I have to go to a listing presentation tonight, so I got to leave. And so she left right at the very end. I did not know this, but on the ride from where we were teaching this workshop in person to the listing, she asked herself, what's the biggest, boldest possible guarantee? What's the biggest, boldest possible guarantee I could do? And now she was a realtor, and she specialized in selling homes quickly for at listing price or really close to it. And the best thing a realtor can do is not only sell your home, but help you buy your next home. In the lingo of the realtor world, they call that double-ending a deal. Double-ending a deal. So Kathleen Mongeon, Kathleen said, you know what? I think I could offer that. And so she came to the meeting. She presented that guarantee. The gentleman signed on. She ended up selling that house and getting him his new home. She made $65,000 of commission on those 2 transactions. And her guarantee was the following, which she used for years. Her guarantee was, I will sell your home within 30 days of listing for 95% or more of the listing price, or I will pay the mortgage on your first home until it sells if you buy the second home with me. Because what happens is they don't want to get that second home until the first one's sold. Kathleen wants to work on it right away. And Kathleen had been a real estate secretary for a number of years and seen all of these, in her words, high ego young men lie to their clients about what their property is worth. And she said, if I ever do this, I will never lie to them. I'll look at the data, I'll tell them what it's worth, and I'll sell it faster and quicker. Now, here's the thing. She sold an average of 21 days from listing as a result. She knew what she was doing. So guaranteeing 30 days actually built a buffer in for her. She was like, oh, I could easily guarantee 30 days. And she almost always got asking price because she did her homework properly. She did her homework properly. So 95% of asking price was not even a big risk for her. And yet it was an incredible opportunity that allowed her to very quickly become number 1 in her office and then number 1 in her company system-wide using that powerful guarantee. So what's your biggest possible guarantee? That's what you want to think about right now. Come up with it, brainstorm. And if you're watching this where you can, if you've bought the recordings and you've got access to this recording, I would pause here and start working on this right now before you move on. If you're watching this live, upgrade to VIP. Upgrade to VIP. Get the recordings because you want to work on this and then come up to the next part. All right, here we go. The next part, number 3, figure out how to deliver on that guarantee. This is where the work begins. This is where the work begins. You want to build in all the key elements to ensure success. If you're coaching people or teaching people to do things, you have to build in skills, accountability, and mentorship. Skills, accountability, and mentorship are necessary if you're wanting to get results coaching somebody else. So make sure you write that down. The content alone is not going to be enough. Consider done for you, consider run for you. So there's done by yourself, there's done with you, you coach someone, there's done for you, you do it for them, but then there's run for you, which is an even higher level of fulfillment. Because here's something that won't be a shock to some of you, and that is some of your clients are lazy and they don't do what they say they're going to do. So how can I guarantee results if they don't do what they say we're going to do? Well, do it as it done for you. Then it's not up to them, it's up to you to deliver on those results. Now, sometimes you can do that, sometimes you can't. That's where skills, accountability, and mentorship come into play. You got to do the heavy lifting to figure out how to do this. And I want to break down skills, accountability, and mentorship briefly, because many people that listen to this video or this live summit, depending on where you're seeing it, they are in the business of selling their wisdom and knowledge to other people. Courses do not get results. Tony Robbins shared with me that 97% of the people that take his courses, that buy his courses, don't even finish watching the videos, the training. And this is Tony Robbins' crowd. These guys are so motivated, they literally walk on fire, including me. I've been there. I love it. I love you, Tony. Right? These are pretty motivated people, and 97% of those won't finish watching the course, let alone get results. So courses, i.e. knowledge on its own, is not enough. You've got to build in skills, practicing on the knowledge to make it better and better and better. Accountability, right? I promise, you promise, we hold each other accountable, whether it's buddy system or someone you hire to manage the accountability process, right? I'm in a high-end mastermind called LEAP, Live Event Accelerator Program. They rolled out this year an entire accountability process called ACE Pods. And then they recruited a bunch of their overachiever types like me to come and run the pods to get people in and help each other be accountable. It's an incredible addition to their program because every month you get together and you have to report on what you did and what you didn't do. And then you ask for help from the group. I love it. There's lots of ways to build in accountability. You just got to be committed to doing it. And then mentorship comes ideally through a mastermind. A mastermind. Now, this is not where you're group coaching, you're the leader, you're teaching, I'm great, you listen to me. Masterminds are where you tap the collective wisdom of the people in the room. Your job is to facilitate. Your job is to ask, how does this apply to you? How does this apply to you? How does this apply to you? And get people sharing each other's wisdom and brilliance. And that's where you can absolutely positively guarantee results if you're coaching other people. So figure out how to guarantee and deliver on that. Then you want to take it to the next level. You want to Anurag your plan. I'm going to jump out of the screen share for this one. Anurag Gupta, I named this after Anurag Gupta from the Difference Engine, one of the smartest business coaches I know in the world. He takes companies that do 10 million a year and get them to $1 billion with a B and has a 100% success rate. Now, to be fair, not 100% of the people that start with him get there, because if you don't listen to Anurag, he fires your butt. Okay? So not 100% of the people that start get there, but 100% of the people that stick with him get there. His first big win was a company called Lululemon, right? For you women yoga enthusiasts, you know who Lululemon is. He was Chip Wilson's personal coach from store one to $1 billion in sales. And there were a few things that Anurag did with every single client, but it started with this strategy I'm about to share with you. We're calling this Anuragging your plan. So let's say you've got a business coaching program and you're guaranteeing $100,000 in sales for your client over the year. Okay? And it's a $10,000 program, 10 times return, perfect model. You're guaranteeing them $100,000 in sales. Well, what Anurag teaches, and I'm going to go through this quickly for the purpose of today's training, but again, if you don't have the recordings, get the recordings so you can play this back and back and back and back. You take the goal, the $100,000, and you double it. First step, you double it. So now the goal is $200,000 for you math challenged people, right? It was $100,000, now it's $200,000. And this is where it gets amazing. Then you create 3 different redundant ways to generate $200,000. 3 different ways, not 7 ways. Diffusion of attitude and focus, it's not going to work as well. Not 2 ways, but 3 ways. All, in this example, all going for $200,000. So if you're coaching someone in their business, right, maybe you're going to help them build a referral program. Maybe you're going to help them build a ambassador program. Maybe you're going to help them do Facebook ads. Let's just say those are the 3 strategies you're going to help them. But the game has to be 200,000 in sales this way, 200,000 in sales this way, and 200,000 in sales this way. So now you're going for what? You're going for 6 times, in this example, $600,000 of results. Well, I want you to think back to the last major business goal you set, the one you really cared about. What percentage of the way did you get? I've asked this question to thousands, tens of thousands of entrepreneurs from stage. Most are in the 20 to 40% range. Some overachievers, 75%, 100%, 200%. Some slackers, 0%. I always say thanks for being honest when they say that. But most are in the 20 to 40%. And I bet if you think back to your last major goal, you're going to be somewhere in that range. Well, here's the cool part about anuragging. If you're actually playing for 6 times your goal, 20% is beyond 1/6. It's a way to permanently get to your goals moving forward. I don't want to dive deep on this right now because of the time we have, but you will absolutely love this. Anuragging your plan. First thing you do is double your goal. Then you create 3 redundant strategies to achieve double. And now you set the goal for 6 times higher. When you're guaranteeing results for your clients and you anurag the plan, you can absolutely ensure they blow through it on the way. Now, number 5, link payments to your clients' results. Not to the calendar or to your pocketbook or your needs, but to your clients' results. The easiest way to do this, by the way, is to be able to say, we're so confident, right, of you getting results. If you qualify, 75% or 80% of our entire fee is linked to results. No, not 100%. I've done that. It's not as good. It's not as good. If they don't have some skin in the game, they're not going to listen as well. They're going to need some skin in the game. I've done 100% guarantees. They don't work as well. I wish they did, because then it'd be a lot easier for people to say yes. But the problem is it's easy for them to say yes, and it's easy for them to sit on their hands and not do anything. So make sure they got some skin in the game. 20%, 25%, even if it's just 50% up front, 50% at the end, that's better than not having a risk reversal. You want them to have some skin in the game. Then you want the rest linked to results. This is also great for new programs, new offers, because you can say, well, of course I haven't done it before. If I'd done it before, you think I'd only be asking for 25% up front? No, I'd be asking for at least half up front. I'd probably be charging 3 or 4 times as much. Boom. Objection solved. Oh, that makes sense. Totally makes sense. Okay, great. So 75%, 80% of your fee is linked to results. It's such a powerful term. When you can say results guaranteed, it literally makes their head spin. See the graphic spinning? Yeah, okay. It's funny for me. I don't know. Let me show you some examples. All right, 2 examples from our business. Number 1, our Raving Fans for Life bootcamp program, which rapidly accelerates the amount of referrals. You get the quality and quantity of referrals. Comes with a whole bunch of bonuses, including some done-for-you components. It's a $25,000 program. We guarantee $100,000 in sales within 6 months. And since we believe in guaranteed results, we say, this is actually from the slide that we use, we're prepared to accept just 20% down and every other dime paid once you earn $100,000 in new sales. Yep, $5,000 down and $20,000 more once you earn $100,000. Now, this is an advanced risk reversal strategy, which one we use right now. If you want more referrals, reach out to us. We'll show you how to do that. We'll show you how we guarantee it. Here's a more standard example from one of our strategic partners, Chris Cannon. The Residual Income Academy program, he calls it. With all of his bonuses is also $25,000. In this case, it's 25% down and everything else linked to results. So it's $6,250 up front, $6,250 when you're earning $1,000 a month in residual income, and the final 50% or $12,500 when you're earning $5,000 a month in residual income. $5,000 a month residual income. For most of us, that would give us to close to financial independence number. Not financial freedom, but financial independence on the pathway. So there's a couple of examples for you of how to do that. You want to come up with that. You want to link your payments to results. And next, test and measure. Test and measure. The quote, the famous quote that's often misquoted from Carl Pearson, that which is measured improves. That which is measured and reported improves exponentially. Don't you love that? What's get measured gets done is how it's misquoted all the time. No, if anyone's been in business more than an hour, you know just because you measure it doesn't mean it gets done. But if you're measuring it and reporting on it, you can improve it exponentially. So guess what? Whatever you come up with, test and measure. Let your prospects give you feedback. Set up systems to track the increase in prospects raising their hand. I told you at the start of this, it's 9 times the prospects. That was my data for now a couple of decades. That was Jay Abraham's data for several decades. We both found it was an average of 9 times as many people say, you're $5,000 a month residual income? Tell me more, Chris. $100,000 off of referrals extra in 6 months? Tell me more, Tom. Right? You absolutely can put systems in place to track the number of prospects. Now, you're not going to sell 9 times as many people because you're going to screen and qualify. When you guarantee results, you will actually care who you sell to. You won't just be lip service. You will genuinely screen and qualify to make sure you can help them. And if you can't help them, you're going to say, you know what, based on what you're saying, I can't help you. That's why you get 3 times the sales, 9 times the leads. All right, 9 times the leads. So when you're doing this, test, measure, track, and then optimize, optimize, and optimize. Look for ways to improve it every step of the way. You see, you're balancing your money and your time. And strategic risk reversal is the best strategy I have seen to massively accelerate your impact, your influence, and your income, and leverage your time. Because one of the cool things about having a real powerful guarantee, it's really easy to sell it. In fact, you're not selling it. You're offering it, and then you're screening and qualifying. Your whole premise is, if you're a good fit, here's what we can do for you. So let's see if you're a good fit. Let's have a chat. Let's see if we can have a good fit. I want to thank you for being here, investing your time and money. If you receive value today, please share with Josh and the team at the Fame and Profit Summit. Super excited to be part of this absolutely amazing virtual summit event. And if you got value out of this, let them know. Let them know. And if you're inspired by what you heard today, connect with me on LinkedIn. Really simple. Tom Mattzen, M-A-T-Z-E-N, M-A-T-Z-E-N, depending on what part of the world you're from. Search it up. There's not many Tom Mattsons on LinkedIn. I've got some 20,000 connections. Love to have you become part of the extended family on LinkedIn. On behalf of everyone at the Fame and Profit Summit, Tom Mattson signing off, saying see you at the next training.
Yeah, Tom's a good guy. He's a classy guy. So I really appreciate that. And thank you, everybody. Hi, Sabrina, Jonathan, Joe. Good to see. By the way, I keep calling you Joe, but I see you type Joseph everywhere. So I don't mean to. It's all good either way. Elisa, great. Okay. Well,
Joe is
listen,
fine.
Yeah.
Especially for you, Josh.
All right, good deal, good deal. Yeah, so the big takeaway from Tom is he has a rather extreme guarantee, but I absolutely believe in, guaranteeing what you have some control over. Don't guarantee what you don't have control over. We kind of learned that. But Tom, absolutely, that principle, absolutely. It's like, and here's one thing that we noticed in this. And by the way, sometimes depending on what you do, you're going to have to be creative with, when we think about what is the thing that the client wants, right? Because it's like the thing with pricing. And if you've looked into pricing, there's a concept called value-based pricing. Value-based pricing is very simple, right? Is stop attaching your price tag to whatever your time is worth. Oh, well, I need to get paid $100 an hour and it's going to take me 8 hours. Okay. Then I'm going to slap on 20% for profit. $1,000, right? And that's how you came up with the price. Your client could care. They couldn't care. Am I saying that correctly, Elisa? They couldn't care less. Is that right? Couldn't care less about how much time it takes you. What they want is the outcome. And so if you can help them achieve the outcome, then all of a sudden sales becomes really, really easy. If you're like, here's how we're going to structure our work together. In our case, I'm going to facilitate X number of high-level introductions. How many do you typically sell? When you're chatting with the right kind of people, well, I close 20%. Great. Let's work on the math and see if this makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, let's not do it. And in fact, I wouldn't be able to work with you if the math didn't make sense. And so therefore, it's not even like it's like all of a sudden you're coming into it now on neutral ground, where it's like, let's figure out if this is good, if this makes good sense for us to work together. So, really, really exciting concept. And again, sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity to see how you can come up with that. But again, I'll talk a little bit more about this. I know our trainers tomorrow are going to be, man, if you, for 2023, one of your objectives is to increase revenue, tomorrow is going to be it's going to be an enormous day for you, because I can tell you, just based on who's on the roster tomorrow, it's pretty phenomenal. In fact, so we kick off with Lynn, then Amanda Abea. So Lynn's going to talk about how to get unlimited referrals. Amanda Abea is going to be covering, on the call, like how to be empathic. Like she goes a little bit more into like traditional sales skills. She's absolutely fantastic. Then Annie Ruggles about how to handle objections with empathy. And you are going to learn to love objections. Like when you get an objection, it's like, again, knowing what I know Annie's going to be talking about and teaching on, you're going to be like, you're going to get excited every time you get an objection. Then I know Rudy's going to be talking about high profit events. I've got my keynote is going to be at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We have a VIP mixer at 12 noon from 12 to 1. So just make sure you've got the Zoom links all set for tomorrow, because I apologize for tomorrow. Today it was great. We had just one Zoom link for the whole day. Tomorrow there's going to be 2 different Zoom links for the sessions and then a separate one for the VIP mixer. Apologize for that. But make sure that you've got those all set for tomorrow. Lots of great connections going to happen tomorrow. And again, if I would say tomorrow, my responsibilities kind of work as a chief revenue officer for you tomorrow, and really give you exactly what you need so that you can create unlimited relationships for partners, sales, investors, whoever it is that you're looking to attract in. We're going to lay it out and make it so clear for you so that you're going into 2023 and you know exactly what 2023 is going to look like, because we're going to work on that activity. So awesome. Elisa, any other things that I forgot?
No, sir. I think that about covers it. It's
all right, good deal.
Exciting day today, and tomorrow it's just going to get better. I mean, I'm looking at the roster throughout the whole day, and my gosh, we have
David Lindsay's energy. You're up. Amy Dix. In terms of like, if you want to be if you want to get paid as a great speaker and you want to get a lot of really great speaking gigs, her stuff is fantastic. Jenny Wright, Katie Brinkley. Yeah, Simone, Fabi, and then our closing speaker tomorrow, Fabi Valini. Oh, she's great. Yeah, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. So if you had anything on your calendar, clear it.
And Thursday is going to be just as huge.
Oh, are you
We
kidding?
actually have even more speakers on Thursday than we do today and tomorrow.
Oh,
so,
my gosh.
I mean, we are really going to close that out with a bang on Thursday. So
yeah, Thursday is going to be all about, you don't want to have to be the chief cook and bottle washer in your company. You want to create amazing systems, empower amazing people, and you want to start living a more enjoyable life. So a lot of just kind of building for the long term, building, scaling, and that sort of thing. So really excited for Thursday as well. It's some really important business adulting stuff that's going to free you as founders and CEOs and growth directors and so forth. Awesome. That's what I got. So Levi is ready for me to take him for a walk around the blocks, 5 p.m. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful rest of the evening.